Chapter 1567. The core material of the fragmentary stars in the fragmentary star river was the hard meteorite iron, which was extremely hard and heavy. Generally, when two giant fragmentary stars collided, it was bound to cause a huge explosion. After all, the speed of the fragmentary stars was also very fast. At this moment, the two giant fragmentary stars, in the time that Longchen reacted, were unable to resist and crashed into each other. Destructive sound waves exploded out, sending countless rocks flying in all directions. The area within a 5-kilometer radius was instantly filled with the power of the explosion. The entire area was thrown into chaos, and the two fragmentary stars instantly shattered into pieces when they collided. Countless small fragmentary stars were produced in such a collision. Fierce sparks burned among the fragmentary stars. In this sudden collision, Longchen dodged with great difficulty. In the end, he managed to escape from the epicenter of the collision. Although he wasn't seriously injured, a large number of wounds had appeared on his body. Even with his current physical body, he was still injured. From this, it could be seen how powerful the collision was. At this moment, Longchen was still in a state of confusion. The loud sound caused by the collision of the fragmentary stars here could even affect the sky-reaching Sword Soul Mountain, so Longchen hurried to leave. As he left, he continued to ponder about the time reversal. Suddenly, Longchen focused his attention on the wounds he had just suffered. At that time, the time reversal was basically used by Longchen to recover from his injuries. Looking at the large and small wounds, Longchen had a kind of epiphany that made him jump with joy. By the way, it seems that I really went in the wrong direction. The time reversal performed by the Void Dragon Talisman must be the most basic. This month, I have been trying to seize the time outside and reverse the flow of time outside. This is extremely difficult. Even the first step of the Void Dragon Talisman can only seize my own time. Time reversal was a way to defy the natural order. If he wanted to use this ability on others and in the world, he had to first familiarize himself with and change himself. Only when he could reverse the flow of time on himself could he slowly control the world. Even if he practiced this to a profound level, he might be able to restore the whole Poplar Town to its original state like Kitten. If he wanted to reverse the flow of time, perhaps he should first change his own time. He focused his attention on his wounds. Back then, he had used time reversal to revive the dead. At this moment, he finally felt like he had found his direction. His restless heart finally calmed down. I seem to have been too anxious recently, causing me to waste a lot of time. Calm down, maybe I can do better. After finding the direction, the next thing to do was to work hard in this direction. Although his heart was still very restless, Longchen had a way to calm him down. Being agitated wouldn't solve anything. If he continued like this, he would disappoint those who needed him. Xiao Lang once said that he would help me when the time comes. Given his personality, he will definitely come to me by any means necessary. I just don't know what level he is at now. I can't lose to him. He steeled his heart and moved on. These days, Longchen had also come into contact with the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace's disciples. Of course, he had made up an identity, and those people had imagined it, so they didn't suspect Longchen at all. Tens of millions of disciples were cultivating in the fragmented star river. However, Longchen had been sitting on a giant fragmented star, and everyone had avoided the giant fragmented star, so they hadn't seen Longchen. Just as he was about to continue cultivating, two disciples with long swords on their backs walked past him in a hurry. Suddenly, they stopped in their tracks and excitedly said to Longchen, "Junior brother, why are you still standing here? Hurry up and come with us." Longchen was startled and asked, "Senior brothers, where are you going?" One of the disciples said excitedly, "You don't even know this? Today is the day that the Sword God Palace's #1 disciple, Senior Brother Wang Chen, will explain the martial Tao to us. It's about to start, and all the disciples in the fragmented star domain are rushing there now. Yes, eldest Senior Brother Wang Chen is our idol. He's a dragon warrior in the Nirvana Tribulation realm. Especially after transforming into a dragon, his combat strength is equivalent to that of an expert in the third stage of the Nirvana tribulation realm. Such an amazing figure is really enviable. I'm his loyal follower. His explanation of martial arts will definitely be of great help to us. Junior brother, don't you even know this important news? Looking at the two fellows' fanatical expressions, Long Chen roughly understood Wang Chen's position in the hearts of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace's disciples. The two of them didn't care about Long Chen anymore and started chatting among themselves. It said that senior brother Wang Chen's innate talent wasn't outstanding in the Sword God Palace in his early years, but after a turning point, his strength soared, reaching such a terrifying level today. Moreover, he's currently the strongest dragon martialist in the world. His innate talent is simply 10,000 times stronger than ours. Yes, only he is worthy of the Lingwu Sword Lord's daughter. Lady Lingxi is really beautiful. Although I've never seen her before, those who have seen her say that she's the most beautiful woman in our Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. A peerless hero and a stunning beauty, this is definitely a match made in heaven. With them as the leaders of the younger generation, our Sword Spirit Emperor Palace is destined to soar. This immortal couple is truly enviable. The two of them chatted for a while before remembering that Long Chen was beside them. One of them said, "Junior brother, let's go. If we miss this opportunity, we'll regret it for the rest of our lives. You're also senior brother Wang Chen's follower, right? Let's go, let's go." Long Chen didn't say a word. With a smile on his face, he was dragged away just like that. They hadn't seen each other for almost a year. Back then, Wang Chen had lost to him in the 9-star Chaos City. However, Wang Chen had used the Emperor's spiritual Qi tide to transform into a dragon. A year later, he had made a comeback. Would he be able to defeat Wang Chen again? Wang Chen, who had turned into a dragon, could be counted as Long Chen's old enemy. 10 years ago, Long Chen had known of Wang Chen's existence and had a real confrontation with him. Next time, it would be time for Long Chen and Wang Chen to fight to the death. Long Chen didn't want to show any mercy to Wang Chen. As long as Wang Chen existed, he would be a huge threat to him. After all, he was the person chosen by the Sword Spirit Emperor. He was in the mood to see how Wang Chen was doing. Along the way. "Junior brother, why aren't you saying anything? Don't you worship senior brother Wang Chen?" One of the short and fat disciples asked. Long Chen chuckled and said, "Of course I worship him. But I heard that senior brother Wang Chen was defeated by someone from the true martial emperor palace called Long Chen in the 9-star Chaos City." That short and fat disciple immediately said angrily, "That's just a rumor. I hate this kind of rumormonger. It's clear that Long Chen was beaten by senior brother Wang Chen until his teeth fell all over the ground. His buttocks were split open, and he had to kneel and lick senior brother Wang Chen's toes. Senior brother Wang Chen spared his dog life. I didn't expect that there would be rumors of senior brother Wang Chen's defeat. Those who spread rumors should be cut into 1,000 pieces." "Oh." Long Chen pretended to understand. About an hour later, they finally arrived at their destination. Arriving here, Long Chen was shocked. Wang Chen's influence was beyond his imagination. In front of him, there was a dense crowd of at least several million people. Several million people formed a huge ball, surrounding a young man with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes in the center. In order to ensure that everyone could see Wang Chen with their own eyes, the organizers tried to expand the circle, forming a human ball that was equivalent to a small half of the sky-piercing sword's Soul Mountain. In addition, a large number of organizers moved away a large number of fragmentary stars to create enough space. The momentum of this lecture was so great that it was truly moving. Long Chen also squeezed into the crowd and saw Wang Chen in a black and white robe. His body was filled with a domineering aura, fierce eyes, and a noble temperament. After not seeing him for a year, Wang Chen's foundation had become more solid under the training of the 4 sword masters. His every movement was filled with the aura of a superior. Several million disciples looked at his figure with incomparable fanaticism and worship. The fact that so many people followed and loved him could only mean that Wang Chen was really popular. The eyes of the female disciples were full of peach blossoms, looking at Wang Chen with incomparable infatuation. The eyes of the male disciples were full of worship, and of course, there was also love. Such a grand scene, just for one person, Wang Chen. I'm Wang Chen. Thank you all for your support today. Let's cut to the chase. Today, I was invited by Senior Wang Donglu to share my experience in the God martial realm with everyone. As soon as Wang Chen finished speaking, the crowd burst into thunderous applause, lasting for a long time. Wang Chen was only one in a million. He looked at Wang Chen quietly, his eyes flashing with fighting spirit. Wang Chen began to share his martial arts experience. During this period, no one dared to make a sound. After 2 hours, the sharing was over. When Wang Chen announced the end, all the fanatical worshippers went crazy, expressing their worship to Wang Chen. August 15th, Senior Wang Chen will be getting married soon. I wish Senior Wang Chen a happy life, marry a beautiful woman, and have a son soon. Yes, give birth to many geniuses, and strengthen our Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. Several million people were congratulating him. The scene was a little scary. Wang Chen smiled for the first time, saying sweetly, "Thank you all for your kindness. I love Lingxi very much, and Lingxi also loves me. I think the most beautiful thing in the world is nothing more than the person you love also loves you. After we get together, we will listen to everyone, have our children soon, and train them to be the next generation of experts." The crowd was in an uproar again. Chapter 1568. Barren Imperial District. The location of the battle was a huge barren mountain in the desolate Imperial Palace. On the north side of the barren mountain was a vast lake. The Kunpeng Demon Emperor could become a giant golden-winged rock that could blot out the sky and cover the sun. He had become the big fish of the North Sea. Whether it was the sky or the water, it was a place where he could dominate. On the other hand, Mo Xiaolang's advantage was on the ground. The Desolation Heavenly Emperor clearly didn't want Mo Xiaolang to win easily. Could Mo Xiaolang win? Although it could be said that when he was still in the second Nirvana tribulation, he could transform his main body. It was a rare sight to defeat an expert at the third stage of the Nirvana tribulation, because he was personally nurtured by the Desolate Emperor. Yes, so it was not particularly strange. However, before Mo Xiaolang entered the third Nirvana tribulation, Kunpeng Demon Emperor, who had passed the fourth Nirvana tribulation a long time ago, it would be much more difficult. In reality, there was not much hope. This was a battle of the highest level. Most people didn't dare to leave the desolate Imperial Palace. It was very easy for them to be affected. The warriors who dared to watch the battle near the desolate mountain were Alice super expert. It was a battle between the top elites of the desolate Imperial region. There hadn't been a battle of this level for thousands of years. On one side was the strongest force of the new generation, and on the other side was a veteran super expert, Kun. Who would win between the two demonic sovereigns of the rock race? Even if Mo Xiaolang lost, he had the guts to challenge Kunpeng Demon Sovereign. It was enough to make everyone feel sincere admiration. On the barren mountain, the wind and clouds were changing. The golden-robed elder stood 1,000 meters away from Mo Xiaolang. In a battle between demons, they would only reveal their true beast form towards the end. They used their human forms to test each other. On Mo Xiaolang's body, the black nirvana energy that contained the flames and devouring power was absorbed into his body. His nirvana force was burning with a faint black flame. This was because due to the netherworld demonic ancestral flame, the current Mo Xiaolang was the source of the coldness. He felt a chill in his heart. On the other hand, a large amount of blood-yellow demonic qi emerged from Kunpeng Demon Sovereign's body. In the sky, this aura was masculine and full of impact. Golden power floated from his body. Due to the Kunpeng's innate talent, the Kunpeng Demon Monarch had 3 Daoist seals. Moreover, because there were two beast forms. When he cultivated these three Tao seals, it was a piece of cake. The golden-winged great Peng swept up a fierce gale, riding the clouds straight up. This was the Tao of wind, the great Kuan in the water. Tyrant was the Tao of water, and the third Tao of the Kuan Peng was similar to that of Mo Xiaolang. The Kuan Peng's Tao of devouring was related to its world-famous Kuan Peng devouring. Mo Xiaolang's was different. From the initial confrontation, the aura of the two seemed to be slightly weaker than Mo Xiaolang's. A little bit. At this moment, the two of them finally made their move. The grand scene left everyone dumbfounded. The spectating martial artists in the Emperor Palace were all extremely shocked and fanatical as they stared blankly. It was a vast scene. Behind the Kuanping demon sovereign, there were two shadows of giant beasts, a bird and a fish. Behind Mo Xiaolang was a hibernating black demon wolf. 10,000 flames burn God. As soon as Mo Xiaolang started, he used the terrifying myriad flames divine art. The tens of thousands of flames he had devoured all appeared densely on his body, engulfing him. Everyone gathered around. The people who were feeling cold just now were now terrified by the terrifying aura. Shaken by the flames. The current 10,000 flames burning God was much stronger than when he was in 9-star primal chaos city. How many times? Even the Thunderflame Emperor's draconic fire had transformed into a small Thunderflame dragon that wrapped around Mo Xiaolang. On his arm. The radiance of tens of thousands of flames stunned the Kuanping demon sovereign for a moment. This information is not simple. Not only that, Mo Xiaolang's emotions fluctuated a little, and blood started to flow from his body. Silk's eyes showed that he was very dissatisfied with the three conditions of the Desolation Great Emperor. It seems that the Great Emperor has forced this little guy into a corner. How can a mere human be so heavy? The Kuanping demon sovereign sneered. At this time, Mo Xiaolang exploded like a bomb, like a rocket, with vast power. He confronted the adult Kuanping demon sovereign, who was tens of thousands of years old. At that moment, there was a huge uproar in the Desolation Emperor Palace. They admired Mo Xiaolang's courage and strength. The Kuanping demon sovereign sneered and opened his arms. Suddenly, a golden wind appeared. Countless golden-winged great rocks made of golden wind blades and countless golden-winged great rocks rolled up a terrifying hurricane, sweeping in the direction where Mo Xiaolang was heading. Although the ground where the golden-winged great rocks passed did not touch the ground collapsed. Large swathes of land collapsed. The vegetation in the forest was crushed in an instant, and the ground was filled with hundreds of millions of kilograms of soil were blown up, filling the entire sky. At the first moment, it was going to Mo Xiaolang was drowned. A puny Khanate Dao art, what can you do to me? Just when everyone thought that Mo Xiaolang was going to be defeated, there was an explosion out of nowhere. Under the gazes of tens of thousands of disciples, Mo Xiaolang used the Thunder Flame Emperor's dragon fire to break through the layers of metal. The winged rock rushed to the front of the Kuanping Demon Emperor in an invincible and destructive manner, and flipped his hands. A total of 2 Thunder Flame Emperor draconic flames appeared in Mo Xiaolang's hands. The flames of a ridiculously high speed swept across and entangled the Kuanping Demon Monarch from both sides. The Crown Prince is not simple. Seeing this scene, even the 6 demonic emperors gradually began to like Mo Xiaolang from the bottom of their hearts. The combat effectiveness of the. Although it couldn't be said that Mo Xiaolang's combat strength was equal to Kuanping demon sovereigns. But what was certain was that other than the 6 demonic emperors and the Desolation Emperor, there was no one else in the Desolation Emperor Palace. No one was a match for this imperial prince. At this moment, Mo Xiaolang, under the great momentum and expectation of the crowd, used the fiery thunder flame. The Emperor Dragon Fire entangled the Kuanping demon the arch. With a flip of his hand, he slammed his palm down from the sky. Fire seal of the heavens. This was the innate Tao art that Mo Xiaolang cultivated. He was smart enough to combine the Tao of devouring with fire. The Tao of fire was integrated into it, and the Tao of fire was the foundation of it. With the explosive attribute of fire, its might was boundless. Devouring and explosion were fused into one. It was Mo Xiaolang. It was a clear manifestation of his attainments in the heavenly Tao. The black flames turned into a tornado, and in the form of a palm, it headed towards the Kunpeng Demon Emperor's head. This seemingly ordinary palm strike contained a force that even the Kunpeng Demon Emperor had no choice but to attack. Be careful with your power. Mo Xiaolang's strength had deeply shocked everyone. One must know that the other party was an omnipotent demon emperor. The 6 demonic emperors were the pillars of the desolate emperor's palace. How could a mere young wolf from the wolf race dare to challenge them? He dared to oppose them. Kunpeng demon monarch's face turned cold under the heavenly fire seal. Heaven water whirlpool. The moment the heavenly fire seal arrived, Kunpeng demon emperor's hands moved. The power of the board surged out, and under his perfect control, it formed in front of him in an instant. This was the embodiment of the Tao of water. The heavenly water spiral field possessed a golden whirlpool. A super-strong repulsive force, in such a short time, was skillfully executed by Kunpeng Demon Emperor. In terms of control, it had reached a speed that the naked eye could no longer capture. The repulsive force of the heavenly water swirling field was absolutely terrifying. This was a clash of heavenly Tao cultivators. The fire seal of the firmament tornado flew over with a deafening explosion, shaking the heavenly water swirling field. In that instant, the heavenly scroll fire seal did not bounce back. Instead, it generated power. An explosion. As soon as the heaven water spiral field touched it, it exploded. This was the true power of the explosive flame attribute in the Tao of fire. If Mo Xiaolang used any other attack at this time, under the opponent's recoil force, it would definitely be destroyed. Hurt yourself. Break. The fire seal of the firmament tornado exploded, carrying the black power of nirvana with 2 attributes. The earth-shattering sound was heard by almost half of the people in the Desolation Emperor domain. More than 100 million disciples of the palace heard this magical sound and rushed out to watch. Look. The Crown Prince is mighty. The Crown Prince's strength is really terrifying. This speed of advancement is unprecedented. In the future, the Crown Prince will definitely become a famous figure in history. Under countless fanatical gazes, Mo Xiaolang's fire seal of the firmament tornado broke the heavenly water swirling field. Domain. Unfortunately, the speed was too slow, and Kunpeng Demon Emperor had already taken this opportunity to move. He appeared on Mo Xiaolang's body. Everyone became nervous. The Crown Prince has improved his realm very fast, and his heavenly Tao cultivation is also not weak. I admire him. Mo Xiaolang suddenly turned back, his eyes full of fanatical fighting spirit. He said, "Uncle, you have the power of the ancient times. Uncle possesses an ancient power. How can I be your opponent? All I can do is give it my all. All I can do is risk my life." Very well, then don't stay idle. Kunpeng Demon Emperor laughed. He retreated 1,000 meters, his body began to spin, and the next moment, a golden brilliance soared into the sky. A golden winged rock with a wingspan of over 1,000 meters spread out. It was as if it was golden. The sun appeared high in the sky, covering the sky. For a moment, even the world was in a trance and dim. It stopped. Kunpeng was a mutated species that had been passed down from ancient times to the present. Its body was golden, and its feathers were as hard and sharp as blades. Their pecks were filled with shocking killing power, and on those golden feathers, there was even an ancient flow. The symbols that were transferred down could allow the Kunpeng to quickly recover its strength from the world. Kunpeng Demon Emperor is serious. Everyone was excited. He had already taken his beast form. What followed next was the truly earth-shattering battle. No matter who it was, they were all very excited. Every demon preferred to fight in the form of a beast. This was the real contest. However, the battle in the form of a human was just a warm-up. This was the real battle of the demon race. At this moment, everyone's eyes turned to Mo Xiaolang. Fight. Chapter 1569. In fact, Mo Xiaolang had always been very low-key, and not many people had seen his beast form. Many. Therefore, everyone was looking forward to it. Under the fiery eyes of the crowd, the black flame was burning. This was the real 9 nether demonic ancestral fire. The 9 darkness demonic ancestral flame was so cold that it froze everything within 1,000 miles. In the black flame, a terrifying wolf-shaped beast expanded rapidly, and then it grew to 1,000 meters long. In terms of body size, it was already comparable to the golden-winged roc. Almost. It was a peerless demonic wolf that made everyone feel deep awe, even more than the moon-swallowing beast. Its wolf-like appearance was even more terrifying. It was a giant beast bathed in flames. It broke the rules of heaven and earth, and appeared in this world. It was destined to have the most extraordinary experience. A wolf howl shook the golden-winged roc that was soaring in the sky. The giant bird let out a sharp howl, and both sides looked at each other with wild eyes. In an instant, above this huge world, there was a blood-boiling battle. The terrifying battle was soaring. The demonic wolf burning with black flames and the golden-winged roc swept up a golden whirlwind. It was no longer a small fight. This time, it could be described as the sky collapsing. Describing it as a crack in the ground, not many people were not shocked. The most shocking was Mo Xiaolang. The wolf form of the sun-devouring demonic wolf had a huge advantage. At this moment, Mo Xiaolang had already merged with the 9 nether demonic ancestral fire. Since the nether devil ancestral fire had fused together, Kunpeng demon sovereign didn't dare to touch it at all. In this fight, it could be said that neither side had the slightest advantage. The beast form was more of a physical battle. Compared to the human clan, the demon clan was stronger in terms of physical body, while the heavenly Tao was weaker. In terms of physical body, he had a huge advantage, and of course, he used it to the extreme. Often, a flap of wings and a claw would result in the collapse of the mountains and the cracking of the earth. During the battle between the two, the barren mountain gradually became riddled with holes, and even razed to the ground. In the process of this kind of battle, they had to change their fighting position, lest it spread to others. Whether it was Mo Xiaolang or the Kunpeng demon emperor, they could be said to be fighting crazily at this moment. If Kunpeng demon sovereign lost to Mo Xiaolang, he would definitely lose face. Mo Xiaolang was a junior of his archenemy, the moon-swallowing sect. To lose to a junior of the other party was simply, Kunpeng demon sovereign had given it his all this time because of the great shame and humiliation he felt. This battle was not only a test of the results of Mo Xiaolang's cultivation, but also a test of whether or not he could achieve it. The key to commitment. Rumble. The golden-winged roc was sent flying, while the sun-devouring demonic wolf was also pushed back thousands of meters. It crashed into a barren mountain, causing a large piece of barren mountain to collapse. At this moment, the golden-winged roc descended upon the lake. "Prince, let's have a battle in the water to satisfy our craving." The sun-devouring dire wolf let out a terrifying roar and charged forward without saying a word. The golden-winged roc rushed into the water and transformed into a kuan, quickly submerging in the lake. The silhouette of a big fish was faintly discernible, giving everyone a great shock. Boom! Mo Xiaolang rushed into the water. In an instant, the entire lake shook. The lake water shot up into the sky as if it was boiling. A large amount of water splashed out. Everyone's gaze pierced through the lake and saw 2 behemoths that were fighting. After transforming into a kuan, the Kunpeng demon sovereign was very proficient. It was said that the kuan was the original form of the Kunpeng. The golden-winged roc was in its second form, so in the water, the kuan could display its strength and advantage. In particular, his comprehension of the Tao of water. In an instant, in battle, he relied on the power of the environment to restrict Mo Xiaolang. After all, Mo Xiaolang was a flaming divine beast, a walking beast. After all, Mo Xiaolang was a flame-divine beast, a walking beast. But at this moment, the sun-devouring demonic wolf, who had been tied up by the rope formed by the Kuan, was dead. The wolf let out a deafening roar. At that moment, the lake water surged like an ocean in a storm. The wolf let out a deafening roar. At that moment, the lake water became turbulent, like the ocean in the middle of a storm. Tens of thousands of flames shot out from the sun-devouring demonic wolf's body. Tens of thousands of flames shot out of the sun-devouring dire wolf. The entire lake was engulfed in flames in an instant. So many flames formed a formation. Water could restrain fire, but when the flames reached a terrifying level, the entire lake was instantly devoured by the sun-devouring dire wolf. Water could restrain fire, but when the flames reached a terrifying level, the entire lake was instantly devoured by the sun-devouring dire wolf. The sun-devouring dire wolf was directly burned dry. A large amount of steam formed clouds in the sky. After the lake was burned dry, everyone clearly saw the Kuan run aground in panic. When a fish leaves the water, it basically loses its combat power. Therefore, after this incident, the Kuan demon emperor was rapidly transforming back into a rock. This was the best time to do so. The sun-devouring dire wolf was already prepared. At this moment, he turned into a flaming black shadow and instantly charged towards the Kuan. It rushed to the top of the great Kuan and pressed its sharp claws on the great Kuan's body. His sharp fangs pierced into the Kuan's back, pressing the behemoth to the ground. Blood gushed out. At this moment, the sun-devouring dire wolf finally used the fatal fog, the 9 nether demon ancestral fire. It spat towards the Kuanping demon emperor, who was close at hand. The Kuanping demon emperor wanted to cry. He wanted to transform into the form of a golden-winged rock, but he was pressed down by the other party. He was attacked by the 9 nether demon ancestral fire. He knew how terrifying the 9 nether demon ancestral fire was. If he was hit, alright, I admit defeat. The Kuanping demon emperor had to say that. Although he didn't want to admit defeat, he had no choice. It wasn't that he was weaker than Mo Xiaolang. In fact, the two of them were evenly matched. However, Mo Xiaolang was very smart. He knew that the Kuan would lose its ability to move in an instant. Then, he would use this to restrain himself. Even if it's Moon Swallowing's Jr., even I was defeated. Moon Swallowing is no match for him. I have a bright future ahead of me. I won't lose face even if I lose to you. The Kuanping demon emperor felt a little better when he thought of this. Of course, Mo Xiaolang only used the 9 nether demon ancestral fire to force him to admit defeat. He wouldn't spit out the 9 nether demon ancestral fire. After all, it was an elder of the demon race. There was no enmity between them. The battle officially ended after the Kuanping demon emperor admitted defeat. The crowd's eyes widened. Their jaws almost dropped to the ground. The battle that they thought would last for a long time was over just like that. Besides, the martial monarch had won. No one had expected the martial monarch to achieve such a clean victory. This was simply too unimaginable. They were surprised and confused at first, but they soon looked at Mo Xiaolang with admiration. Mo Xiaolang. The entire Desolation Imperial Palace was filled with cheers. They were shouting Mo Xiaolang's name in a fanatical manner. Mo Xiaolang and the Kuanping demon emperor returned to their human forms above the dried-up lake. Please forgive me, Uncle Zong. Xiaolang fought so hard just to fulfill his promise. I hope Uncle Zong won't be offended. The Kuanping demon emperor smiled awkwardly and said, You defeated me with your true strength. You didn't live up to the martial monarch's expectations and became the pillar of the Desolation Imperial realm. I should be happy for you. No one thought that the Kuanping demon emperor was useless anymore. It could only be said that Mo Xiaolang was too strong. The Kuanping demon emperor returned to the camp of the 6 demon emperors. The crowd was no longer in the mood to laugh at the Kuanping demon emperor. They were shocked by Mo Xiaolang's strength. Under the fanatical gazes of billions of people, Mo Xiaolang stood in the air, looking down at the crowd below. All living beings. There were countless cheers. And Mo Xiaolang only needed one answer. He looked to the deepest part of the palace. He knew that the Desolation Emperor was looking at him. Go. Remember my other two conditions. The martial monarch's voice rang in Mo Xiaolang's ears. Go. Remember my other two conditions. Mo Xiaolang heaved a sigh of relief. He had finally succeeded. He didn't go back on his word. He could finally complete the most important task. Taking a deep breath, the battle intent in Mo Xiaolang's eyes did not disappear, because he knew that the battle at the Sword Spirit Imperial Palace was more crucial. However, the battle at the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace was more crucial. Although he had promised the Desolation Emperor if Long Chen was in danger and helpless, he would definitely not hold back. 5 days later, the 6 demon thearchs brought Mo Xiaolang and dozens of Nirvana Tribulation Realm experts with them. Many experts secretly left the Desolate Emperor Palace and headed in the direction of the Sword Spirit Emperor District. At the same time, in the 3 regions and 9 worlds, the world overlords of the 9 worlds also brought their own powers towards the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. In the True Martial Emperor Palace, there were a total of 3 people leading the team this time. They were the 3 martial saints. The 3 martial sovereigns led many experts and set off for the Sword Spirit Emperor District. Yi Futu, one of the 3 martial venerables, had been sent to the Jinwu Great Emperor a month ago. The 5 Elements Vast Sky Pagoda was released. After being suppressed for a long time, he finally realized his mistake and made up his mind. Jinwu Great Emperor would only give him the opportunity to rush over if he was repentant. The 3 great martial saints moved together. Fortunately, they went in secret. Otherwise, they would have caused a huge commotion. It was a sensation. When will the emperor arrive? Wen Renshi asked. Lin Junyao said, the emperor told us to move on our own. He will appear when it's time. He appeared in the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. Oh, it was just their secret conversation. Apart from Long Chen and the 3 great martial saints, no one knew about the legendary Jinwu Great Emperor. He actually went to the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace personally, and he had 2 objectives. First, he wanted to become a dragon. Celeste's strongest backer was Long Chen's marriage proposal. The second was the disaster that would bring about the City Lord of the Wronged Death. Announce it to the world. The group from the True Martial Emperor Palace also traveled in secret. The 3 regions and 9 worlds had not experienced such turbulent undercurrents for tens of thousands of years. In the 9 realms, in the Supreme Yin Demon world, after settling the affairs of the Snow Wind Demon region, Yi Guiushi was the only world overlord who knew about the City Lord of the Wrongful Death. In order to avoid causing panic among the public, she had not announced the news for the time being. It was the feeling of an impending storm that made her unable to calm down. Perhaps, this rare event is a good opportunity for the Jinwu Great Emperor to announce to the world. I really hope that the 3 regions and 9 worlds can unite against the City Lord of the Wrongful Death. Chapter 1570. For the first time in tens of thousands of years, countless experts gathered at the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. There were less than 20 days left. This was the day everyone set off. The 3 martial venerables of True Martial Emperor Palace, the 6 beast emperors of Desolation Emperor Palace, and the lords of the 9 realms all set off. In the distant ancient Yuan spirit world. The ancient Yuan spirit world was the undisputed number 1 realm of the 9 realms. The warriors of the ancient Yuan spirit world were proficient in spirit arts. When they reached the Nirvana Tribulation realm, they could more easily communicate with the power of nature and understand the heavenly Tao faster. They also had all kinds of strange spirit arts. Their attack power was very high, and their overall strength was the strongest in the 9 realms. The lords of the ancient Yuan spirit world had reached the late stage of the Nirvana Tribulation realm, similar to the Demon Dragon Palace Master. As for their actual combat power, it was unknown. After all, the Demon Dragon Palace Master was a dragon warrior. The two of them were people with high hopes of advancing further and reaching the level of a sovereign emperor. The fifth stage of the Nirvana tribulation was absolutely terrifying. If they didn't reach the late stage before the time limit of 1,000 years, it was basically impossible to pass. The three martial venerables of True Martial Emperor Palace, the four sword masters of Sword Spirit Emperor Palace, and the 6 beast emperors of Desolation Emperor Palace were all in the early stage of the Nirvana tribulation realm. If they wanted to become the strongest, they had to first reach the late stage. The ancient Yuan spirit world was also the most mysterious realm of the 9 realms. The original 3 realms and 9 realms were actually only 8 huge cosmos realms. Later, the ancient Yuan spirit world appeared out of thin air. The people of the ancient Yuan spirit world opened a channel connecting them to the 3 great imperial domains, and finally came to the 3 great imperial domains. It was said that the ancient Yuan spirit world had always been closed. This history was too complicated. Not many people knew about it. At this moment, the experts of the ancient Yuan spirit world were ready. They were in the most mysterious place of the ancient Yuan spirit world, outside the fantasy sea, waiting for the Lord of the ancient Yuan spirit world to come. The fantasy sea existed in a dream. It was a huge cocoon of light, with a myriad of colors, like a gem, rippling with the light of the sea. In reality, not many people had the authority to approach the fantasy sea. This was the residence of the Realm Lord, a holy land in the eyes of the people of the ancient Yuan spirit domain. It was the resting place of the gods. All they could do was worship the fantasy sea. In reality, there was a saying in the ancient Yuan spirit domain that it was also an ancient relic. It was just like the Dark Nation. The Dark Kingdom also had its own cultivation system, and most of its experts existed in a similar way to the ancient Yuan spirit world. However, the people of the ancient Yuan spirit world did not think so. There were many experts in the ancient primordial spirit realm, but they were all waiting quietly. After about 2 hours, a handsome young man with long silver hair floated out of the fantasy sea. Like the spirit race of the ancient Yuan spirit world, the Realm Lord's appearance was also extremely handsome, even surpassing all the martial artists present in terms of appearance. He had a slender body, sparkling and translucent skin, a straight nose bridge, and thin and sharp lips. What was most unforgettable were his eyes. His pupils were not round, but filled with silver runes. This pair of eyes would be unforgettable for the rest of their lives. Alright, we can set off. The Lord of the ancient Yuanling domain came here and led everyone forward. An old man at the side asked, "My lord, has the guest left?" The Lord of the ancient Yuan spirit domain nodded and said, "Don't ask anymore." The old man shut his mouth after understanding the situation. The group of experts headed towards the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace in a grandiose manner. The experts of the 11 forces were all heading towards the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace at this moment. There were only slightly more than 10 days left until the grand day. In the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace, almost all the disciples entered a busy but excited state. They were determined to create the grandest wedding in history. Therefore, a month ago, the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace had been making strict preparations. There were lanterns and streamers everywhere, and red and pink decorations were everywhere. Even the entire Heavenly Sword Soul Mountain was wrapped in beautiful silk scarves, and the atmosphere was joyous. There was no need to mention the Sword God Palace. It was already beautiful, and with countless people bustling about, it became like a paradise on earth. It was enough to invite the forces of the 11 forces to receive them. All the disciples of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace stopped cultivating. When they met, the hottest topic was the grand wedding on the 15th of August. Now most of the Emperor's sons knew that on the 15th of August, the experts of the 3 domains and 9 realms would come to the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. Only the 3 great Emperor Palaces had the face to do so. But Longchen seemed to be a lonely person who was not involved in all this. There were only about 10 days left. He had been pondering about it, but he was still missing the last step. He already understood that to reverse time, he had to start from himself. If he wanted to control the time of others, He had to control his own time first. It was easy to say, but difficult to do. Long Chen found that he already had a strong premonition, and the claw of the Void Universe Dragon on his left hand was also restless, but he was missing the last step. Only by taking this step could he suddenly see the light. But the fated day was getting closer and closer. Lingxi was waiting for him, and at this moment, he was her only hope. Every time he thought of Lingxi, Long Chen clenched his teeth and continued to meditate and cultivate. Even if his fingers were bleeding, he didn't care, but the most troublesome thing was that the more anxious he was, the more difficult it was to achieve. It wasn't that Long Chen's determination was not strong enough, or his heart was not calm enough, but the next thing was too important to him. It was so important that he panicked for the first time. In the shattered Star River, Long Chen clenched his teeth and forced himself to calm down. This is my last chance, but there is always an invisible barrier that is blocking me from moving forward. What exactly is time reversal? The time reversal was not completed, but after more than a month of nurturing, the Nirvana Golden Will had expanded rapidly, and it had almost reached the level of Martial Path Great Perfection. It was also just a little bit away from the last step. It was just a little bit, but it gave Long Chen a headache. He took out a short sword and cut his arm, trying to use time reversal to recover, but it was ineffective. Perhaps only a life-threatening crisis can allow me to break through this barrier, but I'm staying in the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace now. If I'm exposed, there will indeed be a life-threatening crisis, but my plan will also be ruined. Back in the Supreme Shadow Realm, if it wasn't for the life-threatening crisis, the City Lord of the Wrong's heart would have been snatched away, and Long Chen wouldn't have been able to destroy one of his eyes. Sword God Palace. As the day was approaching, the Sword God Palace was enveloped in a joyous atmosphere. Many geniuses and experts had smiles on their faces, and they were extremely proud of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. In the Sea of Swords, billions of divine swords flew at a terrifying speed, surrounding the Sword God Palace. In a place like the Sword God Palace, one could see the stars in the sky just by raising one's head slightly. The closest ones were the 36 Big Dipper stars and 72 earthly malefic stars. These 108 stars hovered in the sky above the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. The originally quiet Sword God Palace was now bustling with noise and excitement. Those who were cultivating in seclusion stopped their cultivation and waited for the arrival of the 15th day of the 8th month. According to estimates, the 11 factions experts would arrive at the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace in a few days. At that time, they would all enter the Sword God Palace, and the 4 Sword Masters would personally receive them. The Sword God Palace became the meeting place for the leaders of the 3 regions and 9 realms. Ling Xiao had been exceptionally gloomy these few days. The Lingwu Sword Master had something to do, and he was only scaring him back then. With Lingxi's important matter in front of him, Ling Xiao couldn't cultivate at all, let alone pass the Nirvana tribulation. He was taking a stroll in the Lingwu region when he suddenly bumped into Wang Chen, who was surrounded by a large group of disciples. "Everyone, go ahead. I want to speak to senior brother Ling Xiao alone," Wang Chen said with a bright smile. The fervent disciples hurriedly nodded and left. Wang Chen walked up with a smile. There was a clear immortal lake beside him. He leaned on the white jade railing and said, "We're about the same age, and we can be considered to have grown up together. But back then, the person I envied the most was you. You were always the topic of everyone's attention." Ling Xiao smiled helplessly. "But today, you're the topic of everyone's attention." Wang Chen smiled happily. Perhaps this is the saying, the river flows east for 30 years, and then west for 30 years. Ling Xiao didn't say anything and looked into the distance quietly. "I know you're against me and Little Shi being together, but it seems like you're more optimistic about Long Chen. He's a sacred martial emperor. Not bad, but I'm Little Shi's man. He can't transform into a dragon yet, so only I can awaken Little Shi's bloodline." Wang Chen said smugly. "When did you become so shameless?" Ling Xiao said expressionlessly. "Shameless?" Wang Chen shrugged his shoulders and said, "Think what you want." "Oh right, I heard that you were the one who sent the invitation to Long Chen." What did he look like when he saw the invitation? Was he furious? Tell me, what is he doing now? How dare he come to the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace in such a grand manner? Ling Xiao couldn't stand his current expression. He said, "You'll never understand his determination and his fighting spirit. Do you think he would dare to not come?" Wang Chen shut his mouth. Yes, Long Chen was a person with terrifying willpower. There was no way he wouldn't dare to come. Wang Chen pondered. Given his personality, after receiving the invitation, he suddenly remembered that when he was lecturing in the Shattered Star River a few days ago, there was a gaze that made him feel uneasy. That feeling was very familiar. Wang Chen suddenly had an idea. He asked, "Ling Xiao, how dare you bring Long Chen to the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace without permission?" As soon as he said this, Ling Xiao took a step back and looked at Wang Chen in shock. Seeing his reaction, Wang Chen laughed and teased, "Is that so? P.S. Many pirated websites will automatically replace the name of the original. If you can't find the original, please search for Dragon Blood God of War Original or 17K. From tomorrow onwards, we'll count the number of fresh flowers and supports every day. Whether it's 3, 4, or 5 updates, it all depends on how much effort you put in." Chapter 1571. Wang Chen wasn't that smart. He only thought that based on Long Chen's personality, he wouldn't have waited quietly in the true Martial Emperor Palace. Moreover, Ling Xiao had coincidentally returned from the true Martial Emperor Palace. That was why he had made this guess. Of course, he didn't think that his guess was very reliable. The reason why he had suddenly mentioned it was because he wanted to verify it and also to scare Ling Xiao. When Wang Chen was young, Ling Xiao was someone that he envied. Now that he had attained such a high position, Ling Xiao didn't support him. Instead, he supported Long Chen, who had nothing to do with him. Naturally, Wang Chen hated him. He didn't expect that his random guess would cause Ling Xiao to give himself away. This matter was very crucial to Ling Xiao. It would affect his future and destiny. It was a secret hidden deep in his heart. Ling Xiao didn't notice that Wang Chen had suddenly mentioned it in a probing manner and he had fallen into Wang Chen's trap. Wang Chen's expression changed instantly. "Ling Xiao, you bastard. How dare you bring Long Chen to the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace? He must have met Ling Si." Ling Xiao snapped back to his senses and said angrily, "Don't slander me. You're making things up." Wang Chen sneered and said, "Is there a need for me to slander you? Your reaction just now clearly shows that. It's not like I don't know you. Don't try to quibble in front of me. Come with me to see the Lingwu Sword Master. If you're obedient, I can still plead with him to let you live." Ling Xiao lost his cool after his secret was exposed. He knew that he was in deep trouble when he thought about meeting the Lingwu Sword Master. It didn't matter that he had been exposed. The most important thing was that it would affect Ling Si and Long Chen and affect their chances of pursuing happiness. "Follow me." Wang Chen bellowed and reached out to grab Ling Xiao. The sword light in Ling Xiao's eyes flashed. Just as he was about to unsheath the long sword in his hand, Wang Chen burst into laughter. His slender fingers and not-so-thick arms transformed into thick, gray dragon claws in an instant. The dragon scales on his sword shone with a blinding light. Wang Chen's speed was unbelievably fast. The gap between him and Ling Xiao was huge. He stretched out his dragon claws and easily pinned Ling Xiao's entire body down. His powerful claws grabbed the back of Ling Xiao's neck and slapped him hard. Ling Xiao was immediately stunned and severely injured. With the body of a dragon martial artist, his physical strength had reached a level that most martial artists could not match after he had reached the Nirvana Tribulation realm. This included Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao never thought that he would be defeated in one move. Such a huge gap made him feel hopeless. A strong gust of wind blew past. Ling Xiao knew that he was being brought by Wang Chen to meet the Lingwu Sword Master. Once he met the Lingwu Sword Master, he would probably lose his life. For a moment, his mind was in a mess. However, he didn't even have the chance to resist. This was a very sad thing. A deep sense of helplessness welled up in his heart. Wang Chen was extremely fast. The Lingwu sword master was in the middle of arranging the wedding when Wang Chen brought Ling Xiao to him. Seeing that Wang Chen had subdued Ling Xiao, the Lingwu sword master's eyes turned cold. What's the matter? Wang Chen held Ling Xiao down tightly and told the Lingwu sword master about the contents of his conversation with Ling Xiao and his conclusion. This made Wang Chen very proud of himself. After all, he was able to find out such a serious matter with just a few tests. This proved that Wang Chen's intelligence was indeed incomparable to that of ordinary people. After hearing the news, the Lingwu sword master remained expressionless. He stretched out a finger and lifted Ling Xiao's chin. Ling Xiao, is what he said true? Ling Xiao was still under Wang Chen's control. He knew that he would never admit to it even if it cost him his life. He gritted his teeth and said, "Clan leader, you have to uphold justice for me." What Wang Chen said was purely his own speculation and nonsense. There is no basis for it at all. He attacked me without distinguishing right from wrong and even framed me. Such a despicable person should be punished. Is that so? The Lingwu swordmaster's cold voice struck fear in everyone. He never smiled. Even in Lingxi's memory, the Lingwu swordmaster rarely smiled. Let him go, the Lingwu swordmaster said before turning around and pacing in front of Ling Xiao. Wang Chen was speechless, but he had no choice but to let go of Ling Xiao. At this moment, Ling Xiao straightened his back and finally heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that the Lingwu swordmaster trusted him. After all, he was also a member of the Ling family. However, Wang Chen was not. Just as Ling Xiao heaved a sigh of relief, the Lingwu swordmaster suddenly turned around. Two beams of cold light shot out from his eyes. In an instant, two arms flew out. Ling Xiao screamed in terror. Half of his body was drenched in blood. This was because both his arms had been cut off by the sword qi in the Lingwu swordmaster's eyes. Both his arms were cut off and his blood was drained. Although his arms could be restored in the future, it was difficult to recover after losing a large amount of essence. It would take at least 2 to 3 years. The sudden pain sent chills down Ling Xiao's spine. If those two beams of sword light had been aimed at his head, he would have been a corpse by now. Ling Xiao could not understand. Was the Lingwu swordmaster really that heartless? Why? This is all Wang Chen's nonsense. Why are you punishing me? Ling Xiao asked hysterically. Of course, the truth was as Wang Chen had said. However, he could not admit to it. If he did, the Lingwu swordmaster would probably kill him right now. The Lingwu swordmaster's answer was simple. You know what you've done. I don't need to tell you. Everyone should pay a heavy price for their mistakes. You and Long Chen are the same. Then, he told Wang Chen, find someone to lock him up in the Sky Sword prison and let him suffer the pain of thousands of swords piercing his heart. Without my order, don't let him out. Ling Xiao's face turned pale at these words. What made him feel even more helpless was that he knew that the Lingwu swordmaster must have known about Long Chen's actions. Then, what would happen to Long Chen, and to Lingxi? All of this made his hair stand on end. His arms were burning with pain. The Lingwu swordmaster's trusted aide came forward to take Ling Xiao away. Wang Chen was agitated. He ignored the blood on the ground and said hurriedly, Master, should we gather everyone to search the Sky Sword Soul Mountain and capture Long Chen and kill him? The Lingwu swordmaster glanced at him coldly, shook his head, and said, the two of us can go look for him. If there are too many of us, we will definitely alert the enemy. Besides, if there are too many of us, can we still kill him in public? Has he forgotten his current identity? He's the holy martial emperor. Wang Chen understood. The Lingwu swordmaster put down his work and led Wang Chen down from the sword god's palace to the Sky Sword Soul Mountain. He began to secretly search for Long Chen. The Lingwu swordmaster was extremely powerful. It was actually a piece of cake for him to find someone in the Sky Sword Soul Mountain. At this moment, Long Chen knew nothing. He was still immersed in the last moment of the time reversal. After countless attempts, he was convinced that he was just a little bit away from success. What he lacked was an instant of enlightenment that would allow him to pierce through the last membrane. In fact, there were only about 10 days left. If he still didn't succeed in 10 days, he would definitely be in a very passive position. He might not even be able to defeat Wang Chen. If Wang Chen couldn't deal with him, he definitely wouldn't stand a chance this time. Even if he became stronger in the future, he would only be able to face a Sword Soul Great Emperor who didn't know him. That kind of pain would definitely make him wish he was dead. Work hard and cultivate. Time reversal. It was these words that filled Long Chen's mind. He was like a fragmented star, wandering spiritually in the fragmented star river and drifting with the stars. Anxiety and desire were torturing him at this moment. At this moment, Long Chen felt a fatal crisis. This crisis came too fast, so fast that it was unimaginable. He had just woken up from his cultivation state and was just protecting himself when countless black sword shadows shot past him. However, they returned in an instant and formed a spherical space with a diameter of thousands of meters, locking him inside. Demonic prison in swords. This demonic prison in swords was somewhat similar to a combat technique called Tai Bai sword prison that Long Chen had performed a long time ago. It was also a cage made of sword qi, but the power and foundation of this technique were worlds apart. Tai Bai sword prison was purely a combination of sword qi, while this demonic prison in swords contained the way of heaven that the user had comprehended. The power of the way of heaven was the most natural and harmonious. At this moment it was forming a tight formation that made the whole demonic prison in swords extremely stable, making this fortress made of black sword qi extremely solid. Basically, anyone trapped inside would never be able to get out. This was the demonic prison in swords that brought Long Chen a fatal crisis. In this demonic prison in swords, countless sword shadows were rotating at a high speed. The sharp sword radiance shot out in the space of the demonic prison in swords, making Long Chen's body feel a dull pain. On the surface of the demonic prison in swords, a spherical formation was shining with countless dense ripples. To be honest, Long Chen was dumbfounded by the sudden turn of events. He had been very careful, thinking that he had done everything perfectly. However, he had not expected that there would be such a powerful expert who would suddenly attack him. Before he could see the master of the devil prison of swords, Long Chen could only maintain his calm. He looked around coldly, but in reality, he had already made preparations. At this moment, the surface of the demonic prison in swords rippled. Two young men who looked about the same age came in from the outside and stood in front of Long Chen's vision. These were two men that Long Chen had to defeat no matter what. The inheritor of the void refinement demonic dragon, the nominal fiancé of Lingxi, Wang Chen. And one of the four great sword masters, Lingxi's father, Lingwu sword master. The appearance of these two people made Long Chen know that something big had happened. Chapter 1572. 6 pairs of eyes stared at each other. At this moment, Long Chen realized that he had completely lost the initiative. This was because the other party had already planned to imprison Long Chen in this sealed space at the first possible moment. In this way, no matter what happened to Long Chen in this space, no one outside would know. If Long Chen made a big scene and was discovered by outsiders, they would know that Long Chen was a sacred martial emperor. Then, the Lingwu sword master would absolutely not kill him. However, if Long Chen was sealed, no one would know that he was in the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. If the Lingwu sword master secretly killed him, who would know that Long Chen died in his hands? It could be said that under the other party's strict plan, Long Chen was about to be slaughtered. Extreme danger. It had been a long time since Long Chen had experienced the feeling that his life wasn't in his own hands. Facing these two destined enemies, Long Chen's heartbeat quickened. All the blood in his body seemed to be awakening and boiling. The countless internal organs in his body were violently agitated like divine dragons. Seeing Long Chen, the Lingwu sword master's eyes burst out a strong sword light like a god. Wang Chen's body had a strange but vast dragon qi. In terms of deterrence, he wasn't much weaker than the Lingwu sword master. When enemies met, their eyes were exceptionally red. The three of them stared at each other and didn't speak for a while, but both sides were constantly paying attention to each other's movements. The Lingwu sword master said expressionlessly, "A year ago, you were protected by the Demon Dragon Palace Master and I couldn't kill you. I thought I wouldn't be able to deal with an annoying fly like you with the protection of the true Martial Emperor Palace, but I didn't expect you to fall into my trap. Since that's the case, don't blame me for being ruthless." Long Chen knew that the Lingwu sword master didn't have the slightest good impression of him. He was loyal to the great Emperor of Sword Spirit's instructions and orders. The reincarnation of the great Emperor of Sword Spirit, Lingxi and Wang Chen were arranged by him, and the Lingwu sword master was a faithful executor. However, Long Chen was indeed a person who came out of nowhere. In his eyes, he was just an annoying fly. In order to avoid any undue delay, Wang Chen's fighting spirit surged. He gnashed his teeth and said, "Master, I was careless and lost to him a year ago. Today is my only chance. Please allow me to fight with him. Let me take his life." This guy still hadn't changed at all. Perhaps it could be said that he had become even more vulgar, and had completely lost his elegance. In the 9-star Primal Chaos City, he was still a gentleman, but after losing to Long Chen, he became hysterical, hateful, and shallow. Such a huge change. Perhaps it was the intimate relationship between Long Chen and Lingxi that brought him. To tell the truth, he loved Lingxi. However, when he discovered that Lingxi's heart was completely focused on Long Chen, and that she was even willing to become enemies with everyone else for Long Chen's sake, his heart broke, and he grew jealous. He lost his poise and went crazy. This was also the reason why he said in public that Lingxi loved him deeply. It was just to satisfy his vanity. Therefore, how could he not hate Long Chen? However, love was something that only two people could agree with. Wang Chen, in the final analysis, was just a poor third party. He even clenched his fists, waiting for this moment to tear Long Chen into pieces. Seeing Wang Chen's blood-red eyes, the Lingwu sword master shook his head and said, "It's a waste of time for you to fight with him. The devil prison in the sword will attract attention. I'll make it quick." Having said that, he pushed Wang Chen to the back. He didn't want to care about Wang Chen's unwillingness. The Lingwu sword master was right. Thinking of this, Wang Chen could only accept his fate. But seeing Long Chen die in the hands of the Lingwu sword master, he was also extremely happy. The Lingwu sword master would deal with him personally. Long Chen squinted his eyes. He needed a way to save himself. While the Lingwu sword master was talking, Long Chen thought hard. The gold demon imprisonment column had the power to break the seal. It seemed that he only had one chance to see if he could break this devil prison in the sword. There was only one chance. The Lingwu sword master would never give him a second chance. At this moment, the Lingwu sword master took out a blue crystal sword. This was a part of the Milky Way refining sword, called the Milky Way sword. It looked like a dazzling Milky Way in the starry sky. It was exceptionally beautiful, but it was full of murderous intent. The god-slaying sword appeared in Long Chen's hand. It was a Dao artifact with 4 Dao patterns. Compared to the Milky Way refining sword with 8 Dao patterns, it was actually very pitiful. The Lingwu sword master raised the Milky Way sword and stared at Long Chen with his cold eyes. He said, "Before you die, I'll give you a chance to say your last words." Long Chen laughed. He could lose in anything but dignity. Therefore, he said in a sarcastic tone, "I feel that a person who disregards his own daughter's life just to complete a mission is the most despicable beast in the world." These words made the Lingwu sword master's ears turn red. Not because he was shy, but because he was angry. Long Chen's words were like a sharp sword that pierced the softest part of his heart. What he was most afraid of was others talking about him like this. You can be reborn now. The Lingwu sword master's voice was cold. After saying this, he casually swung his sword. With his current level and the Dao artifact with 8 Dao patterns, a casual swing of his sword was earth-shattering and powerful enough to split mountains and split seas. A blue crystal-like Milky Way sword chi shot out from his hand. With unstoppable speed and power, it instantly attacked Long Chen. A casual move was the full power of a Nirvana Tribulation Realm cultivator. A fatal killing move came just like that. Long Chen had to admit that the Lingwu sword master was powerful. Even at this moment, he was killing Long Chen as easily as killing a chick. The Lingwu sword master's strength was similar to Yi Futu's. At the critical moment of life and death, Long Chen's heart surged and his blood burned like fire. God-slaying art. This Milky Way sword chi forced Long Chen to use his trump card at the first possible moment. The appearance of the Lingwu sword master was too surprising. Until now, he still did not know how he had leaked his whereabouts. However, he could roughly guess that something must have happened to Ling Xiao. Wordless art. He swept his sword horizontally. Although the god-slaying sword only had 4 Dao patterns, it refused to bow down. As Long Chen executed it, 81 streaks of gray slaughter and engulfment sword chi evolved into an ancient word. This was the most charming word among the ancient words. The 81 streaks of sword chi formed the sword prison and clashed with the extremely powerful Milky Way sword chi that was crushing everything in its way. Buzz! Buzz! The entire devil prison of swords actually started shaking. Long Chen did not dare to directly destroy the sword prison. It was obvious that the Lingwu sword master would definitely stop him. Therefore, he was still enduring. Under the shaking of the sword prison, Long Chen used the wordless art to block the Lingwu sword master's Milky Way sword chi. Wang Chen, who was watching from the side, instantly revealed a horrified look. After all, the Milky Way sword chi was launched by the Lingwu sword master with a Taoist instrument with 8 Taoist patterns. Although it was just a casual attack, even Wang Chen himself might not be able to block it. However, Long Chen seemed to be quite relaxed. The Lingwu sword master stopped and looked at Long Chen with appreciation for the first time. He said, "Young man, you are indeed talented." This sword principle formed an ancient word. It should be wordless. If I were to use this sword art, I would be able to exert 100 times more power. You have wasted it. As he said this, another long sword that looked like a red gem appeared in his other hand. The Milky Way sword refining was complete. He had used such a high-level Dao weapon to deal with Long Chen. Obviously, he was determined to kill Long Chen. After praising Long Chen, he did not stop at all. In a cold manner, he slashed out with both his swords. The same Milky Way sword chi and the other red sword chi formed a cross. The cross rotated crazily, forming a blue and red sword blade that shot out. The power was at least twice as powerful as the previous one. If the wordless art was Long Chen's limit, the Lingwu sword master's sword would definitely be able to kill Long Chen. Long Chen closed his eyes. This was the most crucial moment. If he didn't succeed this time, there was a possibility that he would die here. The spiritual martial sword master had set up the demonic prison of the sword to kill him. Such a ruthless heart. Long Chen's eyes were completely bloodshot. In fact, he was still in awe of the Lingwu sword master. After all, he was Lingxi's biological father. But at this moment, when the Lingwu sword master executed the Milky Way sword refining, the golden demon imprisonment columns in Long Chen's god kingdom suddenly shook. Then, a total of 10 golden demon imprisonment columns disappeared from the god kingdom. 10 giant golden demon imprisonment columns suddenly appeared beside Long Chen. They rotated violently. Under Long Chen's control, they changed rapidly. In a short time, they formed a golden demon imprisonment column in Long Chen's hands that was filled with arrays and runes. The 10 golden demon imprisonment columns gathered together had unparalleled shocking power. That wild aura exploded violently, causing Long Chen's aura to rise to the extreme. He felt that under the influence of the golden demon imprisonment columns, his power was expanding at a terrifying speed. It was instantly pressuring his physical body. At this moment, the Milky Way sword refining descended. Both were Dao weapons with 8 Dao patterns. The golden demon imprisonment columns seemed to be provoked. The 10 5-clawed golden dragons entangled with Long Chen's golden demon imprisonment columns. They raised their proud heads and roared at the Milky Way sword refining. 9 dragons devour the heavens. Long Chen clenched his teeth. With explosive power, he gathered all the nirvana force in his body at one point, and then exploded with a loud bang. The shocking power spread out, and the sweeping golden power struck the Milky Way refining sword. Just as they were about to clash, Long Chen suddenly changed his trajectory. He let the golden demon imprisonment column's power directly hit the sword prison. As for the Milky Way sword refining, it was inevitable that it would attack him. At this moment, Long Chen could only quickly pour all the power of the golden demon imprisonment columns onto the sword prison. Then, he retracted the golden demon imprisonment columns and used the greatest power to block his body. PS1, only 17K computer pages can, like, and, flowers. There's no way to do it on the client. Everyone, remember to bookmark it. PS, like, is at the end of every chapter. The flowers are under the cover of the book. Newly registered accounts don't have flowers. You need to log in, speak more, and sign in more to get them. PS, last night at 12 p.m., I received 900 flowers. It won't be a problem to break through 2,500 in a day. Everyone, work harder. PS, post 2 chapters at noon. Plus 1 chapter in the afternoon. If you reach 2,500 before 12 p.m. tomorrow, add 1 chapter, and so on. P.S. Currently, this book is number 1 on the monthly bookmark list. Everyone, work harder. Chapter 1573. This was Long Chen's only chance. The golden demon imprisonment column collided with the black sword aura of the devil's prison in the sword. The combined weight of the 10 golden demon subduing columns was more than a mountain range. Such a heavy Dao treasure, coupled with the fact that Long Chen had exhausted all his strength, the power of this move, with its tyrannical momentum, instantly exceeded the expectations of the Linggu's sword master. It broke through the demon prison in the sword. The devil's prison in the sword shook violently. The amount of power it could withstand had reached its limit. When the limit was broken, the originally perfect structure instantly turned into a huge explosion. The entire devil's prison in the sword was collapsing violently. Without a doubt, Long Chen had succeeded. The devil's prison in the sword was broken. Just the sound alone had caused the entire shattered star river to shake violently. The surrounding shattered stars were all blasted away by the shockwaves, creating a chaotic situation. Probably half of the people in the Heavenly Sword's Soul Mountain had heard the tremors. But even so, Long Chen did not block the galaxy refining soul sword aura. Instead, he broke through the devil's prison in the sword. This caused the galaxy refining soul sword aura to arrive in front of him without any resistance. Under such circumstances, Long Chen could only use the golden demon imprisonment column to resist. His physical body and the golden demon imprisonment column formed a double layer of defense. At that moment, the galaxy refining soul sword pierced the golden demon imprisonment column with its powerful sword aura. It let out an ear-piercing shriek. Long Chen felt a terrifying shockwave. Then, the shattered sword aura pierced through the protection of the golden demon imprisonment column. Long Chen bellowed angrily. All the blood-red dragon scales on his body appeared. The defensive power of these dragon scales was incomparable to before. After the golden demon subduing column was fused into them, their defensive power was even more terrifying. But even so, the frontal attack of the sword master with an 8 Dao pattern Dao treasure was not easy to defend against. Kacha! The golden demon imprisonment column, which was not in its perfect state, began to retreat. Long Chen's remaining strength was no longer enough to support such a powerful attack. The Sky River God refining sword Qi broke through his final defense and stabbed towards Long Chen's neck. In that instant, Long Chen felt like time had slowed down. He could only watch as the sharp two-colored sword Qi pierced towards his neck from his field of vision. In his eyes, the sword Qi was flying at an extremely slow speed. However, even if the opponent was slow, Long Chen could not resist at all, because he found that his body's reaction speed was even slower. The crisis of death descended upon them just like that. It was a spine-chilling, hair-raising feeling. He could only watch as the sword aura with astonishing lethality grew infinitely larger in his eyes. Extreme Universe Finger. Time stood still. Long Chen executed Time's stand, but it only gave him a tiny bit of time to react. The opponent's sword Qi was actually extremely fast and had boundless power. In an instant, it broke Long Chen's Extreme Universe Finger. After all, Long Chen's current strength was actually very pitiful for the Lingwu sword master. Courting death. Against Long Chen's risky behavior, the Lingwu sword master said these two words in disdain. To be honest, with what Long Chen said, he indeed had a chance to escape, but the chance of death was higher. Of course, if he did not make this choice, he would definitely die in the Lingwu sword master's devil's sword prison. In fact, Wang Chen was taken aback by Long Chen's actions just now. However, when he saw that Long Chen was about to die, a mocking smile appeared on his face. At this time, this guy really thinks he can escape. It was a moment of life and death. At the juncture of death and despair, Long Chen's heart was extremely eager to survive. He still had too many things to do. If he died here today, everything would be over for him. Lingxi needed him, Yang Lingqing needed him, and they all needed Long Chen to save them. In order to transform into a dragon, Long Chen had already come this far. At this moment of success, he absolutely could not die like this. There was a huge desire to survive in his heart. At this moment, it could be said that Long Chen's eyes were completely bloodshot. Only he himself knew what kind of torture he was going through in the depths of his heart at this moment. I can't die. I can't die. That was what he told himself over and over again. The desire to survive made his brain feel like it was surging with hot blood, making his whole body burn. His blood-red eyes became extremely cold at this moment. Even though he could only watch the extremely slow Milky Way soul-refining sword Qi approach him, and the chilling power surrounded his whole body, he still did not react at all. As for the time reversal, Long Chen guessed that it must require a sufficient opportunity. This opportunity might be the threat of death. From the last time he had dealt with the eyes of the city lord of the wronged death, perhaps the crisis of death was the turning point to break through. Long Chen had already felt it. Every time he was at the critical juncture of life and death, a person's feelings and experiences were wondrous. Long Chen had now entered this mystical world, a realm where his mind was completely blank. He breathed heavily. At this moment, the Milky Way soul-refining sword Qi penetrated Long Chen's neck. The explosive power completely separated Long Chen's head from his body. Blood spurted out. Seeing this scene, the Lingwu sword master and Wang Chen were relieved. The big trouble, Long Chen, finally died because of his arrogance. At this moment, the storm of the devil prison in the sword had just passed. The Lingwu sword master hurriedly said, after being hit by my Milky Way soul-refining sword Qi, his vitality has been completely destroyed by the power of water and fire. Hurry up and deal with the scene. Wang Chen said excitedly, yes, master. Long Chen was finally dead. Finally, there was nothing to worry about. Lingxi could also give up. Such a great feeling of excitement surrounded him. Wang Chen was about to take action, but the Lingwu sword master suddenly stopped him. Seeing the Lingwu sword master suddenly showing such a shocked expression, Wang Chen was stunned at first. He followed the Lingwu sword master's gaze and saw a scene that terrified him. Long Chen's head, which had almost been torn apart, was now returning to his body according to the original track. The flying blood and pieces of flesh were now completely combined according to the original track. In a very short time, Longchen returned to the appearance before he was injured. At this moment, the devil prison in the sword had completely disappeared. The feeling of being reborn after death, Longchen stretched out his hands excitedly. The sharp pain just now still clearly appeared in his mind. But he actually succeeded. Time reversal turned out to be like this. To reverse time, one must have a kind of courage to face death. The long river of time was full of the crisis of death. Without the courage to face death and live again, one could not understand the true meaning of time reversal. The sword chi of the Lingwu sword master helped Longchen pass the last hurdle. He came back to life. Although the feeling of death was still so frightening, it was only a matter of a moment and soon passed. Compared with Longchen's excitement, the Lingwu sword master and Wang Chen were simply dumbfounded. Wang Chen murmured to himself, Is this a monster? No, this is a kind of rule power. The Lingwu sword master was experienced and knowledgeable. The three of them confronted each other like this. Longchen tidied up his clothes and took a deep breath. There were some grudges that could not be forgotten. Today, the Lingwu sword master had almost killed him. I originally respected you as Lingxi's father, but today you showed no mercy at all. Lingwu sword master, if we have a chance to fight in the future, I think I will be like you today. Too much anger had accumulated in his heart. Time reversal had reached the advanced level, which made him more confident on the next day. Of course, he did not need to deal with the Lingwu sword master. He only needed to defeat Wang Chen. As for the other aspects, the Jinwu Great Emperor would decide for him. The demon prison in the sword had dispersed, and the commotion here had alarmed most people. Many people were rushing over here. Longchen knew that this was his only chance to escape. Taking advantage of the fact that the other party was still in shock, Longchen decisively chose to escape. This was the most important thing. Want to escape? Don't underestimate me. The Lingwu sword master's eyes were cold. He was still immersed in Longchen's heaven-defying performance. When he suddenly saw Longchen escaping, he was also extremely unwilling to give up. If he let Longchen escape by himself, what kind of sword master would he be? Even if Longchen could come back to life in one go, so what? The Lingwu sword master's two swords entangled and evolved a formation. A black sword chi burst out from the entanglement and friction of the two swords, catching up with Longchen at a terrifying speed. In a short moment, it evolved into thousands of black sword shadows. In a short moment, a miniature devil prison in the sword was formed. With a terrifying speed, it completely surrounded Longchen. Come back. The devil prison in the sword shrank under the control of the Lingwu sword master. In the blink of an eye, it was under the control of the Lingwu sword master. Longchen was very helpless. Only then did he understand that he was too inexperienced compared to the Lingwu sword master who had lived for tens of thousands of years. Even if time reversal could save his life, he really couldn't do anything if the Lingwu sword master wanted to trap him. Moreover, in this narrow devil prison in the sword, Longchen didn't even have the space to use the golden demon imprisonment column. However, he was confident that this time, the Lingwu sword master wouldn't be able to kill him. This was because the explosion of the devil prison in the sword was too huge. If the Lingwu sword master killed Longchen now, when the people from the true martial emperor palace arrived and realized that they couldn't find Longchen, they would definitely start an investigation. At that time, they would definitely find out the time when the devil prison in the sword exploded. By then, the Lingwu sword master wouldn't be able to explain himself. Wang Chen, who was standing at the side, had an emotional roller coaster. He quickly said, "Master, we've caught him. Let's get rid of him quickly." The Lingwu sword master looked at him expressionlessly and said, "Put him in the sky-raising sword prison. Let him out after the 15th of August. With his strength, he won't be able to break the sky-raising sword prison. Why don't we kill him?" Wang Chen was unwilling. "We can't kill him. P.S. So far, the flowers have reached 1800, 700 more to 2500. Brothers, let's work harder. P.S. The 2 chapters in the afternoon have broken through 1,000 consecutively. In addition to the basic update of the chapter at night, it shouldn't be a problem to break through to 2500 today. If we continue to push, we'll have 4 chapters tomorrow. If the flowers break through to 2500, we'll have 5 chapters. Chapter 1574. Long Chen could hear their conversation in the Devil's Sword prison. However, he chose to remain silent. Today, he had finally managed to save his life. At the same time, he had also comprehended the time reversal that he had been unable to succeed in before. Based on today's situation, the time reversal that he had comprehended using the Void Cosmic Dragon's claws was more powerful than the Void Dragon Talisman. Long Chen could only reverse time for himself for the time being. He could restore his body to a state of less than 30 breaths. Moreover, the time reversal of the Void Dragon Talisman had a cooldown time. However, it was different for Long Chen to comprehend it himself. Although the time reversal was a heaven-defying skill that required a large amount of nirvana power to be used once, which was basically equivalent to the consumption of the god-slaying art's wordless formula, as long as he had enough supplies, he could use it several times a day. The deduction of nirvana power was the rule of the time reversal. Even if his body did not recover to a state of less than 30 breaths, his nirvana power would be restored to that state. With the time reversal divine ability, it was basically very difficult for him to be killed. He had succeeded in using the wordless formula and time reversal, and he was only short of the martial path great completion. However, he had been caught by the Lingwu sword master and was going to be imprisoned in the sky-raising sword prison. Long Chen remembered that a long time ago, Lingxi had performed a sword technique called the sky-raising sword prison. He did not know what the sky-raising sword prison was like, but since they said that Long Chen would not be able to break the sky-raising sword prison with his strength and would only be released after the 15th day of the 8th month, if that was the case, he would have made a wasted trip. However, Long Chen knew that he must not panic. If he panicked, he would definitely be finished. The current situation was at least much better than the previous situation where he would definitely die. The Lingwu sword master asked Wang Chen to control the devil prison of swords. The two of them quietly left the Broken Star River and came to the Sea of Swords. The entrance of the sky-raising sword prison was in one of the corners of the Trillion Sword Sea Array. The sky-raising sword prison was where the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace imprisoned the prisoners. Inside the prison was a miniature array eye of the Trillion Sword Sea Array. Inside the array eye, there was a scene of the Trillion Sword Sea Array going berserk. 10,000 swords would fly and sword intents would wreak havoc. Ordinary people who were imprisoned here would die after a few days of being pierced by 10,000 swords. Only those with decent strength could barely survive. However, they still had to withstand the attacks of 10,000 swords all day long. It was extremely difficult, and many people even died of exhaustion. The Lingwu sword master walked in front. Wang Chen looked at the devil's prison in the sword in his hand with a complicated expression. Long Chen, long time no see. You swore an oath back then, but you didn't expect this to happen a year later, did you? Long Chen couldn't be bothered with this guy who was intoxicated by success. Wang Chen said, "Don't worry. I will bring happiness to Lingxi. I will make her forget you. I will be 100 times better than you. You are just a pitiful worm. So what if you can climb higher? Fate has already arranged your life. You deserve to die. As for me, you see, I have also been arranged well. However, fate has been kind to me. I have obtained the Void Refinement Realm Demonic Dragon's blood essence and such a beauty. I know you are envious of me. You are very smart. You have successfully escaped today. I know you are eager to fight me. Don't worry. After the 15th day of the 8th month, I will release you. At that time, I will give you a fair chance to fight. However, little she will already be my wife by then. Long Chen suppressed the anger in his heart. There was no benefit in bickering with him. It was more important for him to think about how to escape. If he could survive from the Lingwu sword master, he might have a way to escape. Seeing that Long Chen didn't respond to him, Wang Chen became slightly angry and said, "I know you are afraid now. Don't worry. I will tell little Shi about your imprisonment and make her give up on you completely." Long Chen couldn't stand it anymore. This guy was getting more and more despicable. If it wasn't for the fact that the devil prison in the sword was too powerful, Long Chen would have beaten this guy to death. The Lingwu sword master prevented Long Chen from escaping. The black sword chi of the devil prison in the sword basically stuck to Long Chen's body. He didn't even have a chance to stretch his body. He couldn't even use the ancient blood prison formation diagram. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of the sky-raising sword prison. The prisoners in the sky-raising sword prison were more important. They were basically under the control of the 4 great sword masters. Only the 4 great sword masters and some of the upper echelons had the method to open the sky-raising sword prison. Long Chen had no choice but to let the other party throw him into an abyss. When they entered the sky-raising sword prison, the Lingwu sword master put away the devil prison in the sword and quickly closed the entrance. At this moment, the Lingwu sword master and Wang Chen were standing on a sword platform. There were 8 huge stone swords around the sword platform. The 8 stone swords were entangled with old iron chains. This was the entrance to the sky-raising sword prison. Wang Chen was in a good mood after he had thrown in both Ling Xiao and Long Chen within a day. His previous worries were all gone now. Even though we've imprisoned Long Chen, we still can't slack off on the 15th day of the 8th month. Long Chen has too many connections. He's an imperial emperor of the sacred martial realm, and he's also related to the imperial prince of the barren imperial realm. There are still 10 days left. You can make more preparations first, the Lingwu sword master instructed. Wang Chen nodded happily. His beautiful life was in front of him. The Lingwu sword master looked into the distance and said softly, "Judging from the time, the guests should be arriving soon." As soon as the Lingwu sword master finished speaking, someone came to report. "Sword master, the 3 martial honorables of the true martial emperor palace have arrived with many experts. The other 3 sword masters are already waiting for them in the 12 swords. Is the sword master going to come?" The Lingwu sword master sneered when he heard the news. "They came at the right time. I'm just 1 step away. I have to welcome the arrival of the 3 martial honorables. After all, the true martial emperor palace has been my sword spirit emperor palace's ally for millions of years." The people from the true martial emperor palace had arrived at this time. There were still 10 days left. The others would arrive one after another. Wang Chen was excited. He bade farewell to the Lingwu sword master. He would be the groom in 10 days. There were still many things he needed to do. The Lingwu sword master went to the 12 swords to welcome the 3 martial honorables. The 12 swords was one of the grand palaces of the sword god palace. The palace was filled with dense immortal qi. There were a total of 12 giant pavilions in the 12 swords. They were the temporary residences of the 12 factions in the 3 regions, 9 worlds, and the place where the sword spirit emperor palace received the guests. After half a year of rest, the 12 swords looked majestic and magnificent. The flowers and trees were all rare and precious. The fragrance of flowers and fruits filled the air. It was like an immortal palace. For this day, the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace had nurtured many young disciples to serve the guests. Of course, the largest courtyard in the 12 swords was where the 4 sword masters of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace received the guests. The other 11 swords were where the guests stayed. At this moment, the 3 martial honorables had led the true martial emperor palace's experts to the central sword capital. The other experts had been brought to the true martial sword capital by the attendants. The 4 sword masters were in the central sword capital to welcome the 3 martial honorables. The 3 martial honorables and the 4 sword masters were old friends who had known each other for countless years. They exchanged greetings for a long time. Wenren Shi, Lin Junyao, and Yi Fuda sat on one side while the four sword masters sat on the other. They were drinking and having fun. Wenren Shi and Lin Junyao's eyes swept across the faces of the four sword masters while they chatted happily. Long Chen hadn't come looking for them since they arrived. There was no news from the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. Could something have happened? Or was Long Chen still hiding? The Lingwu swordmaster sneered inwardly, but he said, "The three of you represent the true martial Emperor Palace. You're really giving me face by coming from afar. The four of us will drink first." Among the three martial honorables, Yi Fuda's expression was cold. Wenren Shi wasn't good with words. Only Lin Junyao could negotiate with them. Lin Junyao said, "Lingwu swordmaster, Ling Xiao, a disciple of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace who invited our sacred martial Emperor to the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. May I ask where our sacred martial Emperor is now?" Lin Juanyao's words were a test. The day of the wedding was very close. It wasn't a big deal for Long Chen to come now. This question, the Lingwu swordmaster shut his mouth. The other old royal sky swordmaster asked in shock, "Sacred martial emperor came to the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace first? That shouldn't be possible. I haven't heard any news of him visiting recently." The demon sky swordmaster said, "Sacred martial emperor is Long Chen, right? With his personality, I don't think he would pay a public visit. Instead, he would hide in the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. His identity is noble, but his actions, it's really inappropriate. If you want to find him, you can look for him in my Sword Spirit Emperor Palace." At this point, the four sword masters all looked a little angry. It was as if they didn't know that Long Chen was here. In fact, the Lingwu sword master had already told them what had happened. This was the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. As long as the four great sword masters were determined and denied everything, the true martial Emperor Palace wouldn't be able to do anything without any evidence. After all, they couldn't behave atrociously in someone else's territory. Moreover, the two great emperor palaces of the human race had always been allies. How could they suspect others without evidence? Looking at their expressions and listening to their conversation, Lin Junyao and Wenren Shi looked at each other, feeling vaguely uneasy. The four great sword masters seemed very surprised at the news of Long Chen's visit. Then why hadn't Long Chen appeared yet? At this moment, a messenger came in and announced, "Greetings to the four great sword masters, the three great martial venerables, the 6 great demonic thearchs of the desolate Emperor Palace, and the 7 martial sovereigns have arrived at the 12 sword capitals." The Lingwu swordmaster said, "Welcome them here." There were a few announcements. 1. Yesterday's fresh flowers count exceeded 2,500. According to the promise, I will add 1 chapter today. Yesterday's top 3 chapters added together exceeded 6,000. Far exceeded 2,500. I will add 1 chapter today. 2. I don't have a stockpile. Since everyone is supportive, Lunatic will definitely work hard. This month, Lunatic wants to make it to the top, and flower rankings. Currently, he is in the top 5, but I want to make it to the top. 3. 2,500 chapters a day was too easy for everyone. Lunatic decided to change the rule and change the upper limit to 5,000 chapters per chapter. If 4 chapters were to be released that day, then the top of the 4 chapters must exceed 6,500. If 5 chapters were to be released that day, then the top of the 4 chapters must exceed 8,000. 5 chapters today, so the total number of 5 chapters must exceed 8,000. In fact, based on yesterday's data, it was actually very simple to release 8,000 chapters per chapter. As long as everyone was willing to finish reading a chapter and move a finger, it was very easy to achieve. Only the 17K computer network could do it. Please forgive me for making such a change. 2,500 chapters a day is really not challenging at all. Brothers, this is an unfair victory. The data I set is still very reliable. Didn't everyone easily defeat me yesterday? 4. For the sake of the rankings, fight. In December, we will not rest until one of us is dead. 5. Lunatic invites all readers to come to 17K and help me crush the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. Chapter 1575. Sword God Palace, Celestial Spirit Pavilion. Ever since the Lingwu Sword Master had issued a strict order, Lingxi and her mother could only stay here. However, today was an exception. After all, the wedding was in 10 days, and someone had to tell Lingxi the specific schedule. Moreover, before the wedding, there was a lot of preparation, such as dressing up, and so on. Everything had to be done meticulously. But those people who were sent here were all driven out by Yuyun. When Wang Chen arrived, he saw those people coming out of Celestial Spirit Pavilion in tears. What's going on? Wang Chen's good mood was ruined, and he scolded them with a sullen face. Several women came up to him, and one of them said in a low voice, "We were sent here to help Miss Lingxi dress up, but she doesn't need us. She told us to leave. In fact, Bai Yuyun told them to get lost." Wang Chen was angry. If Lingxi liked him and the wedding, she would never do this. It could only be said that she still missed Long Chen, but Long Chen had been imprisoned in the sky-raising sword prison. Do you still think Long Chen will appear again? If you know that he has been imprisoned, what kind of expression will you have? Although he had won, Lingxi's heart still did not belong to him. This made Wang Chen angry, and he would never be able to calm down. He told those people to get lost, and then walked into Celestial Spirit Pavilion alone. He couldn't be more familiar with the location of the small building where Lingxi lived. Soon, Wang Chen arrived. He stood outside with a deep look in his eyes and said in a deep voice, "Can I come in?" "Get out." Lingxi hated this voice the most. She had known that Wang Chen had come, and she did not even want to see his face at this moment. In the past, Lingxi would still respect Wang Chen, but now, she had directly told him to get lost. This made Wang Chen's heart suffer another heavy blow. The rage and madness in his heart gradually grew. Within the small building, there was a lot of makeup, and Lingxi was currently sitting in front of a dressing mirror. Bai Yuyun had let down her long, black hair, and the mirror revealed a soul-stirring beauty. Her lips were red, her teeth were white, and her skin was whiter than snow. Her eyes were ethereal, and she looked like a goddess that had descended to the mortal world, pure and natural. Bai Yuyun held a wooden comb in her hand and looked at her daughter with a gentle gaze, but her eyes were filled with tears. Meanwhile, Lingxi had a sweet smile on her face. It has already come to this, so why aren't you worried?" Bai Yuyun sighed and asked. Lingxi looked calm and said, "I know. I've always admired those brides since I was a child. 10 days later, the man I'll marry will be brother Long Chen, not Wang Chen. He must be working hard. I'll also be well prepared to welcome him with my most beautiful appearance." Bai Yuyun was somewhat shocked. He didn't expect Lingxi to think this way. No wonder she chased those people away and asked him to dress her up. However, at this critical moment, Wang Chen came at an inopportune time. All the good things in her heart were destroyed by Wang Chen. Lingxi had no good impression of this man, who had changed so much that he could almost be said to be crazy. Outside the door, Wang Chen's suppressed angry voice came. In 10 days, we'll get married, and we can start our own lives. I love you more than I love myself. Can't you give me a fair treatment?" Hearing this, Lingxi only felt that it was very funny. In this world, there were only two people who loved her more than herself. One was her mother, and the other was Long Chen. Long Chen had died countless times for her, but Wang Chen said this in front of her. The gap between them was getting bigger and bigger. Wang Chen also found that no matter what, in Lingxi's heart, he was far inferior to Long Chen. He almost went crazy, but for the sake of the overall situation, he restrained himself. Lingxi stared at herself in the mirror in a daze. The beauty of flowers and the moon bloomed only for one person. She had gradually become brave. She opened her red lips and said, "You'd better go. Don't disturb the last 10 days of reunion between me and my mother." She was still soft-hearted, so she couldn't be completely ruthless and not give face to Wang Chen. After all, Wang Chen was her beloved brother since childhood. But Wang Chen was not worried. He said, What are you talking about? In 10 days, you will recover the memory of Sword Spirit Emperor. That's the real you. How can it be regarded as the last 10 days? Lingxi deeply understood that the only person who really didn't take Sword Spirit Emperor seriously was Long Chen. Even his own father thought so. They all wanted to erase her memory and make her become another person, which made Lingxi hate them. Can you leave now? There was a hint of anger in her voice. Wang Chen really couldn't stand her cold attitude. His mind was twisted and deformed. Finally, he couldn't help saying, "You're waiting for Long Chen to show up, aren't you? Let me tell you, he won't show up anymore, because he has been thrown into the sky-reaching sword prison by your father. You should just give up on it." After saying that, Wang Chen felt extremely carefree. The knot in his heart was finally unraveled. In the small building, Lingxi was dumbfounded. In the mirror, she seemed to have lost her spirit all of a sudden. Biyao last hope was shattered. She hurriedly opened the door, but by this time, Wang Chen had already disappeared. Long Chen was Biao's only hope. But from Wang Chen's words, it seemed that Long Chen had been exposed and thrown into the sky-reaching sword prison by the martial spirit sword master. And there were only 10 days left until the 15th of August. Biyao had lost all hope. She closed the door and went back to stand behind Lingxi. As the wooden comb fell from Lingxi's long hair, Biyao said with tears in her eyes, "Even he has failed. My dear daughter, am I really going to lose you forever?" She thought that Lingxi would also give up. However, after hearing this news, Lingxi was only shocked for a moment. She took the wooden comb from Biao's book and combed her long hair in front of the mirror. Her face was still as peaceful as before. "Little she, don't you want to give up? We've already failed," Biyao said with great sadness. Under this cruel pressure, they had no other way. 10 days later, it was as if Lingxi was about to disappear from this world. Lingxi pulled Biyao in front of her and said softly, "Mother, you don't understand him. No matter what, as long as he's still alive, I believe that he will definitely be able to do things that others are unable to do. Before that day comes, you cannot come to a conclusion that my brother Chen has already failed. He has the heart of a strong person. No one can defeat him. I believe in him. Just help me dress up. Make me look the most beautiful. 10 days later, I want to announce in front of everyone that I want to marry him." Biyao was stunned. She was also a woman, but she couldn't understand just what kind of man could make Lingxi believe so strongly in his strength, even under such circumstances, and follow him unswervingly until her death. Looking at herself in the mirror, Lingxi said word by word, "If he's no longer here, I'll go and accompany him. Wouldn't that be even better? Anyway, I am going to die. They hurt you and Chen, so I won't let them succeed. The Sword Soul Emperor can't be resurrected, and I can't follow Wang Chen." Her tone was so firm. Long Chen finally regained his ability to move after the demonic prison in the sword that stuck to his body was removed. Although he was unwilling, he had no other choice. After being exposed, he had failed and almost lost his life. However, in reality, if he couldn't break through the time reversal, Long Chen might have to find a way to break through the crisis of life and death. The only good thing was that he could nurture the Nirvana Golden Wheel. There were still 10 days left, so he had to make the best use of it to make himself stronger. However, the environment he was in now, Long Chen found himself in a vast sea of clouds. The clouds were very thick, so it was difficult to see what was happening in the distance. However, after escaping, Long Chen immediately felt the arrival of a crisis. The sky-raising sword prison must be related to swords. Sure enough, in the next moment, a large number of swords whizzed over from all directions. There were more than 1,000 swords attacking him. Most of them were god-grade weapons, so their destructive power was equally shocking. However, these attacks were useless against the current Long Chen. With his physical body, even if he stood there and let the swords hit him, it wouldn't be a big deal. With a wave of his hand, the thousands of swords that were attacking him were sent flying by Long Chen. They couldn't even get close to him. There must be other people in this sky-raising sword prison. I have to find someone to understand the situation here and see if I can get out. This was the most important thing. At this moment, the damage caused by the battle with the Lingwu sword master had almost recovered. This was the first time he was facing a martial artist of such a level, so it was very helpful to Long Chen. After the battle, the sky was bright. Shuttling through the sea of clouds, Long Chen soon found a person who was trying his best to resist the attacks of thousands of swords. As he got closer, he realized that it was Ling Xiao. I've implicated him. If I can get out, I must bring him out. At this thought, Long Chen hurried down. Ling Xiao was struggling to resist the attacks of the thousands of swords. These swords were still hurting him greatly. He could only grit his teeth and persevere to survive here. Suddenly, the thousands of swords that were attacking him were sent flying. Ling Xiao turned around in shock, only to see Long Chen's figure. His expression instantly turned ugly as he said dejectedly, "Even you are imprisoned here?" This time, little she. Long Chen protected him and said, "There's no other way. We can't deal with the Lingwu sword master for now." "Oh right, is there any way to get out of this sky-raising sword prison?" Ling Xiao didn't have much hope and said casually, "The sky-raising sword prison is a part of the Billion Sea of Swords formation. The barrier is very sturdy, but there seems to be a weak part. However, I heard that other than the 4 sword masters and a few others, no one else can break through the weakest part." Chapter 1576. The 4 great sword masters were now the strongest experts in the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. Long Chen's current strength was already ridiculously strong. The reason he was imprisoned here was because the place he was in was too strong. The Lingwu sword master was a rare genius from the previous generation of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. He had studied the sword Tao for thousands of years. Even though Long Chen was a genius, it would be extremely difficult for him to defeat the sword master at his age. In fact, in the entire 3 domains and 9 worlds, excluding Imo Shaolang, Long Chen and Wang Chen were the top 2 people. One represented the true martial emperor palace, the other the sword spirit emperor palace. The fight between them could be considered a fight between the 2 great human race emperor palaces. Long Chen was currently unable to match up to the 4 great swordmasters' strength. However, from Ling Xiao's words, Long Chen guessed that he would be able to break through the so-called barrier if he had the strength of a late-stage nirvana tribulation expert. There was still a chance. Long Chen realized that this was an important opportunity. He said to Ling Xiao, "If you know where it is, bring me there now. I want to give it a try." Ling Xiao had a bitter look on his face. "I don't think so. I know you're no longer the same as before, but there's still a long way to go before you can break through the barrier. Since we're already here, I think you should just give up." This time, Ling Xiao had been dealt a heavy blow by Wang Chen, causing him to be disheartened. Lifting his head, he saw Long Chen's cold but determined eyes. They were wild and filled with disdain. Ling Xiao suddenly understood why Long Chen was so much stronger than him. Long Chen was an aggressive animal that would never admit defeat. However, Ling Xiao was just a sheep. "Bring me there." Long Chen did not waste any more time. Even if there was no chance, he would not give up at this time. He had too many promises and heavy responsibilities. How could he give up now? A real man should never admit defeat. Under Long Chen's encouragement, Ling Xiao's fighting spirit was reignited. In the heaven-raising sword prison, where thousands of swords crisscrossed, Long Chen allowed Ling Xiao to stay in his god kingdom. There were 2 most important things in Long Chen's god kingdom. One was the statue of Yang Lingqing, and the other was the heart of the city lord of the wrongs suppressed by the 99 golden demon subduing columns. These two things could not be shown to Ling Xiao for the time being. Although the divine kingdom was strange, Long Chen was still able to control a portion of it. Moreover, he discovered that as he grew stronger, the area he could control grew larger. Of course, this was only related to his realm. It was also Ling Xiao's first time here. However, he had grown up in the Sword God Palace and had a deep understanding of the heaven-raising sword prison. He knew roughly which direction he needed to head in. After searching for about half a day, he finally arrived at his destination. Among the thousands of swords that shot past, there were not many that reached this place. This was a relatively peaceful platform. Although flying swords would often come to harass him, these attacks were almost ineffective against Long Chen. Before him was the barrier of the heaven-raising sword prison. The barrier was white and looked formless. In reality, it was extremely tough. Just as Long Chen approached it, a strong force of resistance repelled him outwards. For someone like Ling Xiao, he could not even get within 30 meters of the barrier. I've said it before. This repelling force is very strong. If I was 10 meters away from the barrier, it would have been flattened. Only you can stand here. This is the weakest spot. If it was any other place, you wouldn't even be able to get within 20 meters. Moreover, there are many powerful sword-shaped Dao treasures in those places, Ling Xiao said from within the God Kingdom. Ling Xiao said from within the Divine Kingdom, his face filled with helplessness. With Long Chen around, he would not have to worry about his life. However, the problem was that both he and Long Chen would be trapped here and would miss Lingxi's wedding. Deep down, Long Chen still had something he could rely on. Great Emperor Zhenwu should not be here yet. When he arrived, he might be able to get out. Let me try first. Long Chen did as he said. If he did not try, how would he know if he could break the barrier? Perhaps the god-slaying sword would be more useful than the golden demon imprisonment column. Long Chen gathered all his strength and used the god-slaying sword to execute the wordless formula. 81 sword nets converged to form a complicated ancient word. It stirred up a storm in the heaven-raising sword prison. Such a powerful attack struck the weaker barrier. SSS. The sound of cloth being torn rang out and the barrier shook. Long Chen could vaguely feel that his strength could destroy about a third of the barrier. However, the barrier was extremely strange. The parts that were broken automatically repaired themselves in an instant. Unless Long Chen could create a huge crack in the barrier in an instant. The barrier of the heaven-raising sword prison is like this. If you do not break the barrier in one go, you will not be able to break through. You are strong, but you are still lacking. Ling Xiao shook his head, feeling even more disappointed. Seeing that Long Chen was about to try again, he hurriedly said, Don't. Outside of the barrier was the heaven and earth sword pool. This was where Ling Shi would get married and hold the ceremony. When the time came, it would also be the place where the 12 powers would gather. Right now, there were many people making preparations. If you caused a huge commotion, the people outside would know. Moreover, it is useless to try again. Unless you can use this sword to triple your strength. In truth, Long Chen really could not. Outside is the heaven and earth sword pool. The place where the ceremony will be held. Long Chen's gaze was cold. He suddenly laughed coldly and said, That's good too. Saves me the trouble of finding a place when I get out. With that, he found a place beside the barrier and sat down cross-legged. You finally gave up? Ling Xiao asked. Long Chen said, Who said so? I just want to triple my strength, that's all. Long Chen's goal was clear. Once he reached the martial perfection realm, he would be able to break through the barrier. Coincidentally, he had been looking for a place to achieve the martial perfection realm, and the Lingwu sword master had provided him with a quiet place. What are you trying to do? Ling Xiao was anxious. I still have 9 days, right? Long Chen did not answer. Instead, he asked another question. Yes, if I can't get out of here, there is no turning back. Long Chen was not sure if he could accomplish it, but this was his last chance. At this juncture, he could only rely on himself. He knew better than Ling Xiao that if he could not get out of here in 9 days, there was no turning back. He was much more anxious than Ling Xiao. However, he could not show it. He even tried his best to suppress his anxiety, because he had no other choice. He could only fight to the death. He had to fight for his last chance. The golden wheel of nirvana needed to be nurtured. Ling Xiao, you went from the peak of the 9th divine martial realm to the martial perfection realm. What's the specific situation? Long Chen suddenly asked. Ling Xiao was even more confused. In fact, he thought that Long Chen had already reached the nirvana realm. After all, he possessed a large amount of nirvana power. Why do you ask? I want to try to break through to the martial perfection realm, Long Chen answered honestly. Upon hearing this, Ling Xiao thought that he was joking. However, Long Chen was not joking. In the end, he finally admitted that Long Chen was a freak. However, he was filled with excitement because he saw hope. Break through to the martial perfection realm. Amidst the warm welcome of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace, the strongest force in the 3 domains and 9 realms, the 6 demon emperors and the most distinguished prince of the desolate Emperor Palace, walked into the central sword capital. Among them, Mo Xiaolang walked in front. The 4 sword sovereigns did not invite the prince. In the beginning, they did not think much of this so-called prince. Back in the 9-star Chaos City, Mo Xiaolang's strength had not even reached the Nirvana realm. He was just a small demon immortal. However, today, when they discovered that Mo Xiaolang possessed the Nirvana power that only a 3rd-tier Nirvana realm cultivator could have, the 4 sword sovereigns and the 3 martial honorables were all shocked. To the 3 martial honorables, Long Chen was already heaven-defying enough, but this Mo Xiaolang seemed to be even stronger. Fortunately, the prince of the desolate Emperor Palace had a close relationship with Long Chen. Otherwise, he would have become Long Chen's greatest enemy in the future. Welcome, demon brothers and sisters from the desolate Emperor Palace. Please take a seat, please take a seat. As the hosts, the 4 sword sovereigns hurriedly invited them to take a seat. The major forces had not met for many years, so today was a good time to catch up. Long Chen's gaze swept across the 3 martial honorables, but he did not see Long Chen. This made him a little disappointed. As soon as he took a seat, he asked, "Seniors from the true martial Emperor Palace, may I ask where my brother, Long Chen, is now?" Lin Juniao saw that Mo Xiaolang was so concerned about Long Chen, and she was even more certain that their relationship was not ordinary. However, Long Chen's whereabouts were unknown, so she could only say, "Young Emperor Lord arrived at the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace first, and we have lost contact with him. I think he will appear in a few days." Oh. He did not doubt the words of the martial honorables from the true martial Emperor Palace. At this time, the 4 sword sovereigns shifted their attention to Mo Xiaolang. The Lingwu sword sovereign's eyes were filled with hostility. He was even more wary of Mo Xiaolang because he had a good relationship with Long Chen. However, as a senior, he had to make small talk. "You must be the crown prince. You are indeed a young hero. It has only been a year. Did the crown prince pass 3 nirvana tribulations in a year?" The people from the desolate imperial palace did not bother to hide this fact. The devouring moon monarch stroked his long beard. "Of course. The crown prince is a super genius that I, the desolate emperor, have personally trained. In the future, he will definitely become the strongest in the 3 regions and 9 realms. Among the 6 demonic emperors, one of them has already been defeated by the crown prince. If even he has been defeated, the rest of us will not be able to win." Everyone was shocked when they heard this. Even a demonic emperor was not a match for him. Although the devouring moon monarch did not specify who it was, no matter who it was, as long as Mo Xiaolang could defeat a demonic emperor, it would be a legend. P.S. Friends from the Baidu Dragon Blood God of War Forum, Lunatic would like to say that it is already free. I am sincerely asking everyone to support one click of the original version. Basically, you do not need to pay anything for one click. The forum has already sent the chapter link. You just need to click one more time and send one click to me. I have worked hard for a year. It is not too much to ask for one click from you. I have tested it. Even a Sony Ericsson phone from a few years ago can enter the webpage link. You say that your phone cannot be opened. Do your phones have black and white screens? Write hard. There are 2 more chapters in the afternoon. It is the end of the year. It is time to account for my year. Chapter 1577. Among the 3 emperor palaces, the most mysterious and revered one was the Desolation Emperor. The Desolation Emperor appeared and disappeared mysteriously, but in the past tens of thousands of years, he had accomplished several shocking feats. Mo Xiaolang could be considered a miracle created by the Desolation Emperor. The Desolation Emperor used Mo Xiaolang to prove that the emperor's son he nurtured was definitely the best in the 3 emperor domains. Rumor had it that the Desolation Emperor was the strongest in the 3 regions and 9 realms. The 3 martial sovereigns and 4 sword masters' expressions changed as they exclaimed inwardly. The 4 great sword masters, in particular, had listened to the Sword Soul Great Emperor's instructions and were about to help Lingxi awaken the pure goddess's blood so that she could become a peerless genius and start the path of god cultivation. However, Mo Xiaolang's current achievements would not be far from the Sword Soul Great Emperor's. No matter what, the Desolation Emperor was always ahead of the true Martial Emperor and the Sword Soul Emperor. The 4 sword masters had a strong desire to compare. In a few days, our Sword Soul Emperor Palace will also have a genius of this level. It will definitely be unprecedented, and his achievements will definitely surpass the Desolation Emperor. Moreover, in terms of wisdom and experience, our emperor will far surpass Mo Xiaolang. As for the Desolation Emperor, he probably doesn't have much time left. The 4 sword masters told themselves. Following that, the 3 martial sovereigns and 4 sword masters continuously complimented Mo Xiaolang. However, Mo Xiaolang frowned as he pondered about Long Chen. He suddenly said, "Fellow sword masters and martial sovereigns, I am in a hurry to see my big brother. You guys chat first, I want to go find my big brother. Is that alright?" The Desolation Emperor Palace's people coughed a few times to remind Mo Xiaolang that it was very impolite. The Devouring Moon Monarch said, "I am young and insensible, please forgive me." He then said to Mo Xiaolang, "What's the hurry? Your human friend will appear one day. If he knows you are here, he will definitely come to find you." Mo Xiaolang nodded. He wasn't in a hurry. Since he couldn't find Long Chen, Mo Xiaolang suddenly recalled that Lingxi was definitely in Sword God's palace. Since Long Chen had come first, then he had definitely gone to look for Lingxi first. If he went to Lingxi, wouldn't he be able to find Long Chen? When he was still in his beast form, he had spent a lot of time with Long Chen Lingxi, and he had witnessed Lingxi's departure with his own eyes. When they were about done with their greetings, the other world overlords from the other 9 realms also arrived. Mo Xiaolang suddenly stood up and spoke to Sword Sovereign Lingwu, "Senior Lingwu, I was once acquainted with your daughter, Lady Lingxi. It has been a long time since we last met. Today, can I pay a visit to Lady Lingxi and reminisce about the past?" He said this very sincerely, ignoring the objections of the 6 demonic emperors. Lin Juanyao's eyes brightened. She found an opportunity and hurriedly said, "Let us seniors talk. Let the princes go. Isn't Lingxi going to get married soon? Anyway, we have been friends for many years. It doesn't matter if we meet once." Mo Xiaolang was very grateful to Lin Junyao. He took this opportunity and spoke in a forceful tone, "Xiaolang treats Lingxi like an elder sister. Lingxi also treats me like a younger brother. I hope Senior Lingwu can grant our wish." Sword Sovereign Lingwu's eyes changed. Mo Xiaolang had already said this much. If he still didn't agree, he wouldn't be giving face. Previously, the 6 demonic emperors asked Mo Xiaolang to sit obediently. But this time, Mo Xiaolang stood up. Sword Sovereign Lingwu didn't have a good impression of Mo Xiaolang and Long Chen. If they went to see Lingxi, nothing good would come out of it. However, the matter of the Sword Spirit Emperor was about to succeed. There was no need to offend the Crown Prince of the Desolate Emperor Palace. The gains wouldn't make up for the losses. Sword Sovereign Lingwu said, "Of course. I will ask someone to bring the Crown Prince to see my daughter." He didn't know that in order to make Lingxi give up, Wang Chen had already told Lingxi about Long Chen being imprisoned in the sky-raising sword prison. After bidding farewell to the 3 martial sovereigns, 4 sword sovereigns, and the demonic emperors and realm lords, Mo Xiaolang followed the guide of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace and headed towards the Sky Spirit Pavilion. Big Brother came first, but he didn't show himself. What is he planning? Mo Xiaolang was puzzled. He had always treated the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace as his enemy. This was the place where he and Long Chen fought. He didn't like the 4 sword sovereigns either. Once he met up with Long Chen, he would destroy the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. Crown Prince, this is the Sky Spirit Pavilion. The old man leading the way was a 3-stage Nirvana Tribulation expert. His cultivation was the same as Mo Xiaolang's. When he heard that Mo Xiaolang was a 3-stage Nirvana Tribulation expert, he was dumbfounded. Only those from the Eternal Sacred Domain could have such talent. It was rumored that most people in the Eternal Sacred Domain could reach the Nirvana Tribulation realm before they were 1,000 years old. Some of them even reached the Nirvana Tribulation realm before they were 100 years old. Each of the 18 stages had a time limit of 1,000 years. If they passed the Nirvana Tribulation within 1,000 years, the 18 stages would take a total of 18,000 years. The old man was instructed by the Lingwu Sword Sovereign to bring Mo Xiaolang to Lingxi personally. After walking half a circle around the Sky Spirit Pavilion, they finally arrived at the Immortal Lotus Pond. "You can wait here. I'll go in and see her," Mo Xiaolang said impolitely. The old man had no choice but to wait from afar. Mo Xiaolang was excited. He was about to find out about Long Chen. He was about to speak when the girl inside said, "What are you doing here again?" Her tone was filled with impatience. Mo Xiaolang could tell that it was Lingxi's voice. He hurriedly said, "It's me, Mo Xiaolang." Lingxi didn't expect that even Mo Xiaolang would come. With his status as the demon race's emperor's disciple, if he had the support of the Desolate Emperor Palace, he could also send news of Long Chen to the True Martial Emperor Palace. It would be even better if the True Martial Emperor knew. Back in the Myriad Kingdom's domain, Mo Xiaolang was just a Xiaolang, wandering with Long Chen and Lingxi. Today, under the Desolate Emperor's nurturing, his strength had surpassed Long Chen's. When the door opened, Lingxi's eyes were slightly red. "Sister Lingxi, I just came from the Desolate Emperor Palace. Do you have news of my big brother?" Mo Xiaolang went straight to the point. Lingxi was worried about having no one to help her. When Mo Xiaolang came, she was anxious to tell him about Long Chen's news. This is what Wang Chen said himself. "I'm not sure if it's true or not, but how did he know that Brother Chen was in the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace before this? I think it's most likely true. Coyote, you must help him." Mo Xiaolang clenched his fists. The anger of a wolf was written on his face. He calmed down and said, "Don't worry. I will go to the 12 Swords capitals now and ask your father to release my big brother." Lingxi said, "Be careful. Also, I don't know if it's true, so." Mo Xiaolang said, "I'm fine. I have the 6 demonic emperors to support me. Just wait for my news." With that, he prepared to leave and rescue Long Chen. However, after taking a few steps, he suddenly stopped and turned around to look at Lingxi. He said, "Are you willing to follow my big brother, to never leave or abandon him, to be faithful to him even in death?" Lingxi was taken aback but immediately nodded decisively. Her eyes were resolute. Mo Xiaolang pursed his lips and smiled. "All right. As long as you are willing, my big brother will take you with him even if he has to wipe out the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. I can guarantee it for him." With that, he quickened his pace and left the place. In Ling Shi's eyes, the figure of the youth at this moment had already completely overlapped with that sensible little black wolf from back then. To have such a supportive brother, Ling Shi was happy for Long Chen. She could only hope that everything would go smoothly. While she was praying, Mo Xiaolang swiftly returned to the 12 sword capitals. At this moment, most of the teams from the 3 domains and 9 worlds had already arrived. The 20 people with the highest statuses were all gathered at the central sword capital, drinking to their heart's content. It had been a long time since the 3 domains and 9 worlds had such a lively scene. The 4 sword masters had set up a grand banquet, gathering many precious ingredients and using rare fruits and immortal essences to brew fine wine. It could be said to be the highest level banquet in the 3 domains and 9 worlds, with immortal essences at every turn. Such treatment was to welcome the upper echelons of the 3 domains and 9 worlds. At the most lively moment, Mo Xiaolang rushed in with an unfriendly expression. The sudden turn of events caused everyone to be at a complete loss. While Mo Xiaolang was away, the 9 worlds realm lords, the demon dragon palace master, and all the martial artists who had reached the 4th level of the Nirvana Tribulation realm and above arrived. Mo Xiaolang's tyrannical talent also became the topic of discussion. All the martial artists present basically knew that among their level, there was another genius with tyrannical combat strength, and that was Mo Xiaolang. Even the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace's proudest dragon warrior, Wang Chen, was a long way from Mo Xiaolang. This young genius personally cultivated by the Desolation Emperor had already become the highlight of this grand banquet. Speaking of Mo Xiaolang, everyone was so excited that they gave him a thumbs up. The Desolation Emperor Palace's demon race had always been very proud. They would not be humble at all, so the 6 demonic emperors did not hide anything. They boasted about some of Mo Xiaolang's achievements, which won the praise of the other super experts. They were all people who stood at the peak of all living beings. At this moment, Mo Xiaolang rushed in with an unfriendly expression, and everyone was a little surprised. The 6 demonic emperors looked at each other, and the Kunpeng demonic emperor said, "Since you are back, quickly take a seat. There are many experts here who want to get to know you." Mo Xiaolang waved his hand and said, "There's no need to take a seat first. I want to ask the Lingwu sword master something." Seeing that he was targeting the Lingwu sword master, everyone was very curious. The Lingwu sword master was startled and asked, "May I ask what you want to ask me?" 4th update. Seeking, top. Today, I want to step on the first place on the list. Chapter 1578. This fella just saw Shi-er, but now he's storming in angrily. Could it be that Shi-er told him something? Our Sword Spirit Emperor Palace's Emperor Lord's matters are not under this fella's control. He should have some sense of propriety. It must be because of Long Chen. Sword Master Lingwu was very smart. After thinking for a while, he was more or less mentally prepared. At this moment, Mo Xiaolang asked in front of everyone, "Would like to ask, why did you imprison my brother, Long Chen, in the sky-raising sword prison?" Most people were baffled by what he said. However, Lin Juniao and Wenren Shi immediately became vigilant. In reality, the 6 demonic emperors might not be on the same side as Mo Xiaolang, but Wenren Shi and Lin Juniao were definitely on his side. When Mo Xiaolang brought up this question, Lin Juniao started to make things difficult again. She stood up from her seat, and Wenren Shi's gaze was also unfriendly. Even Yi Futu, who had been silent, stood up and looked in the direction of Swordmaster Lingwu. Lin Juniao's voice immediately turned cold. "Swordmaster Lingwu, I don't think the Emperor's son would speak nonsense for no reason. I hope Swordmaster Lingwu can give a reasonable explanation. Long Chen is the sacred martial emperor of our true martial emperor palace. If you imprison him in the sky-raising sword prison, you will be making an enemy of our true martial emperor palace." Sword Spirit Emperor Palace and True Martial Emperor Palace have been brothers for millions of years. Are you trying to destroy this relationship? This matter concerned Long Chen's life. She couldn't be careless. Therefore, Lin Juanyao's words were especially harsh. Only in this way could Swordmaster Lin Guo find it hard to refute. Seeing that the True Martial Emperor Palace and the Demon Race's Emperor's disciple actually had a conflict with their master, everyone watched with interest. In fact, everyone present knew about the matter between Long Chen and Lingxi. They also knew that Long Chen would definitely come over to cause trouble. But who would have thought that the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace would actually imprison him in the sky-raising sword prison? The Lingwu Sword Sovereign had already expected this, hence he wasn't intimidated. At this moment, he was the leader of the 4 sword sovereigns. His gaze was indifferent and sincere as he spoke to Lin Junyao and the others. The 3 of you, please take a seat first. My Sword Spirit Emperor Palace's joyous day is coming soon. If there's anything, we can discuss it slowly. Martial Sovereign Lin Junyao is right, our 2 Emperor Palaces are old friends. Since that's the case, the 3 of you should calm down and give me face. How about it? Lin Junyao and the other 2 sat down and asked, can you give us an explanation now? The Lingwu Sword Sovereign's expression didn't reveal any flaws. He nodded sincerely and asked, Emperor's disciple, may I ask how did you know that the True Martial Emperor Palace's Martial Saint Monarch was imprisoned by me in the sky-raising sword prison? Mo Xiaolang had a bad premonition. What was this fella trying to do? He said coldly, it was your daughter, Lady Lingxi who told me. Furthermore, this information was given to her by your Sword Spirit Emperor Palace's Wang Chen to make her give up. This incident happened yesterday. I believe that the Lingwu Sword Sovereign wouldn't have forgotten what he did yesterday, right? If it wasn't for the 6 demonic beast sovereigns restraining him, Mo Xiaolang would have immediately smashed that sky-raising sword prison. The Lingwu Sword Sovereign was a schemer. He called someone over and said, go get Wang Chen for me. Then, he asked everyone to wait for a while. After a while, Wang Chen came over with a calm expression. He glanced at Mo Xiaolang and sneered. Then, he bowed to the experts and asked the Lingwu Sword Sovereign, Master, why did you summon me here? The Lingwu Sword Sovereign told Wang Chen about Mo Xiaolang's interrogation. Then, he asked Wang Chen sternly, let me ask you, why did you create something out of nothing to frame me and tarnish my reputation? Wang Chen's face turned deathly pale. He hurriedly dropped to his knees and pleaded, Master, please spare my life. I did all this just to deceive Lingxi and make her forget about him completely. I'm sure everyone knows what I've said. I love Shi-Er deeply and I'm willing to give up everything for her. It was just a small lie, but I didn't want it to turn into a big mistake. Please punish me, Master. Mo Xiaolang didn't expect them to do this. He sneered and asked, then I want to ask you, how did you know that my big brother came to the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace first? Before coming here, Wang Chen had already mentally prepared himself. The person who had summoned him had already told him everything. Wang Chen said, in fact, I met Long Chen in the Shattered Star River and fought with him. He was no match for me and escaped from the Shattered Star River. As a dignified sacred martial emperor, he snuck into my Sword Spirit Emperor Palace without warning. Long Chen and I are old enemies, so a fight was inevitable when we met. However, I can swear on my honor that I absolutely did not tell my master about him. Moreover, he has already escaped from the Shattered Star River, so how would I know where he has escaped to? Given your character, would you not report to the Lingwu Sword Sovereign after meeting my big brother? Mo Xiaolang was puzzled. Could it really be as Wang Chen said? Wang Chen's expression was sincere, and it didn't seem fake. To this question, Wang Chen answered arrogantly, his opponent is me. In my eyes, he is just a stray dog. When I see a stray dog coming to make trouble, why should I tell my master about him? My master is very busy. Wang Chen, shut up. The Lingwu Sword Sovereign berated him. It was indeed inappropriate to berate Long Chen as a stray dog in front of the Lingwu Sword Sovereign's elders. Wang Chen quickly shut his mouth. The Lingwu Sword Sovereign said, "The three martial honorables and the Emperor's son of the true martial Emperor Palace are clear. This is a misunderstanding. I, Lingwu, guarantee with my honor that I did not do such a thing. Could it be that you don't even believe in my Lingwu's personality?" The Lingwu Sword Sovereign was willing to risk everything for the sake of the Sword Soul Emperor. As long as the Sword Soul Emperor could be reborn, offending the true martial Emperor Palace was nothing. After Lingxi was reborn as the Sword Soul Emperor, he would release Long Chen. At that time, the Sword Soul Emperor Palace wouldn't need to be on good terms with any other forces. As long as the Sword Soul Emperor displayed his talent, they would come to the Sword Soul Emperor Palace for thousands of years. Lingwu wouldn't need to be responsible for what he said today. However, he couldn't afford to fall out with the true martial Emperor Palace before that happened. He didn't care what happened 10 days later. To be honest, the Lingwu Sword Sovereign was still fearful of Long Chen. He would only feel at ease if he killed or imprisoned this brat. Otherwise, he would always feel uneasy in the depths of his heart. Mo Xiaolang was also confused. The Lingwu Sword Sovereign was a person of status. Even he had guaranteed with his honor. Was this really a small trick that Wang Chen used to make Lingxi forget about Long Chen? He wanted to pursue the matter further, but the 6 demonic emperors weren't willing to let it go. The Kunpeng demonic Tharch said, "Young master, hurry up and return to your seat. Stop fooling around. The true martial Emperor Palace will handle your friend's matters. It's not your place to interfere. If you continue to act like this, we will report your performance today to the Emperor Lord." One had to lower one's head when under the eaves. Mo Xiaolang also didn't believe that Long Chen would be imprisoned in the sky-raising sword prison by the Lingwu Sword Sovereign so easily. He returned to his seat, but he seemed out of place. Wenren Shi and Lin Juniao looked at each other. In fact, they still felt that something was amiss. At this moment, Yi Futu told them, "Don't worry. Just follow the plan. Long Chen will take care of his own matters." Hearing this, Wenren Shi and Lin Juniao nodded, temporarily putting this matter behind them. With these words, the two of them believed that when the day came, Long Chen would definitely appear. If he was really in the sky-raising sword prison, the Lingwu Sword Sovereign must be too thick-skinned for saying such words today. In fact, the Lingwu Sword Sovereign was infuriated. If Wang Chen wasn't the person chosen by the sword-souled arch, he would definitely beat Wang Chen up today. Wang Chen wasn't so stupid in the past. After the banquet, the Lingwu Sword Sovereign summoned Wang Chen alone. Wang Chen stood in front of him respectfully in fear. "Master, it's all my fault today. I've caused you trouble." The Lingwu Sword Sovereign looked down from above. His gaze pierced Wang Chen's eyes like a blade. Wang Chen felt a piercing pain in his eyes. "Wang Chen, because of the appearance of Long Chen, you've long lost yourself. You've become crazy, paranoid, and even stupid. If this goes on, you will destroy yourself," the Lingwu Sword Sovereign said earnestly. Wang Chen felt like he was hit by a heavy hammer. "Master, you're right. I'm not as calm as I used to be. I've even become despicable and shameless," Wang Chen said honestly. The Lingwu Sword Sovereign sighed and said, "Yes, me too. Today is the first time I've had to resort to deception to cover up. It's all thanks to you." Wang Chen was in fear and trepidation. The Lingwu Sword Sovereign said coldly, "Perhaps you're concerned about the fact that Lingxi is no longer a virgin?" Wang Chen didn't dare to speak. In fact, he hated Long Chen to the core. Because of this, you've become paranoid and crazy. Sooner or later, you will destroy yourself. Why don't you get over it? It's not the time for the Sword Soul Emperor Palace to go to war with the true martial Emperor Palace. Imprisoning Long Chen is still acceptable, but I can't kill him. You're of the same generation as him. Only you can kill him in a fair and square duel. However, he might kill you instead. Therefore, don't be complacent and don't lose your rationality. You're already standing at the peak of victory. If you're still not calm, you will destroy yourself sooner or later. Wang Chen suddenly came to a realization. The Lingwu sword sovereign had trained him as the only person who could kill Long Chen. If he couldn't even do that, then he could only activate the pure goddess blood for the sword's soul emperor. That wasn't Wang Chen's life. Wang Chen gritted his teeth and said, "Master, I've thought it through. Fortunately, there's more to my life. I won't lose." "Very good." The Lingwu sword sovereign smiled. At this moment, Long Chen was in the sky-raising sword prison, trying his best to reach the martial path great completion. Chapter 5. I've tried my best today. 5 chapters at the top. Whether or not I can break through 8,000 depends on my brothers. A man's energy is limited. I can only be grateful to those who support me. Tomorrow, we'll fight again. December 1st, 230,000 views. Can I break through 300,000 views today? The climax will come tomorrow. Another explanation: everyone can play better if we change the rules. I said I wanted to eat in the morning, but now I want to eat porridge in the afternoon. What's the problem with integrity? Chapter 1579. To cultivators, 10 days was but a blink of an eye. The 15th day of the 8th month was a grand day. Within 10 days, the entire Sword Spirit Emperor Palace's 80 million disciples were preparing for this day. When the moment arrived, the 80 million disciples of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace were in an unprecedented uproar. On this day, no one cultivated. Instead, they fell into a state of revelry. On the sky-piercing Sword Soul Mountain, the 36 Heavenly Dipper Halls and 72 Earth Fiend Halls were holding a banquet to celebrate together. This was the grandest day of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace in the past tens of thousands of years. Today was not only the day of Wang Chen and Lingxi's wedding, but they had also invited all the major powers to gather at the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. The disciples of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace felt an indescribable sense of pride and excitement at the thought of all the super experts of the 3 regions and 9 realms gathering at the Sword God Palace. At this moment, the Tongtian Sword Soul Mountain seemed to be boiling, with dust rising into the air. The Sword God Palace, which was enshrouded in immortal qi, was decorated with lanterns and streamers. The path from the Heaven Spirit Pavilion to the Heaven and Earth Sword Pool was already filled with fragrant flowers, like a long red dress. Colorful lanterns were hung high up in the sky. Even though it was daytime, under the starry sky, the lanterns still emitted a dazzling light. Everything felt like a dream. There were about 10,000 elites in the Sword God Palace. At this moment, most of them were gathered in the area between the Sky Spirit Pavilion and the Heaven and Earth Sword Pond. The Heaven and Earth Sword Pond was a sacred place in the Sword God Palace. The Heaven and Earth Sword Pond was naturally formed. The water in the pond was extremely cold, but it was also extremely pure and would never dry up. Dew fell from the sky and filled the Heaven and Earth Sword Pond from time to time. This was the place where the disciples of the Sword God Palace washed their swords. But now, more disciples regarded it as a memorial, a sacred symbol. The memorial tablets of the past Sword Spirit Emperor Palace's experts were on the left side of the Heaven and Earth Sword Pond. The Heaven and Earth Sword Pond was also the place where the souls of the past experts returned to. The pond was extremely clear. The Heaven and Earth Sword Pond would only be activated if there was a major event happening in the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. At this moment, the Heaven and Earth Sword Pond was already filled with people. Of course, the center of the White Jade Plaza was relatively spacious. Under the arrangement of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace, the 11 factions that came as guests had their own seats. These seats surrounded the Heaven and Earth Sword Pond and were very close to each other. Although the Demonic Dragon Palace wasn't one of the 11 factions, the Demonic Dragon Palace Master's strength was outstanding. Hence, there wasn't much difference between the Demonic Dragon Palace's seats and the 11 factions. At this moment, before the auspicious hour arrived, the 3 sword masters were leading the experts of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace to pay their respects to their ancestors. As for the 11 factions, they were in a lively discussion. After all, the wedding was about to begin. The Sword Spirit Emperor Palace had been very hospitable these few days. It was rare for the 11 factions to gather together. This was a rare opportunity for them to build a relationship. However, among these 11 forces, there was a lack of a hot topic. That person was none other than Long Chen. To this day, there had been no news of Long Chen. In the direction of the ancient Yuan spirit domain, the silver-haired man with strange pupils did not participate in the discussion of the various forces. Instead, he closed his eyes and rested. Realm Lord, that Long Chen hasn't arrived yet. The silver-haired man looked around and said, "It seems like the people of the true Martial Emperor Palace are not in a hurry." "What are we in a hurry for?" "Yes, I just feel that if he doesn't appear, we won't be able to complete the mission this time." "Then, don't talk so much." The silver-haired man interrupted him. His gaze was solemn as he watched the 3 sword sovereigns worshipping the ancestors of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. The Lingwu Sword Sovereign was also considered one of the elders today, and he was taking care of Lingxi's matters. No. Mo Xiaolang's eyes were filled with uneasiness and anxiety. He stood up from his seat and looked around. He still couldn't find that familiar figure in the direction of the true Martial Emperor Palace. It must be the Lingwu Sword Master. That fella must be lying through his teeth. I didn't expect someone of his status to use such a despicable method to deceive me. This is really eye-opening. My brother is definitely in the sky-raising sword prison. Today's matter was extremely crucial to Long Chen. Mo Xiaolang absolutely could not tolerate Long Chen being imprisoned in the sky-raising sword prison while he watched Lingxi marry someone else. Although he didn't know the location of the sky-raising sword prison, Mo Xiaolang knew that many people from the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace would know. He didn't believe that there was anything that his 9 nether demonic ancestral flame couldn't break. Just as he was about to leave, the other 6 demonic thearchs blocked his way. This small movement quickly attracted the attention of the 11 forces. The higher-ups of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace were worshipping the ancestors. "Imperial Prince, where do you want to go?" one of the demonic thearchs asked solemnly. Mo Xiaolang hated that they were always in the way. He said, "I don't like to stay here. Can't I go out for some fresh air?" Even so, the 6 demonic thearchs weren't fools. The devouring moon demon monarch said, "Emperor's disciple, the true Martial Emperor Palace's sacred Martial Emperor will be dealt with by the true Martial Emperor Palace. I don't think there's a need for you to interfere. Their people aren't anxious yet, so why are you so anxious?" Kuanpeng demonic thearch said, "That's right. Imperial Prince, please remember the first condition you promised the Martial Emperor Palace. If you cause any trouble today and incite conflict between us and the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace, the 6 of us won't be able to answer to the Martial Emperor Palace when we return." Mo Xiaolang was as anxious as an ant on a hot wok. His chest was burning with anger after being stopped by them. His handsome face was slightly distorted, and his voice became incomparably cold. He angrily said, "I only represent myself today. Everything I do has nothing to do with the desolate Emperor Palace. When I return, I will answer to the Martial Emperor Palace. But if the 6 of you insist on stopping me, Xiaolang will have no choice but to take action. I don't think you want us to fight in the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace, right?" Although he had lowered his voice, everyone present could still hear him. The wedding hadn't even started, but it was already bustling here. Everyone was a little excited. Gradually, the people of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace also noticed what was going on here. But the 3 sword masters were still paying their respects to the ancestors, and no one dared to step forward to mediate. The heaven and earth sword pool had been decorated like a paradise on earth. If they were to cause trouble and destroy the place, they would be finished. Mo Xiaolang's stubbornness gave the 6 demonic thearchs a huge headache. They exchanged a glance with each other. They knew that if they let Mo Xiaolang leave now, it would definitely lead to an irreversible result. They could only be firm and said, "If the Crown Prince insists on doing this, the 6 of us won't back down." As the conflict between the two sides intensified and Mo Xiaolang was about to make a move, a short and fat youth was waving at Mo Xiaolang from the direction of the true martial emperor palace. Mo Xiaolang's attention was completely attracted. He felt that this short and fat youth was a little strange. The other party said to him, "Come here, I will tell you a secret." While this short and fat youth was speaking, Wen Renshi and Lin Juniao were also smiling at Mo Xiaolang. This short and fat youth should be one of the three martial sovereigns of the true martial emperor palace, the slaughter martial sovereign, Yi Futu. Mo Xiaolang was puzzled and temporarily put aside the matter of Long Chen. He was also curious as to why Long Chen hadn't arrived yet. The people from the true martial emperor palace didn't seem to be in a hurry. He walked in front of Yi Futu and asked in a low voice, "Sir Martial Sovereign, what secret are you going to tell me?" Yi Futu was acting a little strange today. He let Mo Xiaolang come closer and whispered in his ear, "Do you see that inaccessible cloud layer behind the heaven and earth sword pool?" "I see it, but," Yi Futu smiled and said, "so you can return to your position. The person you are looking for will definitely appear within 2 hours." Mo Xiaolang was stunned. What did that mean? Could Long Chen be behind that cloud layer? What could be behind that strange cloud layer? Wen Renshi and Lin Juniao seemed to support what Yi Futu said. Mo Xiaolang wanted to go to the sky-towering sword prison to rescue Long Chen, but the 6 demonic emperors stopped him. He had no choice but to believe the people from the true martial emperor palace. After all, Long Chen was the sacred martial emperor lord. They wouldn't harm him. After thanking Yi Futu, Mo Xiaolang returned to his seat. "What did that old fox Yi Futu say to you?" Devouring Moon Demonic the Arch sat beside him and looked ahead, asking secretly. Mo Xiaolang couldn't be bothered with him. His gaze was fixed on the rolling cloud layer behind the heaven and earth sword pool, and he fell into deep thought. Time passed quickly. The auspicious time for the wedding ceremony was about to arrive. Along the flower-covered path, one would arrive at Lingxi's little house at the Snow Lotus Immortal Spirit Pool. The interior of the house was exquisitely decorated. Colorful lanterns and red ribbons hung in the air. The bright red, joyous atmosphere made one's mood rise. A girl was standing in front of the dressing mirror. The girl was wearing a bright red silk dress. The bright red skirt trailed to the ground and was at least 3 meters long. Deep red peonies were embroidered on the cuffs, and a large patch of snow-white skin could be seen at the neckline. Her slightly full breasts were wrapped in a pink chest wrap. Her skin was as smooth as warm jade, soft and smooth. Under the makeup, the girl's face could only be described as devastatingly beautiful. Her face was like a hibiscus, her eyebrows were like willows, and her cherry lips were bright red. Her black hair was tied up in a beautiful bun, and the jade beads on her head shone dazzlingly under the colorful lanterns. On the day of marriage, heavy makeup was always the most beautiful moment in a woman's life. Looking at herself in the mirror, a cold smile appeared on Ling Shi's face, as if she was in a daze. It was only when the person Long Chen appeared in her mind that her smile became real and sweet. The girl in the mirror became as pure as the snow lotus outside. Today, under the makeup, she was even more like a beautiful red lotus, blooming at the most perfect moment in her life. P.S. Yesterday, 2,713 fresh flowers, breaking through 2,500. Today, 1 more chapter. Yesterday, 5 more chapters, breaking through 12,000. Far more than 8,000. Today, 1 more chapter. A total of 5 chapters. Chapter 1580. Long Chen still hasn't appeared today. He must have been locked in the Sky Pillar Sword Prison. Behind Lingxi, Bai Yuyun looked at her daughter with pity. She knew that Lingxi had dressed up for Long Chen today. Otherwise, she wouldn't have put in so much effort. She was such a beautiful girl, but she couldn't get the happiness she wanted. She couldn't even control her life and freedom, and her memories were under the control of others. So what if she was beautiful? Bai Yoyun's heart was pained. Perhaps in a few days, her daughter would no longer recognize her and would appear in front of her in a different manner. She would have to face her respectfully. Thinking of this, Biyao heart was filled with incomparable grief. She had cried so much that she had dried up today. She only wanted to control herself today, so as not to affect Lingxi. In the end, the face of Sword Master Lingwu was more important today. Mother, let me ask you a question. Lingxi turned around, her eyes blurred. Go ahead. If I choose a path that will make my father's hopes go down, will you support me? Lingxi said with a smile, as if she was talking about something insignificant. Biyao was startled, and said bitterly, I know that you don't want Long Chen to lose his memories and become a different person. You are afraid that he will be in pain. It's better to have a short pain than a long one, right? Lingxi nodded helplessly. I'm afraid. I'm afraid that Chen will be in pain for a long time. If I were in his place, I would also go crazy. I love him, so I don't want him to suffer for too long. If I'm gone, maybe he can be free. Biyao couldn't say anything. Lingxi's two choices would leave her forever, unless Long Chen could do what he said. Lingxi walked over and whispered in Biyao's ear, Mother, in this life, your daughter has let you down. I've already grown up, and I can't let others control my life. I've always believed that I am myself, not others. My body and my memories are all mine. I have prepared a 4-patterned 3 breaths grass. After consuming it, I will completely perish within 3 breaths. No. Biyao painfully shook her head. She could not face such an ending. No matter which aspect it was, Lingxi was in a very difficult position. Don't be nervous. I still believe that Chen will do everything he said. Today, I will marry him. This day has been overdue for 10 years, and I think that today is the right day. In the blink of an eye, 10 years have passed. I never thought that we would have undergone such a huge change. Thinking of Long Chen, her face was filled with a blissful smile. Just as she had imagined, her mood quickly improved. It was as if her husband was Long Chen. At this moment, Sword Master Lingwu pushed open the door and saw the two of them hugging. What he couldn't imagine was that Lingxi should be crying her eyes out right now. Why did she look like she was looking forward to it? Suppressing the doubts in his heart, Sword Master Lingwu coldly said, Wang Chen is already here. Prepare to board the sedan and go to the Heaven and Earth Sword Pool for the ceremony. From today onwards, you are Wang Chen's wife. After the 3 sword masters finished their ceremony, the auspicious hour was almost over. They continued to entertain the higher-ups of the 11 forces. On such a grand day, almost everyone was in a good mood. Tens of thousands of princes gathered near the Heaven and Earth Sword Pool, looking at the sky excitedly. It's going to start soon. Yes, senior brother Wang Chen is going to escort the bride. Senior brother Wang Chen is a dragon warrior. How is he going to escort the bride? Just as everyone was discussing, a divine dragon that was hundreds of meters long flew past in the starry sky. Dragon. Everyone was dumbfounded. In the sky, that incomparably gorgeous figure was surrounded by demonic chi. If it was not Wang Chen, the void refinement realm demonic dragon, who else could it be? It had a gigantic and majestic dragon head with silvery gray scales. Spatial cracks could be seen on its claws as it moved forward. On its gigantic dragon tail was a sharp spike. These were the attacking methods of a void refinement realm demonic dragon. According to legend, the human race was the descendant of the ancient divine dragon. The body of the divine dragon was the amalgamation of all kinds of birds and beasts. Its might ruled the world. Even though Wang Chen had just passed through the first nirvana tribulation a year ago, the might of the divine dragon would still deeply shock even high-level martial artists. Thus, they maintained a deep respect for this ancient divine creature. After the void refinement realm demonic dragon, a total of 99 blue horses that were more than 10 meters tall flew past. These blue horses had beautiful blue horns and 2 pairs of blue wings on each side of their ribs. There were a total of 99 horses, and they let out a comfortable neigh. A long 7-colored rope was tied to their bodies. At the end of the rope was a sedan chair that looked like a crystal castle. It was called the 7-colored crystal sedan chair. The Void Refinement Realm demonic dragon and the 7-colored crystal sedan chair flew past the heaven and earth sword pool and landed in front of the heavenly spirit pavilion. The martial artists of the 11 forces saw the Void Refinement Realm demonic dragon fly past, and it was an eye-opener. Only Mo Long didn't care about it because he was a dragon warrior himself. Moreover, he was already a 4th-level Nirvana Tribulation expert. Wang Chen's realm was very close to the 2nd-level Nirvana Tribulation realm. This wedding procession could be said to be unprecedented in history. In the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace, countless young ladies screamed and fantasized about it. After arriving at the Heavenly Spirit Pavilion, Wang Chen transformed into his human form. At this moment, he was wearing a red robe and looked handsome. Countless girls were infatuated with him, and they were envious of Lingxi. Wang Chen was nervous, but what surprised him was that Lingxi was very obedient today. She didn't cry or make a fuss. After covering the sky with the red cloth, she quietly got into the 7-colored crystal sedan chair and sat down. Maybe she has realized that Long Chen is completely unreliable. Wang Chen felt heartfelt admiration for his own wisdom. He was very excited. This time, Wang Chen didn't show off. He rode on a snow domain Pegasus and led the other 98 snow domain Pegasus in the direction of the heaven and earth sword pool. Wang Chen didn't have parents. When it was time for the wedding ceremony, Sword Master Lingwu and his wife had to be the elders. They had already arrived at the heaven and earth sword pool and were waiting for Wang Chen's arrival. Amidst the anticipation, the atmosphere was explosive. Wang Chen successfully escorted the bride and returned triumphantly. Mo Xiaolang couldn't sit still anymore. Long Chen hadn't made a move yet. Now that Lingxi was here, if this continued, wouldn't Lingxi have already gone through the wedding ceremony with Wang Chen? Amidst the anticipation of the crowd, Wang Chen walked to the front of the rainbow crystal sedan chair under the escort of the bridal procession. He was preparing to bring Lingxi down from the sedan chair, but unexpectedly, Lingxi was one step ahead of him. Although she was covered with a red veil, she knew everything that was happening outside. Long Chen was not here. Chen. Lingxi looked around blankly, but couldn't find him. For the first time, she felt disappointed. However, she still believed in Long Chen. Trust was also part of her love for Long Chen. The auspicious time hadn't arrived yet. They still had to wait for a while before the wedding ceremony officially began. Under such circumstances, if such a ceremony was held, it was basically impossible to change the relationship between husband and wife once the couple was confirmed. The atmosphere at the moment could be said to be extremely tense. Wang Chen had just arrived and such an awkward situation happened. He covered it up with a dry laugh and then followed Lingxi. Around this time, the time for the wedding ceremony finally arrived. However, Long Chen still didn't appear. Where on earth did he go? On the high platform, the 4 sword masters were looking at Lingxi with very stern eyes. Sword Master Lingwu's voice rang in her ears. Don't do anything foolish, especially on such a solemn day. Do as I say, and you'll have a future that no one can compare to. I'm doing this for your own good. Sword Master Lingwu's stern warning caused the hope in Lingxi's heart to plummet again. She looked around blankly. These people were originally her family, but at this moment, they made her feel extremely cold. Only Bai Yuyun was good to her, and the only person she could rely on, whom she firmly believed would appear at this time, didn't appear. Chen, you must be nearby, right? I know you're here. I can already feel your presence, but why haven't you appeared yet? I've dressed up for 10 days and 10 nights for today, but I've done it all for you. Today is the day I marry you. Can you hurry up and appear? Surrounded by thousands of gazes, Lingxi felt extremely cold. Their enthusiasm was like poison. It was all fake. Lingxi put up her guard. He must be trying his best to appear. I can't let Chen down. He wants me to be a strong girl, so before he appears, I can't lose to anyone. I can't lose. Lingxi's eyes were filled with tears, but she was incomparably determined. Her trust in Long Chen could only be described as terrifying. It was extremely difficult to obtain a woman who trusted him so much in his life. At such a juncture, Lingxi still didn't give up. Her heart had always been pure and stubborn. Sometimes, a very simple person's stubbornness would exceed the imagination of others. Lingxi stubbornly believed in Long Chen. The auspicious time has arrived. Let's perform the wedding ceremony. In a daze, someone announced. Lingxi was baffled as she was led to the center of the hall. Before we perform the wedding ceremony, I have something to give you. This is a ring with 6 Dao patterns that I finally found in an ancient ruin after going through countless hardships and nearly losing my life. This ring has the ability to strengthen one's physique, form a sturdy defense, and even provide a large amount of nirvana energy. Once you reach the nirvana tribulation realm, it will be very suitable for you. This is the most precious thing I have on me. Today, I will give it to you and name it the Spirit Star Ring. I'm giving it to you, Lingxi, and I'm Wang Chen. It's to commemorate our love. Wang Chen was touched and extremely happy as he spoke with a flushed face. Outside the Heaven and Earth Sword Pool, tens of thousands of disciples were moved by this scene and cheered loudly. Wang Chen smiled. He wanted to put the beautiful spiritual star ring on Lingxi's finger. Chapter 1581. The Spiritual Chen Ring. The crystal ring in Wang Chen's hand indeed had a dreamy appearance. With the addition of 6 Dao patterns, it was something that would make any girl go crazy. In times of danger, the spiritual Chen ring will automatically form a transparent barrier. With your current strength, no martial artist below the 3rd stage of nirvana tribulation will be able to hurt you. When you reach the nirvana tribulation realm, perhaps no martial artist below the 4th stage of nirvana tribulation realm will be able to hurt you. I hope that the spiritual Chen ring can protect you. Wang Chen said sincerely. Such a sincere confession, coupled with the powerful effect of the spiritual Chen ring, and the story of Wang Chen's hardships when he got the spiritual Chen ring, made countless people scream crazily. In their minds, this was probably the most perfect love. But Lingxi knew that the spiritual Chen ring clearly belonged to her father, the Lingwu sword master. Wang Chen thought that she didn't know that the Lingwu sword master had the spiritual Chen ring. He said so much, but it was all a lie. It made her feel disgusted. She woke up from her daze. When Wang Chen put the spirit Chen ring on her finger, she took a few steps back. These few steps made the crowd clamor for the first time. Why did Lingxi take a step back? Could it be that she didn't like Wang Chen, but had deep feelings for Long Chen of the true martial emperor palace as the rumors said? For a moment, everyone was talking about it. Wang Chen held the spiritual Chen ring and hovered in the air. His face was full of embarrassment and anger. The Lingwu sword master's face turned even colder. He got close to Lingxi and told Lingxi directly, don't make a scene in such a big scene. It's impossible for you to be with Long Chen. If you still refuse to come to your senses, I will cut off our relationship as father and daughter. Under the red veil, Lingxi's face was gloomy. There were experts surrounding her, and the 4 great sword masters were right beside her. They were like tigers and wolves, forcing Lingxi to submit. Put it on. Bow to heaven and earth. The Lingwu sword master secretly scolded. Everyone was waiting for that to happen. Just at this moment, the clouds behind the heaven and earth sword pool started to rumble and tremble violently. A large amount of clouds rushed up into the sky, and the sound of explosions rang out, startling everyone present. What happened? Everyone looked in that direction. Lingxi was stunned at first, then she thought of a possibility that made her eyes brim with tears. Behind the heaven and earth sword pool was a part of the heaven-raising sword prison. Mo Xiaolang's eyes widened as well. Could it really be as that strange Futu had said? Was Longchen really in that position? Seeing this scene, Mo Xiaolang once again stood up with a whoosh. The Lingwu sword master naturally knew that it was the weakest part of the heaven-raising sword prison. Just now, Longchen must have tried to destroy it. Unfortunately, he did not succeed. By the time he succeeded, the ceremony would have been over. At this time, they had to hurry. The Lingwu sword master gave Wang Chen a look, and Wang Chen understood. While Lingxi was staring blankly at the sea of clouds, Wang Chen strode over to Lingxi, grabbed her slender hand, and put the Lingchen ring on Lingxi's ring finger. Immediately, someone announced, "The auspicious time has come. Bow to heaven and earth immediately." A red ribbon was held in Wang Chen's hand, and someone passed the other end of the ribbon to Lingxi. "Lingxi, bow to heaven and earth immediately. Don't expect anything. Given Long Chen's strength, let me tell you, even if he destroys it 10,000 times, he will not be able to come out." The voice of the Lingwu sword master exploded in Lingxi's ears like thunder. "I'm your father. I'm your father. You can only listen to your parents when it comes to marriage. Besides, Wang Chen is the husband that the sovereign emperor arranged for you. You're about to become the new sword soul great emperor. Peerless talent and an immeasurable future are all waiting for you. I'm your father. I'll never hurt you. Listen to me, okay?" The Lingwu sword master was actually very anxious. The commotion caused by Long Chen had disturbed Lingxi, and so was the Lingwu sword master himself. The best thing to do now was to force Lingxi to bow to heaven and earth. I will dedicate my life to you." Wang Chen looked at the girl beside him sincerely and said. The people from the 11 factions watched on with interest. For such a change to happen right before the wedding ceremony, it seemed rather interesting. As for the other disciples of the Sword Soul Emperor Palace, they didn't understand Long Chen and naturally didn't wish for Lingxi to marry Long Chen. In their eyes, Wang Chen and Lingxi were a match made in heaven. Hence, they hurriedly shouted, "Hurry up and bow to heaven and earth. Get married. Father is doing this for your own good. You will have an unparalleled future. From tomorrow onwards, you will be the Sword Soul Emperor. None of us can order you around. Yes, as long as you are obedient, you will be the Sword Soul Emperor. Such a beautiful future, don't be silly." These words were like flies fluttering in her ears, messing up Lingxi's mind. With tears in her eyes, she rejected everything and silently looked in the direction of the sea of clouds. At this moment, the sea of clouds shook again, and this time, it was even more violent than before. Lingxi could even feel the urgency in Long Chen's heart. He was risking his life. Perhaps, he had already gone crazy in order to make it in time. Lingxi's heart felt like it had been hit by a heavy hammer. At that moment, she threw away all the cowardice in her heart, threw away the shackles of the secular world, and threw away the countless heavy shackles. She was like a moth, rushing towards the raging fire without any hesitation. She didn't care about life or death, she only cared about that moment of brilliance. Under the coercion of the Lingwu sword master and the others, Lingxi still tore off the red veil on her head. After dressing up delicately, her breathtaking appearance now eclipsed the whole world. The phoenix crown inlaid with jewels was shining under the starry sky. With tears in her eyes, her peaceful face was now full of stubbornness. She summoned up her greatest courage, clenched her teeth, looked at the crowd with angry eyes, and expressed her strongest voice. "In this life, I have only loved one person. He is not Wang Chen. He is not Wang Chen. He is working hard for me. No matter what happens, whether I live or die, whether I will have an immeasurable future or not, I don't care about anything. None of this is important. I just want to be with him and give him an explanation. You all know who he is. He is my Long Chen. I only belong to him in this life. So, except for him, I won't marry anyone." She almost cried out these words. As long as she looked at the rolling sea of clouds, she felt an incomparable warmth in her heart. In the heaven-raising sword prison, that man must have gone crazy and was working hard, and she was here to buy time for him. Was there anything warmer than this? Her eyes were already wet with tears, but the look in Ling Xi's eyes was incomparably resolute. After saying those words under such heavy pressure, it was as if a heavy shackle had been removed from her mind. Her mind was already clear, and hot blood surged through her entire body. The furious gazes of those people actually made her feel as if the blood in her entire body was also burning. For the first time in many years, she stubbornly refused everything, just for Long Chen. Nonsense. The Lingwu sword master and the other 3 sword masters stood up from their seats. It could be said that all of their eyes had turned completely blood-red. Lingxi's words had embarrassed them unimaginably. Moreover, it was in front of all the experts in the world, especially the Lingwu sword master, whose sword she had already soared into the sky. It was hard to imagine if he would kill Lingxi in the next instant. I'm not nonsense. Everything that you arranged for me is not what I want. I'm not the sword-souled arch, I'm just myself. I don't want my life to become someone else's carrier. There are only 2 people who truly love me. One is my mother, and the other is Chen. You keep saying that you love me, but are the things that you've given me really what I want? Father, have you ever thought that if I cast everything aside, I'm still your daughter? The Lingwu sword master was furious. Today, he had lost all his face because of Lingxi. Beside him, the Linghua sword master hurriedly pulled back the Lingwu sword master, who was about to make a move. The Linghua sword master was a woman, and her thoughts were more meticulous. She tried to say, I watched you grow up. Let's not fool around, okay? I know how much your father loves you. He just wants to give you the best future. He's doing it for your own good. Be obedient today. After today, we'll have a quiet discussion. This is an important moment, and we can't fool around. Everything can be discussed and salvaged. Lingxi took a few steps back. The heavy killing intent of the Lingwu sword master had broken her heart. She shook her head and said, "It's already too late. I've already made up my mind to fight for myself. Even if I lose my life today, I'm still myself. I don't want to be someone else. I don't want to let someone else's memory dictate my life. If I don't persist, I won't be able to live up to Chen's persistence." Her gaze was always in the direction of Long Chen. Where was her final hope? The 11 forces all had different expressions on their faces. But to be honest, they were all moved by this girl's stubbornness and strength. However, what exactly was the great future that the 4 great sword masters were talking about? The people from the true Martial Emperor Palace were almost certain that Long Chen was in the sky-raising sword prison. Like Mo Xiaolang, they stood up and were ready to take action. The Lingwu sword master imprisoned the true Martial Emperor Palace's sacred Martial Emperor for no reason and even used his own character to deny it. Now, Long Chen was in trouble. The true Martial Emperor Palace wasn't any weaker than the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. Since the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace was so arrogant and disrespectful, the people from the true Martial Emperor Palace should at least get something back. Lingxi's strong resistance had touched the bottom line of the Lingwu sword master. He announced, "Let's forget about today's matter for now. Lingxi, go back with me." What he meant was to imprison Lingxi first. This matter was no longer suitable to be handled in public. Since Lingxi was resisting, he could only use force. "I won't." Lingxi retreated. The Lingwu sword master wouldn't allow her to say no. At this critical moment, he had already come to capture Lingxi. Am I going to fail again? Lingxi's gaze was still on the sea of clouds. At that moment, 81 gray sword energies soared into the sky and formed a complicated ancient character in the sky. The weather was cold. It was 0 degrees Celsius at night. To be honest, my fingers were freezing after writing. I'm a passionate person. As long as everyone is passionate, it doesn't matter. I hope everyone will continue to support me. I'm a practical person. I work hard for myself and for my brothers in the dragon clan. After reading the 3rd chapter, I want to like it. Yesterday, I was ranked 3rd on the like list. Today, I hope to be ranked 1st. Brothers, help me. Chapter 1582. Everyone had long suspected what had happened to the Heaven and Earth Sword Pool. However, apart from the members of the True Martial Emperor Palace and the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace, no one else knew what had happened. When the 81 streaks of sword chi soared into the clouds, the sky-raising sword prison exploded like a deflated balloon. When the sea of clouds surged towards the crowd, everyone watched as a young man holding a gray sword dashed out of the sky-raising sword prison with a blood-red nirvana energy. When he soared into the clouds and looked down, another young man came out of his god kingdom. No one could forget the young man holding the gray sword. That's right, he was Long Chen. When Long Chen rushed out of the sky-raising sword prison, everyone was shocked. The explosion was too loud. It was hard to imagine what kind of power could cause such an attack. The most shocked were the experts from the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. They knew that there were less than 10 people in the entire Sword Spirit Emperor Palace who could break through the barrier of the sky-raising sword prison. Moreover, all of them were old monsters who were over 10,000 years old. The youngest among them was the Lingwu Sword Master. The Lingwu Sword Master was also shocked. He knew how powerful Long Chen was. Logically speaking, he shouldn't have been able to come out. The only explanation was that Long Chen had made another breakthrough in the past 10 days and his power had increased tremendously. In just 1 year, his power had grown to such an extent. Although it wasn't as terrifying as Mo Xiaolang's speed, it was still unprecedented for a human to possess such speed. Perhaps only Lingxi, who had activated the pure goddess blood, could achieve this. This young man gave the 4 sword masters a sense of danger. Ling Xiao was naturally beside Long Chen. He had come out of the sky-raising sword prison, but the situation was still in the hands of the 4 sword masters. He couldn't help much and could only leave this place, leaving Long Chen alone. Ling Xiao knew that he could not drag Long Chen away because Long Chen and Lingxi were staring at each other. When he saw the look in her eyes, he saw the strength, trust, and persistence contained within. What could be better than this moment? You are so beautiful today. Long Chen took a deep breath. This was the first thing he said. Lingxi's heart was filled with sweetness. She no longer cared about anything else and only had eyes for Long Chen. She smiled with tears in her eyes and said, "Of course, Xiaoxi dressed up completely for Chen, just for you." In fact, Long Chen had heard everything she had said here very clearly. While he had sacrificed for Lingxi, hadn't this girl also sacrificed for him? At this very moment, she was willing to go against everyone in the world, but she only wanted to be with Long Chen. As such, Long Chen had already decided that no matter what he had to sacrifice today, he would give Lingxi an explanation. A promise that would last for 10 years. To a cultivator, 10 years was a very short period of time. However, to Long Chen, it was a very long time. He had climbed all the way from a tiny ant to an all-powerful beast. He had the support of the powerful True Martial Emperor Palace, so he had nothing to fear. Today, Long Chen had the right to fulfill his promise on the highest platform in the 3 domains and 9 realms. It wasn't just Lingxi. Long Chen's entire body was in a fiery state. He could no longer control his excitement, and his heart was beating faster. He looked at Lingxi and said, "I'm already here. I won't let anyone bully you anymore. Just stand there and wait for me. I'll challenge the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace for you." He was practically unrestrained as he looked in the direction of the 4 great sword masters. Lingwu Sword Master, Royal Sky Sword Master, Demonic Sky Sword Master, and Linghua Sword Master. The 4 great sword masters had ugly expressions on their faces. The wedding banquet had already gone out of control due to Long Chen's disturbance. Long Chen landed on the ground. Behind him, the powerhouses of the True Martial Emperor Palace stood behind him, forming a terrifying cohesive force. All of them looked at Long Chen with admiration. Apart from the 3 martial honors, everyone else bowed respectfully and said in unison, "Greetings, Sacred Martial Emperor." Long Chen's status was obvious. In the true Martial Emperor Palace, his status was even higher than the 3 martial honors. In terms of status, even the 4 great sword masters didn't have his status. Lingxi couldn't hold back her tears when she saw this scene. Back then, she had asked Long Chen to go to the true Martial Emperor Palace because she wanted him to find a safe place and not recklessly barge into the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace to court death. This was actually her real goal. She wanted to protect Long Chen. However, she hadn't expected that one day, on the last day of the promise of 10 years, Long Chen would actually become an existence that stood above everyone else in the true Martial Emperor Palace. She didn't know how much effort Long Chen had put into this. However, there was a man who would follow her words without any regrets. What could be more blissful than this? Lingxi suddenly felt that even if she lost her life today, it would still be worth it to see Long Chen's gentle gaze. In Long Chen's heart, she was already a treasure that surpassed everything. Child. Biaoyuan's status in the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace wasn't high. This was the only time she could comfort Lingxi. However, she realized that Lingxi didn't need to be comforted. Biaoyuan would never be able to understand her trust in Long Chen. At this moment, the smell of gunpowder filled the air. Mo Xiaolang excitedly walked to Long Chen's side. The 2 brothers hadn't seen each other for a year. Long Chen turned around and hugged him tightly. He patted his back a few times and smiled. "We haven't seen each other for a year and you've become much stronger. This time, I don't think I'll be a match for you." Mo Xiaolang finally heaved a sigh of relief. However, his fighting spirit was ignited again. His eyes were burning with passion as he said, "Big brother, I said that I would help you in this battle. I've been waiting for you for a long time. No matter what happens today, I will do my best to fight alongside you." Good brother. Long Chen had never doubted Mo Xiaolang's trust in him. However, he didn't know that Mo Xiaolang had overcome many difficulties in order to come to the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. He had even agreed to the condition of not leaving the desolate Emperor domain for 500 years. Mo Xiaolang didn't mention this matter, so how could Long Chen know? Whether it was Xiaolang or Kitten, they were his most loyal brothers. Long Chen had many things to do. For the sake of Yang Lingqing, he had to fight the city lord of the wronged city. However, he had never forgotten about these 2 brothers. Mo Xiaolang was very talented, so Long Chen didn't need to worry about him most of the time. However, if there came a day when he needed help, Long Chen would risk his life to fight for him. As for Kitten, although there was a brief misunderstanding, it was precisely because of this misunderstanding that things became more perfect. When he returned, Long Chen wouldn't let Kitten leave again. He had spent the longest time with Kitten. Without him, there was less bickering and quarreling. Along the way, he felt a lot more lonely. But now, the most important thing for Long Chen was to give an explanation for the 10-year oath. Although Zhenwu Great Emperor didn't want to have a huge conflict with the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace, the Lingwu Swordmaster's actions were too unscrupulous. If he didn't get back at them, he would lose face and wouldn't be able to live in the future. Lin Junyao stood in front of Long Chen on behalf of Long Chen and said in an extremely cold tone, "Lingwu Swordmaster, 10 days ago, the demon race's imperial prince asked you if you imprisoned my sacred martial emperor in the sky-raising sword prison. You personally said that you didn't do such a thing. I don't care about anything else, but what about sacred martial emperor? Lin Junyao didn't give him a chance. As soon as she opened her mouth, she was aggressive and continued, "As you said, the 2 great emperor palaces of the human race have been friends for nearly 1,000,000 years. We are on equal footing, but the Lingwu Swordmaster imprisoned my sacred martial emperor palace without any reason. Is this a provocation to the true martial emperor palace? Is he looking down on us? He's even despicable and shameless enough to answer us with lies. How will the Lingwu Swordmaster explain all of this? How will the 4 great sword masters explain themselves? This was a rare opportunity. In front of the 12 factions, if the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace didn't give an explanation, there would be no way out of this mess today. The Lingwu Swordmaster didn't expect that Wang Chen's report would actually cause such a huge change today. Wang Chen, who was still standing in the middle of the crowd, was blushing and his eyes were bloodshot. He stood there awkwardly. Lingxi's words and the intimate relationship between them were a blow and a mockery to Wang Chen. At this moment, he wished he could find a hole to hide in and tear Long Chen into pieces. Not only did Long Chen steal Lingxi's body, but he also stole her heart. Of course, this was only what Wang Chen thought. Lingxi had never belonged to him. Everyone was waiting for the Lingwu Swordmaster's explanation. The Lingwu Swordmaster took a deep breath and bit his lips. He was struggling in his heart. 10 breaths later, he said coldly, "As everyone knows, Long Chen tried to ruin my daughter's wedding and snatched my daughter away. Even if he has a high status, as her father, as one of the 4 great sword masters, I imprisoned him because I was afraid he would cause trouble. This has nothing to do with his identity and I have no intention of looking down on the true martial emperor palace. I will bear the consequences alone. This has nothing to do with the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace and I have no intention of provoking the true martial emperor palace. The 3 martial honorables can target me, but today's incident has changed and the wedding can no longer be carried out. Lingwu deeply apologizes for causing so many uncertainties to occur. Everyone, please go back. The 4 sword masters will pay a visit to all of you in the future to apologize for today's incident." What he meant was that he wanted to forcefully end today's incident. This sentence, however, had thrown everything away. At this moment, Long Chen stood up. P.S. Today's support wasn't very effective. It's not even half of yesterday's. I might not be able to update tomorrow. Since you guys aren't working hard, I can take a rest tonight. It's too cold to write at night. Chapter 1583. The Lingwu Sword Master wanted to hide Lingxi and end today's matter, but it wasn't going to be that easy. In fact, the 4 sword masters only invited everyone here to show off and intimidate. A year ago, Long Chen was just a small fry and couldn't affect the overall situation. Today's matter was a success. A few days later, the Sword Spirit Great Emperor was born and the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace could announce the reappearance of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace and the emergence of a ruler. This was also the reason why the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace invited everyone here. But who would have thought that after a year, Long Chen would actually become the sacred martial emperor of the true martial emperor palace, who stood above all but one. 3 martial sovereigns followed him and the martial saint emperor protected him. He could almost represent another major force. And Long Chen was hell-bent on snatching Lingxi away. What made the Lingwu sword master most afraid was that Long Chen was also a dragon martial artist. He also met the requirements of the Sword Spirit Great Emperor, but Long Chen wasn't one of them and it wasn't decided by the Sword Spirit Great Emperor. If he married Lingxi, it would deviate from the Sword Spirit Great Emperor's intention and the 4 sword masters would absolutely not allow it. Moreover, with Long Chen's talent and character, there would definitely be other big problems in the future. They only regretted that they allowed Lingxi and Long Chen to meet. Today, who dared to look down on Long Chen? Who dared to deny his cultivation speed? Who dared to deny his aggressive character? Who dared to deny his guts? The fact that he dared to come to the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace alone and dared to kill his way out of the sky-raising sword prison had already caused panic in the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. That's right, Long Chen finally broke through to the martial Dao perfection stage at the last moment. He was waiting to condense the Dao seal. As long as the Dao seal was formed, the Nirvana Golden Wheel and Divine Martial Soul would fuse into one and form a primordial spirit. At that time, Long Chen would be able to attract the first stage of the Nirvana Tribulation and successfully advance to the Nirvana Tribulation realm. This also meant that Long Chen would be able to completely absorb the ancient blood spirit dragon's blood essence, and the Void Aeon Dragon's blood essence would also completely fuse with his primordial spirit. 2 ancestral dragon bodies would be born. That was his final moment of transformation. Now, he was only one step away, and it was within reach. The Lingwu Sword Master was about to wrap things up when Long Chen stood up and shouted, "Wait." The Lingwu Sword Master's eyes turned cold as he said, "Sacred Martial Emperor, are you going to behave atrociously in my Sword Spirit Emperor Palace?" His words had a huge impact, and he was trying to scare Long Chen. But today, Long Chen was not someone he could casually bully. Long Chen sneered and said, "The Lingwu Sword Master imprisoned me for no reason and almost killed me. Do you think you can cover up such a deep hatred with just a few words? Do you think you can fool the true Martial Emperor Palace? We didn't come here today to watch Lingxi and Wang Chen get married. Hasn't the marriage been ruined? That's great, Wang Chen doesn't have a chance. Hurry up and get lost. It's my turn now." Long Chen's chest contained a large amount of qi. His arrogant words were deafening and made people's hearts tremble. Countless people looked at Long Chen. What was he going to do? The Lingwu Sword Master narrowed his eyes and snorted coldly. "What are you going to do?" Long Chen's expression was very relaxed. He looked at Lingxi affectionately. His confident gaze made Lingxi infatuated, even intoxicated. Long Chen said, "It's not what I want to do. It's what our Emperor Lord wants to do." This sentence really scared everyone. True Martial Emperor? Just as Long Chen finished speaking, the massacre martial supremacy behind him, Yi Futu, underwent a huge change. His body glowed with 5-colored light, and his body rapidly transformed. In a short moment, a skinny old man shrouded in 5-colored light appeared in front of everyone. Yi Futu had not come at all. He was still suppressed under the golden mountain at the top of the 5 elements clear sky pagoda. The person who had been following behind the 2 martial supremacies was none other than one of the 2 remaining supreme existences of the 3 regions and 9 realms. True Martial Emperor. This name was enough to resound like thunder. He was someone who had lived for tens of thousands of years. When True Martial Emperor appeared, everyone instinctively wanted to kneel down. The 9 Realms Lord, the Demon Dragon Palace Master, and the 6 demonic emperors all had very interesting expressions on their faces. True Martial Emperor, who had not appeared for a very long time, had actually appeared in the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. This was something that had not happened for tens of thousands of years. To everyone, the 3 great emperors were all legends, the rulers of the 3 regions and 9 realms. When True Martial Emperor appeared, everyone in the True Martial Emperor Palace had to pay their respects. Following that, the 9 Realms Lord and the others also bowed respectfully. Although they did not kneel down, they still had some respect for this kind of powerhouse. True Martial Emperor's appearance had completely disrupted the plans of the Lingwu Sword Master and the others. They had originally been able to control the situation, but now that the powerhouse who was on the same level as the Sword Spirit Emperor had appeared, they could no longer control the situation. Although they were still more than 50 meters away from True Martial Emperor, the overwhelming divine might made the 4 great sword masters feel powerless. We, the 4 great sword masters of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace, pay our respects to True Martial Emperor. The Lingwu Sword Master and the others took the lead to pay their respects to True Martial Emperor. Wang Chen, who was still in a daze, also maintained a deep sense of reverence. However, the hatred in his heart was burning brighter and brighter. He was the most humiliated person today. When he thought about how he had showily greeted Lingxi in his dragon form, he felt that it was foolish and laughable. True martial emperors might dominated the world. He spoke for the first time in his wizened voice. "I have seen everything that happened today. I have long known that Long Chen was in the sky-raising sword prison." The 4 great sword masters were speechless. Indeed, nothing could be hidden from this existence who was from the same era as the Sword Spirit Emperor. The Sword Spirit Emperor had chosen to be reborn in a moment of despair. Only True Martial Emperor was still alive, and his strength was unknown. The Lingwu Sword Master said, "True Martial Emperor, I did this to ensure that today's wedding would go smoothly. Please forgive me, Great Emperor. True Martial Emperor smiled and shook his head. I am not here to cause trouble today. Lingsu and I were good friends back then, and I know about Goddess Ling's blood. Let me get straight to the point. The four great sword masters looked at each other, feeling very nervous. Goddess Ling's blood was so precious. Now that true Martial Emperor knew about it, what would he do? As for the 9 realms lords, the 6 demonic thearchs, and the others, they all took note of the blood of Goddess Su. Although they weren't particularly clear about the blood of Goddess Su, this should be the thing that the 4 great sword sovereigns mentioned that would allow Lingxi to have a bright future. Great Emperor, please speak. The Lingwu sword master lowered his head and said. True Martial Emperor said solemnly, Goddess Ling's blood can only be activated by a dragon martial artist. Although Lingsu has already prepared a husband for herself, our true Martial Emperor Palace's Long Chen and the reincarnated Lingxi, have a great relationship. Coincidentally, Long Chen is a dragon martial artist. They are a match made in heaven. Although I have lived for tens of thousands of years, I am touched by the persistence and resistance of these 2 children. As the saying goes, forcing a melon won't make it sweet. Going with the flow is the best way. Long Chen is my sacred martial emperor and is like my adopted son. Today, as true martial emperor, I will propose marriage to Miss Lingxi on behalf of Long Chen. What do you think? The crowd was in an uproar after hearing this. Long Chen's face was really big. He was able to make true martial emperor come all the way here to propose marriage on behalf of Long Chen. For tens of thousands of years, no one had such face. This marriage proposal could be said to be the grandest in history. In the past, the people of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace had thought that Long Chen had no background, no status, and was just an ant without any power. However, today, they didn't dare to say that. Even the Jinwu Great Emperor was willing to speak up for him. In this world, there weren't many powers that could match the power behind him. Back then, if Long Chen had not obtained the position of Sacred Martial Emperor, he would not have had such a smooth journey today. True Martial Emperor's words could be said to have completely disrupted the conditions of the 4 great sword masters. The 4 of them stood there in a daze, not knowing what to say at all. At this moment, Long Chen said, For great sword masters, since Lingxi needs a dragon martial artist, I am definitely qualified to be her husband. In addition, the person that Lingxi truly loves is me. I am also willing to love her and spend the rest of my life with her. Between me and Wang Chen, who is more suitable for her? I know that the 4 of you are following the opinion of the Sword Spirit Emperor, but nothing is set in stone. A slight change may be better for each other. All of this made Lingxi's tears fall incessantly. Her beauty today was indescribable. It was not enough to describe her beauty. She steeled herself and looked at Long Chen with a resolute gaze, completely ignoring Wang Chen beside her. She said loudly, In this life, I will not marry anyone but Long Chen. If anyone tries to stop me, if anyone tries to make other arrangements for me, I will resist with my life. As soon as this was said, the crowd was in an uproar. The disciples of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace had also completely forgotten about Wang Chen. At this moment, in their eyes, it seemed that the love story between the 2 of them, which had gone through untold hardships, was even more touching. Unknowingly, many disciples had already shed tears for them. In fact, they had heard many love stories between Long Chen and Lingxi, but they had only treated them as rumors. They had never imagined that there really were 2 people in this world who would risk their lives for love. The huge pressure caused the 4 great sword masters' expressions to change. The mighty true martial emperor was waiting for their reply. Please give us some time. The 4 great sword masters surrounded themselves in a small space and quickly conversed. The crowd slowly waited for their reply. Wang Chen stood alone in the middle of everyone. The scornful gazes even came from his own people. This made his heart burn with a crazy flame, making it difficult for him to breathe. At this moment, the 4 great sword masters had finally made their decision. Tomorrow was the 3rd chapter, the 4th chapter, and the 5th chapter. It all depended on the 2 chapters in the afternoon. Another explanation: a novel with one climax after another must have the necessary content such as foreshadowing, accumulation of momentum, and stimulation of contradictions. The reason why people look forward to the climax is because of the foreshadowing. Ordinary foreshadowing will become what the readers say to make up the number of words. In fact, for every author, there is no benefit in quickly writing the next book after finishing this one. I also like to read the climax, such as the moment of dragon transformation. But without my 5 million word foreshadowing, who would look forward to this moment? Please believe me, if you read carefully and pay attention to the details, under extreme pressure, the climax will come, and you will feel good to the end. You can't be impatient while reading. The climax will last for a few days, and I will take every word I write seriously. If you want to read more, please support. I see a lot of data, and the ranking list, and feel everyone's power. I, Han Yi, can fight for another 2 to 3 hours, and it won't be a problem. Chapter 1584. After the discussion, the 4 great sword masters looked solemn. The Lingwu sword master took a step forward and said respectfully to Jinwu, Great Emperor, we can accept your marriage proposal, but we have 2 conditions. We hope that the Great Emperor will consider it for the sake of your friendship with our Emperor. Otherwise, we will not be able to answer to the Emperor. The results were finally out. Ling Shi and Long Chen, as well as the tens of thousands of disciples and outsiders, were all filled with anticipation and excitement. From the start of the wedding until now, there had been a lot of changes, and it could be said to be one spectacular event after another. The great Emperor Jinwu said in a wizened voice, "Tell me your 2 conditions." The Lingwu sword master explained very seriously, "Thank you, Emperor. We have 2 conditions. First, we are willing to give Long Chen a chance to work hard. However, because this is a matter of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace, we hope that after we give Long Chen this chance, Emperor will not interfere with the internal affairs of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace, especially when it concerns the rebirth of our Emperor. This matter is very important to us. If Emperor interferes with our other important affairs, the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace will be able to resist even though we don't have a ruler. They would give Long Chen a chance, but they hoped that Jinwu Great Emperor would not interfere in the future. Otherwise, they would revolt. This was the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace's stance. In fact, Long Chen knew that Great Emperor Jinwu was worried about the city lord's death. He definitely didn't want the true Martial Emperor Palace and the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace to have internal strife because of the conflict. Great Emperor Jinwu had used his power to suppress Long Chen, which was the greatest help he could offer. It would be difficult for Great Emperor Jinwu to give Long Chen more help. After all, he had said that the most important thing in his heart was the people of the world. Long Chen was also extremely unwilling to let the conflict between the 2 emperor palaces escalate because of his personal affairs and cause the deaths of many people. He still had a sense of propriety in his heart. He also didn't want to disappoint Jinwu Great Emperor. Before Emperor Jinwu could answer, Long Chen said, "Don't worry, 4 great sword masters. I, Long Chen, will bear the consequences of my actions alone. I only represent myself and have nothing to do with true Martial Emperor Palace. Since you're willing to give me this opportunity, tell me what it is." On the other side, Great Emperor Jinwu could only nod and say, "I promise you, I won't interfere anymore." For Jinwu Great Emperor, the most important thing for him to come here today was to inform everyone about the Lord of the Wrong so that they could discuss countermeasures and prepare well to avoid casualties. Therefore, if he interfered too much and forced the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace to retaliate, it wouldn't be good. Any internal strife could lead to irreversible deaths and injuries. The Lord of the Wrong's lethality was unparalleled. Once he made a move, the world would be in chaos. The Lingwu sword master was relieved. He raised his head and said loudly, "The opportunity we're giving you is also another condition. That is, you and Wang Chen must engage in a battle of life and death. Only the one who survives can have Lingxi. Only the one who is still standing after a battle of life and death can become the husband of Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. Long Chen, if you die, you can only blame yourself for not being as skilled as Wang Chen. Don't blame us. The last sentence was directed at the people from the true martial Emperor Palace. If Long Chen chose this path, then his life and death would no longer have anything to do with the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. This was the only opportunity that the Lingwu Sword Master had given him. This opportunity, in fact, Long Chen had already expected this. He wouldn't hand Lingxi over to him easily. They would definitely set up the biggest hurdle for Long Chen at the end. Moreover, it would be a battle of life and death because they only needed one dragon martial artist. The Lingwu Sword Master was worried about Long Chen's growth. If he could seize this opportunity to kill Long Chen, then he would have nothing to worry about. This was the result of the four great sword masters' discussion. As for Wang Chen, if he lost, they could only accept their fate. Wang Chen had already lost miserably today. If he lost again, he would be worthless in the eyes of the four great sword masters. It wouldn't be a pity if he died. Long Chen, do you dare to accept the challenge? The Lingwu Sword Master asked. Everyone was looking forward to it. Everyone's excited gaze fell on Long Chen. Did he have the guts to have the last battle with Wang Chen, who had already transformed into a dragon? On the other side, Wang Chen's eyes lit up like never before. He was very grateful to the four great sword masters for giving him a chance to fight back. He had already lost Lingxi's heart and lost miserably. This was his only chance to turn defeat into victory. If he could kill Long Chen, then he would have nothing to worry about anymore. No one knew his strength better than him. With his strength, it wouldn't be a problem for him to break the barrier of the sky-raising sword prison if he exerted his full strength. He was a void refinement realm demonic dragon, a natural controller of space and a devourer. Wang Chen had 2 Dao seals, both of which were extremely precious and related to the void refinement realm demonic dragon. One of them was the Dao of space devouring. The other was the Dao of demons. 2 Daoist seals made him powerful. Under everyone's gazes, Long Chen's gaze was still as cold as ever. However, within that coldness, there was an endless flame burning. This was the rage in his heart. What he hated the most, he could only use the craziest flames of battle to shatter everything in his path. At this moment, he looked at his fated enemy with a determined and bloodthirsty look. He gritted his teeth and said, "Why can't I do such a simple thing?" In fact, he had already expected that the four great sword masters wouldn't give in so easily. Long Chen also knew that he would have a battle with Wang Chen. A year ago, Long Chen defeated Wang Chen and shocked the world. However, Wang Chen had passed the Nirvana Tribulation and became a Nirvana Tribulation dragon warrior. Since then, his strength had improved by leaps and bounds. The strength of a void refinement realm demonic dragon was gradually revealed. On the other side, Long Chen's speed was also quite terrifying. However, they still didn't have a chance to fight him. At this moment, Long Chen had broken through the great completion realm of martial arts. His strength had increased again and reached the peak of his life. All right. Both sides had reached an agreement. In that case, there was nothing more to say. Do your best. Great Emperor Zhenwu said these 4 words to Long Chen. Then, everyone returned to their seats. On this spacious white jade square, only 4 people, Long Chen, Mo Xiaolang, Wang Chen, and Lingxi, were left. Xiaolang, you go back first. Long Chen's eyes were cold as he stood proudly in the eyes of all the experts. Big brother, you must smash this guy's head. Mo Xiaolang was actually very kind, but he just couldn't stand Wang Chen. He couldn't help now, but when it was time to fight, he wouldn't care about anything else. Little she. The atmosphere was getting more and more tense. The flames of war had already burned everyone's heart. Before the battle started, Long Chen's eyes were already bloodshot. Got it, Chen. I'll wait for you. I've already prepared clothes for you. When you win, we'll get married immediately. She wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and returned to her usual cute and lovely appearance. She smiled and said these words. It was true that she still respected Wang Chen, but Wang Chen's unscrupulous behavior had already disappointed her. If they had to fight to the death today, she hoped that Long Chen would be the one to survive. This was a battle that had been destined to burn for 10 years. Before they started fighting, everyone's heart was already surging with fighting spirit and their blood was boiling. Especially Mo Xiaolang, he couldn't wait to fight on behalf of Long Chen. Burn! Burn! The two young men, who reeked of blood, were facing each other. Long Chen was speechless. He couldn't find words to describe the hot blood in his body at this moment. His power was so strong that it seemed to form a world-destroying explosion. He was extremely close to the end, which was when the Nirvana Golden Wheel and the God Marshal's soul would merge. Long Chen lived by killing. He was most influenced by the ancient blood spiritual dragon's blood essence. If he condensed the Tao seal, the Tao seal that would trigger him to trigger the Nirvana tribulation would definitely be the slaughter Tao seal. The Tao of slaughter was also one of the Tao of battle. There were thousands of heavenly Taos, and slaughter was its foundation. The Tao of slaughter was the most ordinary, but it could produce the ancestral dragon that dominated this rule. At this moment, Long Chen had already displayed an unprecedented killing intent. His whole body was filled with a thick smell of blood. Blood-colored scales instantly covered his whole body, and those ancient symbols were released from his body. He was a dragon. He was the ancestral dragon, a super overlord in ancient times. He was the super creature that dominated the entire huge dragon sacrificial dragon continent. He was invincible, he was undefeatable. As for Wang Chen, his heart was filled with hatred, anger, and grievance. His beautiful fantasy of today had all been destroyed by Long Chen. The Lingwu sword master had once warned him to face everything rationally, but he had forgotten that he had been blinded by all the humiliation. Let's fight. Let's fight. This is a battle destined by fate. They are like old enemies. Who will be the one to obtain the final victory? In front of the heaven and earth sword pool. In front of the top experts. This battle was destined to shock the world. Long Chen only flicked his finger at Wang Chen, and with a proud posture, he rushed to the starry sky. This place was too small, not enough for him to display his strength. Only the starry sky, the 36 heavenly dipper stars, and the 72 earthly fiend stars were Long Chen's true battlefield. Follow me if you have the guts. Wang Chen was furious. His eyes were blood red, and he couldn't help but release his strength. The surrounding space began to collapse. At this moment, his human form let out a dragon roar. His body was covered with silver-gray dragon scales, and he looked like a god of war. He followed Long Chen and rushed to the starry sky. At that moment, it was like an explosion. In the starry sky, the blood-red and silver-gray figures started an exciting confrontation. Martial Tao Great Completion. Was the current him much stronger than Wang Chen? Long Chen didn't want to win, but to crush his opponent and make his soul scatter. P.S. Yesterday's data, flowers 2601. Peak is about 6,600, less than 8,000. So today is the 4th chapter. There happens to be an exam in the afternoon, so I can relax a little. P.S. Yesterday, I suddenly needed to log into the peak, which led to the decrease in the number of peaks. Today, the rules will be changed. Today, 4 chapters will be released, and tomorrow at 12 o'clock, the total number of peaks will exceed 5,000. Tomorrow will be updated, and the flower standard will still be 2,500. P.S. For tomorrow's 5th chapter, I invite everyone to register if they can. The flames of war are burning, peak, skybreaker. 17K. Chapter 1585. Lingxi must be looking at him with the most expectant eyes. The other person who was also full of expectations for him was Jinwu Great Emperor. Long Chen knew that he was on the verge of triggering the Nirvana tribulation. So, what kind of massacre could make Long Chen condense the real slaughter seal and fuse the Nirvana golden wheel and the divine martial soul into a primordial spirit? Even though Long Chen was full of murderous intent like a god of slaughter, he was actually very calm. He was terrifyingly calm. Jinwu Great Emperor had laid the foundation for him. Next, it was time for him to achieve glory. Lingxi needed him. Yang Lingqing needed him. All the people in the world also needed a top expert to fight against the city lord of the wronged. Jinwu Great Emperor had pinned all his hopes on him. The 36 Big Dipper stars and the 72 earthly fiend stars, each of which was 1/10 the size of an imperial star. At this time, in the starry sky at the bottom, they rotated according to their own orbit and formed a formation. Long Chen and Wang Chen stood opposite each other in this formation. Below them, there were thousands of expectant eyes. It could be said that there were many experts among them. The peak battle began with Wang Chen's madness. He couldn't bear it any longer. He couldn't bear to see Long Chen still living in front of him. He was drowned in shame and humiliation. However, this was beneficial to Wang Chen. The Void Refinement Realm demonic dragon was a demonic dragon, and Wang Chen's demonic Tao required it even more. When he almost lost his human consciousness, he would become stronger, and his demonic Tao would be more compatible with the heavenly Tao. This was also the reason why Wang Chen could have such a terrifying combat strength before he reached the second Nirvana tribulation realm. Long Chen. Long Chen. Long Chen. He gritted his teeth, and blood flowed out of his mouth. The blood ignited the flames on his body. His body burned with a gloomy grayish-black flame, and he screamed. Primordial Taoist technique, demon diagram. Wang Chen threw his head back and roared. At this moment, there was a strange demonic dragon wrapped around his waist. It was a picture, and when the picture appeared, the surrounding power gathered towards Wang Chen at a terrifying speed. His strength multiplied. Wang Chen's body was also very strong, and it was enough to withstand such a huge amount of power. The extent of the Nirvana energy's increase simply moved everyone present. Such an increase is really shocking. Wang Chen's path of demons is really powerful. If this path is developed to its peak, there may be something magical happening. Yes, the dragon martial artist has such a strange yet powerful method. As soon as Wang Chen displayed his strength, everyone couldn't help but be shocked. On the other hand, Long Chen didn't have anything shocking about him other than his killing intent. Of course, this was only the beginning. With the help of the demon picture, Wang Chen's original Nirvana force was equivalent to that of a warrior in the second Nirvana tribulation realm. Now, his strength had soared, and he could probably be compared with a warrior in the third Nirvana tribulation realm. The enormous amount of fiendish demonic energy nearly caused his body to explode. Even his dragon scales were bulging. Huff! The Nirvana force, which combined the Tao of demons and the Tao of space devouring, was much more powerful than the ordinary Nirvana force. It could even be compared with the two types of energy of Mo Shaolang. Long Chen's Nirvana force didn't have any attributes yet. After the increase of his strength, the madness on Wang Chen's face turned into a cruel killing intent. Since this is a battle of life and death, you must die, and I must live. Wang Chen launched his first attack at the peak of his speed, and the battle was completely ignited. Like an enlightened mind, he charged at Long Chen with great momentum, causing the sound of wind and thunder exploding. It was as if the whole sky was exploding. Great jade space-shattering fist. This Kane Dao technique completely belonged to the Void Refinement Realm demonic dragon's Tao of space devouring. Wang Chen was still 200 meters away from Long Chen when he threw this punch. But at this moment, the space within a sphere with a diameter of more than 100 meters around Long Chen exploded and collapsed in an instant. It was as if glass had shattered. The sky and earth trembled, and the surrounding stars were affected and deviated from their trajectories. To Long Chen, this was extremely dangerous. Everyone was shocked by the power of this punch. With the Tao of demons and the Tao of space devouring, Wang Chen could be considered a genius of his generation. The shattered space produced an endless suction force at this moment, as if it was going to devour everything. Has Long Chen been killed? When the great jade space-shattering fist was thrown out, Long Chen had already disappeared. The crowd couldn't help but ask this question. The great jade void-shattering fist was so powerful that no one would be surprised if Long Chen was killed instantly by this move, leaving not even his bones behind. Even at this moment, the surrounding space was still trembling. Show yourself. Wang Chen's eyes were extremely violent. He glanced around and roared in a proud tone. The next moment, Long Chen appeared about 100 meters away from him. With a calm face, he sneered, "You only have brute force, but your attack speed is so slow. Are you trying to hit me?" The crowd was even more shocked. It was obvious at first glance that Long Chen's speed had definitely surpassed that of Wang Chen, who had used the demon shadow. In that instant, he had moved such a large distance and survived the opponent's super strong punch. "Coward, if you only know how to run away, why did you fight me? What right do you have to have Lingxi as a coward?" Wang Chen snarled coldly. But Long Chen said, "It's not up to you to decide whether I'm a coward or not." Killing. Long Chen's purpose was not only to fight, but also to understand what killing was. For example, at this moment, he really wanted to kill Wang Chen, and he was even about to go crazy. But he still couldn't feel the feeling of being enlightened by the way of heaven and having an epiphany. Great jade space-shattering fist. Wang Chen still didn't give up and launched another powerful attack. But this time, Long Chen still escaped. When Long Chen escaped for the first time, the crowd thought that he was fast. But when it happened again, they couldn't stand it anymore. They thought that Long Chen would launch a strong attack and defeat Wang Chen quickly like last time, leaving Wang Chen no time and opportunity to fight back. "You say you're not a coward? I think you're worse than a dog. In such a life-and-death battle, you chose to dodge continuously." Wang Chen laughed. But Long Chen didn't take it seriously. "You've said so much just to cover up the humiliation you just suffered. You're weak inside. No matter how arrogant you act, in my heart, you're just a weakling." Long Chen's words could be said to poke at the weakest part of Wang Chen's heart. In fact, he was trying to cover up. "I never realized that you're so damned." The figure of the demon turned into a divine dragon and coiled around Wang Chen, providing him with an endless supply of energy. His face had turned black. At this moment, he stretched out his hands and burst out with power. "I'll let you see that my means are endless." Between his hands, there was a huge change. Primordial Taoism method, crack of heaven and earth. This was an attack of the way of devouring space. Above his hands, two whips that were hundreds of meters long appeared. These whips were formed by the cracks in the space. The cracks in the space were filled with terrifying devouring power. The crowd couldn't imagine that if they were hit by such whips, their bodies would be torn in half by the cracks in the space. "This time, let's see how you're going to dodge it." Wang Chen waved the two terrifying whips in his hands crazily. Wherever they went, the Milky Way shattered. Among the 72 malefic stars, a relatively small star got close and was instantly torn in half by one of the whips. The whole star almost exploded. Holding the long whips, Wang Chen laughed wildly. He completely suppressed Long Chen, causing a huge shock below. At this time, Long Chen finally put on a serious expression and revealed his murderous intent. The gray god-slaying sword appeared in his hand. Although this Taoist instrument only had 4 Taoist patterns, it made everyone's heart beat inexplicably. "Can you still dodge it?" Wang Chen laughed and approached with great momentum. The cracks in the universe exploded and swept towards Long Chen. Expand symbol formula. 9 streaks of sword chi formed the expand symbol formula and blocked one of the cracks in the universe. "You want to stop me with this?" Wang Chen laughed. The other crack in the universe was the real killer move. He was confident that he could use this move to tear Long Chen in half. At this time, Long Chen's eyes exploded with a murderous intent that was 100 times stronger. As quiet as a virgin, as agile as a rabbit. All along, Long Chen had been very calm and quiet. But when he really made his move, time passed quickly and time passed in the blink of an eye. God-slaying formula, wordless formula. The wordless formula had a total of 81 streaks of sword chi. With Long Chen's current strength at the martial arts' great perfection realm, 81 huge streaks of sword chi that were 100 meters long soared into the sky with infinite power. The power of devouring the sword chi of death erupted at this moment. The god-slaying sword was the true sword of slaughter. As the sword swept past, the 81 huge streaks of sword chi formed a death sword prison and tore the other crack in the universe completely with its tyrannical power. The huge killing power condensed into a huge sword of heaven and earth. The killing aura shook the heaven and earth. The huge sword slashed down and Wang Chen reacted with difficulty. He escaped in a sorry state but was still hit. Under the attack of the wordless formula, one of his arms flew out and was torn into pieces by Long Chen. His whole body was also covered with sword marks of various sizes. He was injured on the spot. Long Chen had not made a move yet. This was the first time he made a move. As soon as he made a move, Wang Chen was immediately defeated. He did not even have a chance to resist and his whole body was covered with sword marks. This was actually very funny because Long Chen was from the true Martial Emperor Palace while Wang Chen was from the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. Wang Chen did not know how to use a sword, but Long Chen injured him with the sword Dao. The difference in strength between the two was completely revealed at this moment. Although Wang Chen's momentum was strong, in comparison, the cold and cruel Long Chen directly gained the upper hand with a sword at the critical moment, giving Wang Chen an irreparable blow both physically and mentally. At that moment, Wang Chen completely went crazy. Below, waves of exclamations were directed at Long Chen. "I want you to die so that not even your dregs are left." Wang Chen's arm immediately grew back. Demonic madness was written all over his face. Come on." Long Chen's voice was full of calmness as he said quietly. Because yesterday's support did not meet the conditions, there were 2 chapters at noon today. For chapters, 5,000, so each chapter would average more than 1,200. It was best to exceed 1,500 for this chapter. Chapter 1586. Heaven and Earth Sword Pool. Everyone was watching the intense battle in the sky with great excitement. Below, on the ancient Yuan spirit world side, a wretched-looking old man asked anxiously again, "Realm Master, Great Emperor Zhenwu is here, and Long Chen has become so powerful. Can we still make a move?" The silver-haired man frowned and said, "Is there something wrong with your brain? Great Emperor Zhenwu's appearance was an accident. Just go back and give us an explanation. But we can wait and see if there's a chance later." "Oh," the old man nodded and looked up. This was the first time Long Chen had made a move. He had used the wordless art and injured Wang Chen for the first time. So powerful, the old man said sincerely. He was not the only one. The crowd below was in an uproar because of Long Chen's sudden performance. The Sword God Palace was like boiling water, and everyone's blood was boiling. The 4 sword masters frowned. The Demon Sky Sword Master said with a frown, "Wang Chen has lost his consciousness, but because of the Demon Dao, his strength has increased. But Long Chen seems to have a better chance of winning." Sword Master Linghua said, "Long Chen has never transformed into a dragon. I don't think he can do it now. As long as Wang Chen shows his dragon form or takes out that weapon, his chances of winning are still very high." Sword Master Lingwu shook his head. "He has no chance of winning with his Dao weapon. Have you forgotten what the sacred martial emperor of true Martial Emperor Palace has? You mean he can use the golden demon imprisonment column?" The 3 sword masters said at the same time. At this moment, in the sky, Wang Chen was like a crazed demon. After the Qian Kun crack was destroyed, he saw the divine weapon in Long Chen's hand. He had thought that his Tao would surpass his opponent. But he had still failed. Wang Chen felt that he had only lost to his opponent's weapon. After the Qian Kun crack was destroyed, he retreated a long distance and gathered power in his hand. Suddenly, the space beside him collapsed, and a demonic dragon drilled out of it. The aura of a giant desolate beast swept over. The savage demonic dragon let out an earth-shattering roar that shook everything within 1,000 miles. The disciples of the sky-piercing sword Soul Mountain were all alarmed. Only now did they realize that something had happened to the sword god's palace. The demonic dragon morphed into a sharp, demonic halberd in Wang Chen's hand. This halberd was the most powerful weapon that Long Chen had ever seen apart from the golden demon suppressing pillar and the other 8 Taoist artifacts. The domineering demonic aura emanating from the halberd was so similar to the temperament of Wang Chen at the moment. Long Chen had a rough understanding of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. It was rumored that the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace also had a Tao artifact with 9 Tao patterns, but no one knew what it was. There were a total of 4 Tao artifacts with 8 Tao patterns. They were the Galaxy Refining Sword, Pear Blossom Snow Sword, 36 Celestial Dipper Swords, and 72 Earthly Fiend Swords. After the 4 Super Divine Swords, the strongest weapon with 7 Tao patterns was the 8 Desolate Demonic Dragon Halberd, which was the one in Wang Chen's hand. It seemed that the Lingwu Sword Master wanted to groom Wang Chen into the most loyal assistant of the Sword Spirit Emperor. Otherwise, he wouldn't have given the 8 Desolate Demonic Dragon Halberd to such a young Wang Chen. The Sword Spirit Emperor Palace didn't have a position like the Sacred Martial Emperor. With the 8 Desolate Demonic Dragon Halberd in hand, Wang Chen's battle prowess increased once again. The halberd was compatible with his demonic Tao, and under the resonance of their powers, his battle prowess was unimaginable. Every dragon martial artist wasn't simple, especially after reaching the Nirvana Tribulation realm. Wang Chen's eyes were filled with savagery. The demonic dragon's gaze was like a scorching pillar of fire that shot towards Long Chen. Wang Chen couldn't accept the fact that he lost to Long Chen so easily in their first clash. He waved the 8 Desolate Demonic Dragon Halberd in his hand, and the aura of a demonic dragon filled the air, forming a gloomy space. Wang Chen gathered all his nirvana energy and revealed his killing intent, choosing to attack again. The moment he made his move, the 8 Desolate Demonic Dragon Halberd was unleashed, and the stars instantly dimmed. "I remember you still have a golden pillar, take it out." When the Lingwu Sword Master was fighting against Long Chen, Wang Chen had seen the golden demon imprisonment pillar, but he didn't know much about the true Martial Emperor Palace, so he didn't know about the golden demon imprisonment pillar. The 8 Desolate Demonic Dragon Halberd stirred up the wind and clouds, and even the stars were moving in its trajectory. Wang Chen waved the halberd in his hand, and poured all his power into it. The power of anger, the power of the demonic demon, all of it was released without any regard for his life. "I want to win, I want to win." He soared into the sky, and slashed down furiously. 8 Desolate Demonic Dragon Slash. At this moment, the 7-patterned halberd transformed into an earth-shattering demonic dragon, and tore at Long Chen. If it hit, Long Chen would be split in half. The 8 Desolate Demonic Dragon Halberd was even more powerful, and its attack power was several times stronger than before. It had already surpassed Long Chen's wordless art. The crowd was worried for Long Chen again. But even at this moment, Long Chen's expression was still frighteningly calm. But his hands were already trembling, because he could no longer suppress the killing intent in his heart. He wouldn't attack easily, but once he did, he would be even crazier than Wang Chen. When the 8 Desolate Demonic Dragon Halberd appeared, Long Chen silently chanted. In the God Nation, a total of 20 golden demon imprisonment pillars suddenly disappeared, and a 100-meter-long golden demon imprisonment pillar appeared, surrounded by golden lightning. Transform. Under Long Chen's transformation, the 20 golden demon imprisonment pillars shrunk, and then, amidst the lightning, formed a thick golden rod. On the rod, golden runes shone. These two divine weapons were related to dragons. The five-clawed golden dragon was the dragon of justice, and the demonic dragon was the dragon of evil. Long Chen held the golden demon imprisonment pillar in his hand, and the power of the 25-clawed golden dragons converged, forming an awe-inspiring dragon might. With one hand holding the end of the golden demon imprisonment pillar, Long Chen roared, and with all his strength, he used the 9 dragons devours the sky on the golden demon imprisonment pillar and soared into the sky. The end of the golden demon imprisonment pillar expanded rapidly, and instantly extended to more than 100 meters long. It collided with the 8 desolate demonic dragon halberd. The clash between the two divine weapons was undoubtedly a shocking scene. In an instant, the sky darkened, and the light of the stars was completely overshadowed. The intense sound of friction also caused most of the Sword God's palace disciples to fall to the ground in pain, unconscious. More people were watching the result excitedly. What they saw was that the 8 desolate demonic dragon halberd in Wang Chen's hand was sent flying. In the first clash, the weapon had left his hand. What a tragic failure. Wang Chen could not retrieve the 8 desolate demonic dragon halberd in a short time. As he was flying back, blood spurted from his mouth, and Long Chen chased after him. Transform into a dragon. After giving Wang Chen a reminder, the golden demon imprisonment pillar, which weighed millions of kilograms, smashed into Wang Chen's body. The terrifying force caused Wang Chen to let out a tragic cry, and he crashed into one of the 36 Big Dipper stars at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Dust and smoke filled the sky, vibrating. At this moment, the 8 desolate demonic dragon halberd was already falling down, and Wang Chen could not retrieve it at all. This was the difference between them. Even if Long Chen had not reached martial path great completion, he could still crush this guy, unless the other party transformed into a dragon. Although the 8 desolate demonic dragon halberd was not bad, Wang Chen could only use 1/10 of its strength. As for Long Chen, he had used at least 1/5 of the golden demon imprisonment pillar, and the rest was used to suppress the city lord of the tragic city's heart. This huge gap made everyone look at each other in dismay. Basically, it could be said that Long Chen had completely exceeded their expectations. From the start of the battle until now, he had basically suppressed Wang Chen, not giving him a chance to fight back. Shocking. Admirable. In the 3 regions and 9 realms, besides the monstrous Mo Xiaolang, who else among the new generation could be a match for Long Chen? Of course, the most important thing was that Wang Chen had not shown his full strength. The 4 sword masters could see it clearly. The Lingwu sword master shouted angrily, "Wang Chen, transform into a dragon." This was the moment that everyone had been waiting for. Long Chen's eyes were cold and murderous. With his vast physical strength, he casually swung the heavy golden demon imprisonment pillar. The golden demon imprisonment pillar extended to a length of thousands of meters, and its end had become the size of a mountain. He smiled coldly and suddenly turned around. The golden demon imprisonment pillar let out a loud explosion, piercing through the air and sweeping across. A huge star that Wang Chen had just stopped was directly blown up by Long Chen's strike. Rumble. An indescribable roar erupted. Countless meteorite fragments fell from the sky, all falling into the shattered star river. The number of star fragments in the shattered star river doubled in a short moment. Fortunately, no one was cultivating in the shattered star river at this moment, or there would be a lot of casualties. Such power shocked everyone once again. The golden demon imprisonment pillar was indeed the symbol of violence. Under the huge force, Wang Chen was quickly drowned, his body covered in blood. But when the sky was filled with smoke and dust, a real dragon roar from ancient times reverberated. In the smoke and dust, the shadow of a huge divine dragon was faintly discernible. Long Chen's eyes were cold and fearless. He moved forward again. Even if the other party transformed into a dragon, it made no difference to him. Below, Lingxi clasped her hands together, silently praying for Long Chen. This was the most important moment in their lives. The roaring divine dragon was filled with endless brute force. Long Chen had never thought that he would fight a divine dragon. He could not estimate Wang Chen's position, because the current Wang Chen had become even stronger. After transforming into a dragon, his combat strength increased by almost 10 times. It was even more terrifying than when demons revealed their true forms. Long Chen approached with the golden demon imprisonment pillar in his hand. At this moment, the huge silver-gray dragon tail shot out from the smoke and dust at a speed 10 times faster than Wang Chen's. This speed shocked Long Chen. He quickly used the golden demon imprisonment pillar to block himself, but he was still swept away by the divine dragon's tail and flew backward. The divine dragon's strength far exceeded that of ordinary demons. This time, the divine dragon's tail made Long Chen's body explode into a mist of blood. Chapter 1587. Long Chen had never looked down on Wang Chen. He was still wary of Wang Chen's dragon transformation. For example, this time, he could sneak up on Wang Chen under the cover of the smoke and dust. After Wang Chen dragon transformation, the situation between the two sides suddenly reversed. The crowd below stood up from their seats in agitation. Could it be that Long Chen would immediately lose under Wang Chen's dragon transformation? After being sneak attacked, Long Chen must have been seriously injured. Below, Lingxi was also extremely worried. The moment she saw the blood mist around Long Chen, she felt as if her heart was stabbed by a knife and her blood was flowing. She did not expect that the battle would have such a reversal. At the moment when everyone's hearts tightened, something unimaginable happened. Long Chen admitted that he had been careless for a moment, giving his opponent a chance to sneak up on him. However, at the moment when he was injured, time reversal was performed. The extreme finger of universe was pointed at him. The rule of time was activated. Everything that should have returned, including the blood mist that flew out from Long Chen's body. In a split second, the perfect Long Chen reappeared. From being seriously injured to being uninjured, in fact, it only took one finger. This was almost the means of a god. How is this possible? Even the most powerful experts could not help but be shocked by this. Only the Lingwu sword master knew that it was not a coincidence that Long Chen was able to recover on his own after his head was chopped off. This was because he had this amazing ability. Who could be his enemy with an immortal body? Wang Chen, who was hidden in the smoke and dust, was even more frightened. However, after Long Chen had fully recovered, he smiled. This injury had provoked his anger and hatred. At this moment, his body was covered in flames. His hands that were covered in blood-red dragon scales tightly gripped the heavy golden demon imprisonment column in his hands. Rumble. A vast power exploded. At this moment, Long Chen was like a madman. In his hands, the golden demon imprisonment column extended for thousands of meters. He threw it violently at the void refinement realm demonic dragon that was hidden in the smoke and dust. You can still dodge. Bang! The void refinement realm demonic dragon was unable to dodge in time. Its body was only several hundred meters long and was directly pulled out by Long Chen's golden demon suppressing column. Such a scene was even more shocking. A void refinement realm demonic dragon was not even as big as Long Chen's golden demon suppressing pillar. This time, the gray scales on the void refinement realm demonic dragon were sent flying and blood spurted out. The void refinement realm demonic dragon let out a blood-curdling screech. His eyes were bloodshot as he steadied his body and pounced towards Long Chen. If you want to die, I'll send you off. A terrifying power erupted from Long Chen's body. The golden demon suppressing column turned into a phantom and sent the void refinement realm demonic dragon flying again. That gigantic creature directly collided with another star, causing the smaller Earth Fiend star to explode. Another large number of fragmentary stars fell from the sky. Long Chen. Even though he had transformed into a dragon, he was still humiliated in such a way. The void refinement realm demonic dragon was extremely furious. He raised his gigantic dragon head high and coiled his body. Beside him, countless cracks in the space formed a huge net. I'm going to swallow you into my stomach with my void refinement realm ability. Enjoy it. At that moment, the space around Long Chen with a diameter of thousands of meters was completely sealed by the opponent. Long Chen himself could not move at all. Once again, a fatal crisis struck. Void Refinement Realm. This was the strongest skill of a Void Refinement Realm demonic dragon. It could confine the space and treat the space as food, swallowing it directly. A real Void Refinement Realm demonic dragon relied on this skill to become stronger. At this moment, Long Chen could not move at all. Would Long Chen be able to survive under this skill? This was the question that the people below were worried about. In other words, the moment that would decide the outcome of the battle had arrived. Die. 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 The Void Refinement Realm demonic dragon soared into the sky. His dragon body that was hundreds of meters long bared his fangs and brandished his claws, devouring the space that he had confined bit by bit. He wanted to mix with Long Chen in the confined space and swallow him into his stomach. Then, he would use his Void Refinement Realm ability to refine Long Chen into his food. It was an extremely critical moment. Even at this moment, Lingxi's hands were trembling and Bai Yun who was next to her was hugging her arm nervously. However, she still stared at Long Chen with an incomparably firm look in her eyes. In front of Lingxi, Long Chen had lost once. That was when she was taken away 10 years ago. That incident would never happen a second time. Long Chen had already promised her that. Apart from her, only Mo Xiaolang and a few others believed that Long Chen could break this skill. Void Refinement Realm ability. Unless Long Chen can transform into a dragon, he probably won't be able to break through it. The Lingwu sword master said with certainty. Wang Chen was so excited that he was about to go crazy. He almost wanted to devour Long Chen. However, at this moment, the imprisoned Long Chen actually let out a chuckle that terrified him. Long Chen said, "Have you forgotten how you lost to me in the 9-star Chaos City?" Wang Chen was shocked. At this moment, the immemorial blood hell formation diagram covered the entire space that was imprisoned by Wang Chen. Explode! Long Chen shouted softly. A destructive force swept across and engulfed the Void Refinement Realm demonic dragon. Blood light appeared. Golden Demon Suppressing Pillar, Golden Demon Slaughtering Formation. This was the first attack that Long Chen learned after familiarizing himself with the Golden Demon Suppressing Pillars formation diagram. He enveloped the Void Refinement Realm demonic dragon within the Golden Demon Slaughtering Formation. Then, a crazy attack began. Under the explosion of the immemorial blood hell formation diagram, the scales of the Void Refinement Realm demonic dragon were shattered. However, at the next moment, he was imprisoned by Long Chen instead. This was the power of the Golden Demon Suppressing Pillar. Under the power of the seal, the gigantic divine dragon could not move at all. What are you trying to do? Wang Chen was terrified. Above him, the killing intent in Long Chen's eyes was revealed for the first time. He held the gigantic Golden Demon Suppressing Pillar in his hand and performed the Golden Demon Slaughtering Formation with the power that came from the primordial era. Then, the crowd witnessed an extremely horrifying scene. The Golden Demon Suppressing Pillar that was more than 1,000 meters long smashed on the Void Refinement Realm demonic dragon's divine dragon again and again. This was an extremely crazy attack that was fast and violent. The Golden Demon Suppressing Pillar formed thousands of shadows. Every second, Wang Chen could only watch as countless attacks landed on his body. His Void Refinement Realm demonic dragon's body completely collapsed in a short period of time. From a dragon, it was beaten into a bloody pulp by Long Chen's Golden Demon Slaughtering Formation. This extremely violent process made the scalps of countless people below go numb. The despairing scream of the Void Refinement Realm demonic dragon pierced the weakest part of everyone's heart. This battle could no longer be described as horrifying. Wang Chen's strength had exceeded everyone's expectations. However, his opponent was more like a devil than him. Blood splattered everywhere. Wang Chen did not even have the strength to beg for mercy. Should I give you a quick death? Long Chen suddenly stopped his attack. The golden demon suppressing pillar stopped in midair. I've lost. Wang Chen uttered the last 3 words in agony. The golden demon suppressing pillar fell down once again. The golden demon slaughtering formation disintegrated and the huge body of the void refinement realm demonic dragon fell from the sky. His badly mutilated body landed in the heaven and earth sword pool, causing a huge splash. In an instant, the incomparably clear water of the heaven and earth sword pool was completely dyed red, turning into a pool of blood. This was a blasphemy to the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. However, at this moment, everyone was still immersed in the disbelief of Wang Chen's miserable defeat. With the golden demon suppressing pillar in his hand, Long Chen descended from the sky. With a cold expression, he landed on Wang Chen's badly mutilated head. Most of the void refinement realm demonic dragon's body had been destroyed by Long Chen. This old enemy was now kneeling at the feet of Long Chen. More than 10,000 people gasped. Even though there were so many people, there was absolute silence. 10 years. For this moment, Long Chen had fought for 10 years. What was killing? When he stepped on Wang Chen, he seemed to have understood something. It didn't seem to be as simple as a merciless killing. Wang Chen's breath still remained. He wasn't dead. The divine dragon's abilities were incomparably strong. He could still come back to life. However, he was already dead on the inside. What are you thinking? Long Chen kept the golden demon suppressing pillar and replaced it with the Lingxi sword. I've already lost. It's meaningless and I don't have the face to continue living in this world. Give me a break. Wang Chen uttered the last sentence with his last breath. The meaning of a person's life would come to an end one day. When this meaning disappeared, perhaps it would be better to die than to live. At this moment, it was time to put an end to his life. Long Chen was like an old friend of his. He placed the Lingxi sword on Wang Chen's head and said, "If there's a next life, don't make me your enemy so easily. Kill me." Wang Chen begged bitterly. This was his desire. When dignity and self-respect, when desire and desire were all gone, the walking dead would be better off dead. He didn't expect that he would lose so quickly. Even if he lost, he thought that he could at least be a little more dignified. However, Long Chen had already crushed his heart. Rest in peace. In the end, the Lingxi sword sent Wang Chen away from this world. The void refinement realm demonic dragon finally collapsed in the heaven and earth sword pool. Perhaps the heaven and earth sword pool would never be able to cleanse the dragon's blood today. He won. Everything was clean. Long Chen wobbled down from the void refinement realm demonic dragon's head. Tens of thousands of people were looking at him with incomparably complicated expressions. There were all kinds of emotions, such as admiration, fear, hatred, and love. 10 years. After sending Wang Chen away with the Lingxi sword, Long Chen suddenly felt like he was dreaming. Wang Chen wasn't pitiful. A pitiful person must have something to hate. Today, he left smoothly. Long Chen didn't make things difficult for him. He was just a tool, just like Yang Chen. Yang Chen freed himself with freedom, and he freed himself with death. No one could tell whose way of freeing himself was better. But they all did it because of Long Chen. In a trance, he saw Lingxi among the crowd. That resolute and worshipful gaze immediately struck Long Chen's heart. He suddenly realized that the feeling of being alive was really good. There was someone who treated his life as her life. This feeling was something he had always dreamed of. On the road of war, he was never lonely. How many people's lives were already entangled with him? Among billions of people, it had been more than 10 years since they met and fell in love. At this moment, they finally welcomed an unstoppable hug. Lingxi walked quickly from the crowd to him. At this moment, there was no one else in their world. Today's 4 chapters were over. They would fight again tomorrow. Chapter 1588. Lingxi's sword had pierced through Wang Chen's dragon soul. As for the void refinement realm demonic dragon's blood essence, it would dissipate after Wang Chen died. The inheritance of the blood essence required the inheritor to forcefully extract the blood essence from his body before his death. For example, the 2 drops of the purple blood demonic dragon's blood essence from the demon dragon palace and the void infinity dragon's blood essence that Long Qinglan gave to Long Chen were both used in this way. However, if the inheritor was killed, the blood essence would not be able to condense again and would only disappear together with the inheritor. Of course, the void refinement realm demonic dragon's blood essence had dissipated and integrated into the heaven and earth sword pool. Perhaps in the future, the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace could bathe in the heaven and earth sword pool and give tens of thousands of disciples some characteristics of dragon martial artists. For example, most of the martial artists of the Demon Dragon Palace were actually cultivated with ordinary dragon blood. With Wang Chen's death, the void refinement realm demonic dragon also dissipated from the 3 regions and 9 realms. It was said that millions of years ago, there were still many dragon martial artists on the draconic sacrificial continent. However, the inheritance blood essence was not left behind. This was the reason why he was killed. Wang Chen's death was the worst-case scenario for the 4 sword masters. Among the tens of thousands of disciples of the Sword God Palace, there was no lack of 2nd and 3rd nirvana tribulations. Granny Yen, Ling Xiao, Ling Song and the others were also here. In addition, there were also super experts from the 3 regions and 9 realms. At this moment, all of them were silent as they watched the young man and girl hug each other tightly. They had crossed mountains of blades and seas of fire and suffered untold hardships to finally have this moment of peace and happiness. Behind them was a dragon corpse that was hundreds of meters long, lying in the heaven and earth sword pool. The pool water was blood red. For a moment, no one disturbed them. Winner takes all. Although the dead should be respected, Wang Chen would no longer receive any attention from now on. The one who survived was the king. Long Chen forced the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace to change their plan with the power of the Jinwu Great Emperor. At this moment, he defeated Wang Chen and obtained victory, completely changing the plans of the 4 sword masters and even the Sword Spirit Emperor. This was the first step he could do. At this moment, Long Chen did not disappoint the vow he had made. He had fulfilled the vow he had made 10 years ago without any hesitation. It was not easy for him to hold Lingxi in his arms openly. Her shoulders were still thin and weak, and she needed someone to protect her. Fate had caused her to encounter such a huge storm. If Long Chen did not protect her, who would? Chen. Under everyone's gaze, Lingxi did not show any fear. She hugged Long Chen tightly, afraid that he would leave her side again. From now on, she could no longer live alone. Little she. Long Chen woke up from the fog of slaughter. He was immersed in a rare happiness, enjoying the envious and respectful gazes of the crowd. However, he did not forget that even at this moment, he had not completely succeeded. In fact, there was an even more important matter in front of him. This matter was the key to today's battle. To be honest, Long Chen had long been confident that he could crush Wang Chen in a crushing manner. Therefore, defeating Wang Chen was within his expectations, but it was not something that he should risk his life for. The Jinwu Great Emperor had won an opportunity for him. He could no longer rely on the Jinwu Great Emperor's strength. Otherwise, not only would it cause a strong backlash from the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace, it might even cause a rift between the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace and the Jinwu Great Emperor Palace. Long Chen could only rely on himself and his own identity to fight for the most important and crucial victory. That was related to Lingxi's life. That was the most important battle, and it was also a battle that Long Chen had no confidence in winning. His only belief was the hazy feeling of slaughter. In the fierce battle with Wang Chen, he had vaguely understood something. If Long Chen did not work hard for the next thing today, then everything he had done before would be in vain, including killing Wang Chen. Moreover, the time was limited to today. Once he missed this opportunity, he would almost lose Lingxi forever. His promise and oath would not be considered complete. Therefore, he immediately woke up from Lingxi's gentle embrace. "Chen, let's get married today," Lingxi said with tears of joy in her smile. This was what she had longed for the most. She had dressed up for this day for a long time. Her sweetheart had won this opportunity, and now was the time to announce it to the world. She wanted to be with Long Chen at this moment. "I can't." Long Chen's answer shocked her. In front of everyone, Long Chen held Lingxi's finger. On it was a spirit Chen ring that Wang Chen had forced on Lingxi's finger. Long Chen silently took off the spirit Chen ring. It was a Dao artifact with a total of 6 Dao patterns, but he did not care about it at all. He directly threw the spirit Chen ring into the heaven and earth sword pool. "Little Shi, I have more important things to do. Wait for me." More important things? Yes, after killing Wang Chen, Long Chen could become Lingxi's husband. However, he was also the sacred martial emperor of the true martial emperor palace. Such an identity would not benefit the sword spirit emperor palace. Wang Chen was defeated, and the 4 sword masters' faces were ashen. At this moment, the people from the true martial emperor palace revealed a knowing smile. They knew what Long Chen was going to do next. Emperor, are we not going to help him?" Lin Juniao asked worriedly. The true martial emperor shook his head and said, "I promised the 4 sword masters that I would not interfere. I can only watch. If I take action, the 2 emperor palaces will become enemies. If they retaliate, it will not benefit the city lord of the wronged in the future. Moreover, Long Chen has already reached a critical juncture. This is extremely important to him. Perhaps at this critical juncture, he will be able to make a breakthrough in his comprehension and condense a Dao seal. Perhaps this will be the time for him to transform into a dragon. There are some things that are more suitable for him to do through his own efforts than for us." After hearing this, Wen Renxi and Lin Juniao were actually even more worried. If this was the case, then Long Chen would be in even greater danger. If he took a wrong step and did not reach that stage, he might not be able to get up again for the rest of his life. In any case, the 4 sword masters were not people who would submit so easily. They did not want to be at a disadvantage. Even if Wang Chen died, they did not think that they would be at a disadvantage. Therefore, it would not be easy for Long Chen to marry Lingxi. In the midst of the silence, the Lingwu sword master stood up and looked at Long Chen sternly. He said, "Since Long Chen has won, then you will marry my daughter Lingxi. However, because of your identity, I think there are some things that have to be made clear at this time. Otherwise, it will lead to many unsolvable troubles in the future and affect the relationship between our 2 emperor palaces." Long Chen nodded. He had not yet made a move, but the 4 sword masters had already made a move. The crowd also began to follow the Lingwu sword master's train of thought. The Lingwu sword master said solemnly, "You are still young and do not have a long-term vision. However, I believe that everyone in the true martial emperor palace must have thought of this problem. Since Long Chen is the sacred martial emperor, his identity is very important and he is likely to inherit the true martial emperor's position in the future. However, my daughter Lingxi is the reincarnation of the sword soul great emperor. She will ascend the throne in a few days. If the 2 of you marry, wouldn't that mean that 2 emperors will marry? The Sword Soul Emperor Palace controls the Sword Soul Imperial Domain, while the True Martial Emperor Palace controls the True Martial Imperial Domain. However, the 2 domains are completely different and there is no way to merge them." In fact, the Lingwu Sword Master's words made sense. The 9 Boundaries Realm Lords and the others also agreed. Both the True Martial Emperor Palace and the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace were very powerful, and they were on par with the Desolate Emperor Palace. If the True Martial Emperor Palace and the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace were to join forces, and the 2 great emperors would become husband and wife, their combined strength would surpass the Desolate Emperor Palace by a large margin. The tripartite balance of power would almost be broken, and this would not be beneficial to the weaker 9 realms. Long Chen did not care about such things. His goal was not the 3 emperor domains, but the eternal sacred domain. If everything went well, he would one day carry out his father's mission and step onto the battlefield of the eternal sacred domain. When that time came, he would definitely bring Lingxi, Mo Xiaolang, and the others with him. The situation described by the Lingwu Sword Master was completely based on the true rebirth of the Sword Soul Emperor and the complete disappearance of Lingxi's original consciousness. Long Chen and the Sword Soul Emperor Ling Su did not know each other. The two of them had established a relationship as husband and wife, but they were fighting for different sides. Hence, there might be a violent conflict that would not benefit either of them. Long Chen knew what the Lingwu Sword Master and the others were planning. He said, "Then, what do you think, Lingwu Sword Master?" The Lingwu Sword Master said bluntly, "You have always said that you love your daughter as much as your life and are willing to give up everything. Then, I will ask you in front of the true martial emperor, are you willing to give up your current position and join the Sword Soul Emperor Palace for my daughter? If you are willing to do so, wouldn't everything be resolved?" The crowd was in an uproar. The four great sword masters' plan was very good. The true martial emperor palace's people were enraged. Long Chen was the true martial emperor palace's treasure and the future true martial emperor. How could they let such a super genius go to the Sword Soul Emperor Palace? Of course, the true martial emperor and the others were still watching the development of the matter with great interest. Everyone was curious about what Long Chen's decision would be. In theory, the choice was entirely Long Chen's decision. Moreover, everyone knew that Long Chen had not joined the true martial emperor palace for a long time. He dared to come to the Sword Soul Emperor Palace for Lingxi, which showed that he was a true person. However, if he were to give up his current position, would he be willing? The four great sword masters' eyes were cold as they waited for Long Chen's answer. P.S. Yesterday's flowers, 2723. The brothers were very supportive. The flowers reached the standard every day. Yesterday's 4 chapters had reached 5,800. More than 5,000. Today, I'm going all out. Whether I can get 5 chapters tomorrow depends on whether everyone presses the like button below. 5 chapters to reach 6,000 was very simple. Today, whether the madman could reach 4th place depended on everyone. Yesterday's total increase was 360,000, which was the highest in the history of this book. Today, it would reach 400,000. You're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.